This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality. Part 6 is here. Beauties are trying to win Wei Ming's favor, but can he stay in control? Dangerous intrigues and temptation await. Don't miss it. Enjoy watching.
When Scarlet arrived at the shelter, she was naturally stunned. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Her big, bright blue eyes widened, and her small, rosy lips parted in astonishment, causing Wei Ming to have a rather wicked thought. Is this where you live? Scarlet exclaimed. Heaven, this is heaven! Wei Ming chuckled. You've only seen the living quarters, you haven't even been to the entertainment area yet. Go rest first, I'll show this foreign girl around, he said to Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu nodded, yawned, stretched lazily, and then headed toward her villa. Wei Ming took Scarlet up to the second floor. And sure enough, the foreign girl was once again completely shocked. A swimming pool! A swimming pool, she screamed. So what if she was an evolver? Back when she was in the Skull Society, she was lucky to get 3 bottles of purified water a day. After joining the Dragon King's Hall, her treatment improved, she could receive up to 5 bottles daily. But was it enough? Even 5 bottles weren't sufficient. Drinking them all still left her thirsty, and she could only afford to save a tiny bit for wiping her face. That was it. But here? A full-sized swimming pool, brimming with water. How could she not be excited? Go take a quick rinse, then put on your swimsuit, I'll let you have a proper swim, Wei Ming said with a smile. Scarlet nodded eagerly and rushed to the shower, turning on the faucet and letting the water pour over her. As the cool water cascaded down her head, she was so overwhelmed that she nearly cried. She had thought she would never get the chance to bathe again in this lifetime. And now, not only could she take a shower, but she could even swim, such luxury. She meticulously washed herself clean, then changed into her swimsuit, walking out with the grace of a runway model. Wei Ming couldn't help but whistle, his eyes gleaming. Scarlet had both top-tier looks and an incredible figure. Western women were naturally known for their sex appeal, and in a bikini, her curves were even more striking. She was truly a sight to behold. Splash! The foreign girl leaped into the water with a graceful dive. Wei, come on, let's swim together. Scarlet flashed him a seductive smile after swimming a couple of laps. 2 hours later, Scarlet landed on the ground, flapping her wings. Flying through the air, seriously, who else had ever done that? For Wei Ming, it was his first time, and it was definitely something new. Scarlet picked a villa to settle into, and Wei Ming followed her inside. Tonight, he would stay here. After all, he now had a 2.0 physique template, complete with danger sense, an extremely strong body, and lightning-fast reflexes. Even a 1.0 level evolver wouldn't be able to harm him, not even with a sneak attack. He valued his own life more than anything. The night passed without incident. Doomsday, Day 54. Wei Ming stretched lazily. After freshening up with Scarlet's assistance, he took the foreign girl to breakfast. Whether living in the villas of Qidong City or in the shelter, everyone dined together in Wei Ming's main building. By the time Wei Ming and Scarlet arrived, the other women were already present. They had already heard from Lin Wanqiu that Wei Ming had brought back a foreign girl, so they were prepared. However, when they actually laid eyes on Scarlet's breathtaking beauty, they couldn't help but be amazed. This foreign girl was too gorgeous. Her features were delicate and refined, possessing an elegance akin to that of Eastern women, yet with the stunning curves of a Western woman. She was unbelievably sexy. Wei Ming sure has good taste. If Wei Ming knew what they were thinking, he would definitely feel wronged. It wasn't like he went out of his way to find her. Scarlet had literally fallen from the sky, landing right within his space radar's detection range. He had just picked her up, really. Even though there was now one more person in the household, no one deliberately excluded Scarlet. After all, they had plenty of resources. One extra mouth to feed? No problem. Would she take away Wei Ming's affection? Also not an issue. This beast had more than enough to give, and an extra person to share the burden was actually a relief. The only one feeling immense pressure was Angel. She knew that the only reason she had been allowed to stay in the shelter was because she was a foreigner. Wei Ming found her novel. But now? Another foreigner had arrived, even more beautiful than her. Although her figure was equally voluptuous, her skin wasn't as fair and delicate. Most importantly, she had been married before and was older. And Scarlet? Freshly graduated from university, young, vibrant, and full of life. There was no comparison. What if Wei Ming got bored of her and decided to kick her out? No way. A strong sense of crisis surged within her. She secretly resolved to work twice as hard to please Wei Ming. Yes, watch more movies, learn some high difficulty moves. She must not be thrown out. That was her only thought. Meanwhile, Jiang Ro blinked her big, adorable eyes. She felt like she had just gained another older sister. How lively! Xiaohei, the black dog, circled around Wei Ming's feet, wagging its tail furiously. It wasn't easy to see its master. Wei Ming laughed heartily, then suddenly had an idea. What if I fed Xiaohei an evolution fruit? Would it become an evolved beast? It should be possible, right? Wei Ming himself had a character template, but there was no dog template, so he couldn't modify Xiaohei using his extra-dimensional abilities. His only option was the evolution fruit. Let's find out, Lin Wanqiu said with a devilish grin. Woof woof woof. Xiaohei suddenly had a bad feeling and tried to run. But too bad, Wei Ming grabbed it by the neck. There was no escape. Wei Ming pulled out an evolution fruit and stuffed it into Xiaohei's mouth. Could Xiaohei refuse? Of course not, it swallowed the fruit in one gulp. Moments later, the evolution fruit took effect, and Xiaohei began barking wildly. Then, suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out of its mouth. Oh? Wei Ming raised his eyebrows. Xiaohei wasn't a basic physical type evolver? Lightning powers? Wei Ming chuckled. Alright, from now on, your nickname is Lightning Flash. Xiaohei's body grew noticeably larger. It wagged its tail furiously at Wei Ming, drooling uncontrollably. Oh, it was hungry. Wei Ming took out a big steak and handed it over. Xiaohei immediately devoured it ravenously. You're really something, evolving even your pet dog. Song Qingyun sighed. I bet no one else in the world has done this. The other women nodded in agreement. Wei Ming thought to himself, I have 100 experimental subjects that produce evolution fruits. That's 1,200 evolution fruits per day. In 10 days, that's 12,000. In 100 days? If he wanted, he could create an army of tens of thousands of evolvers. Who could stop him then? After sending Jiang Ro off to do her homework, Wei Ming was back to his usual shenanigans. As night fell, he began contemplating, was it finally time to deal with Zhang Shiquan? He already knew everything about Zhang's abilities. Eliminating him would be effortless. Alright, time to go. Time rewinds. Baoshan, inside a certain hotel. Boss Jean, you came all this way to see me, what's the big deal? Zhang Shiquan asked. Despite being under 30, he was already obese. At 170 centimeters tall, he weighed nearly 100 kilograms, with most of the fat concentrated around his lower belly, making him look like a woman 10 months pregnant. He had a beautiful woman in his arms, and despite the presence of others, he had no qualms about indulging himself, letting his hands roam freely. Bumpkin. Jean Cohen sneered inwardly. Unlike Zhang Shiquan, a former shut-in, Jean Cohen had been a corporate elite before the apocalypse, making millions a year. While that wasn't much among the billionaires of Haidu, he was still leagues ahead of Zhang Shiquan. He had frequented high-end clubs, and for business purposes, he had long mastered the art of playing along. Ordinary beauties? He had seen plenty. Even minor celebrities had crossed his path, though those were reserved for bosses and high-profile clients, not for him. With so much exposure, his standards had naturally risen. Your desperate lust is disgusting. You're nothing but a crass upstart. However, Jean Cohen was here to find an ally. Showing his disdain would only lead to a fight with Zhang Shiquan before they even had a chance to talk. His Qingmu society bordered Zhang Shiquan's territory. They had clashed several times, but eventually reached a non-aggression pact because Jean Cohen had realized Zhang Shiquan was terrifyingly strong, with a strange and unpredictable ability. It wasn't worth the trouble. Haidu was vast. There were other directions to expand. Jean Cohen ignored his disgust and smiled. Boss Shang, I want to work with you. Work together? Zhang Shiquan paused, even stopping his hands for a moment before bursting into laughter. Boss Jean, just a few days ago, we were killing each other, losing plenty of men. And now you want to talk about working together? Jean Cohen was seething inside, but he held back and replied coolly, times change. Boss Zhang, have you heard of the Dragon King's Hall? I've heard of it. So what? Zhang Shiquan may have been a shut-in, but he wasn't stupid. Jean Cohen continued, the Dragon King's Hall is making a fortune. Their trade market alone brings in massive daily profits from transaction fees. I have a proposal, let's join forces and take over the Dragon King's Hall. We split it 50-50. What do you think? Zhang Shirquan remained unimpressed. Boss Jean, do you take me for an idiot? The Dragon King's Hall isn't easy prey, it's a tough bone to crack. I've heard they have evolution fruits that can artificially create evolvers. Heh, do you think that's something we can just mess with? Jean Cohen wasn't about to give up. He decided to go all in. Boss Zhang, the reason you've been able to rise to power, it must be because you found a special stone, right? Zhang Shirchuan's expression instantly darkened. He clenched his fist, causing the woman in his arms to whimper in pain. Her face turned deathly pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. Shut up! Zhang Shirquan shoved her aside and kicked her hard. She tumbled across the room, unable to get up. His temper was erratic, his actions ruthless. How do you know that? His gaze turned ice-cold as he stared at Jean Cohen, murderous intent clear in his eyes. To him, the evolution stone was a deadly secret. Anyone who knew about it had to die. Jean Cohen, however, remained unfazed. The Dragon King's Hall is offering a bounty, half a kilogram of those natural, multicolored stones in exchange for 10 liters of water or 25 kilograms of grain. Boss Zhang, look at how many men you have. Now look at how many the Dragon King's Hall has. Compared to them, what advantage do you still have? Zhang Shirquan froze. It took him a long moment before he finally said, "You're lying." Lying? Jean Cohen chuckled. The Dragon King's Hall's bounty is public knowledge. You've been playing emperor here for so long, you don't even know what's happening outside. You're courting death. Zhang Shirquan roared, pointing a finger at Jean Cohen. At this distance, he was certain he could freeze every drop of blood in Jean Cohen's body instantly. But nothing happened. Zhang Shirquan was shocked. Jean Cohen simply smiled. My ability is special, you can't kill me. Boss Zhang, cooperation is the way forward. Once we take over the Dragon King's Hall, we'll split the evolution stones, yes, that's what I call them, because they help us evolve 50-50. How about it? Jean Cohen only needed Zhang Shirchuan's power. And once the Dragon King's Hall was gone, with his intelligence, getting rid of Zhang Shirquan afterward would be child's play. If he could kill Jean Cohen, Zhang Shirquan would never agree to this alliance. Because working together meant acknowledging someone as an equal. And right now, he loved seeing people kneel before him. Having someone stand at his level disgusted him. But the Dragon King's Hall was the bigger threat. He knew that with so many people searching for evolution stones, it wouldn't take long before the Dragon King's Hall grew strong enough to crush him. By then, he'd either be on his knees as their dog, or dead. Neither option was acceptable. There was only one choice. Destroy the Dragon King's Hall before it fully took shape. As for Jean Cohen, that could wait. Once he figured out his ability, there would definitely be a way to kill him. Ha ha ha. Well then, Boss Jean, let's work together this once, Zhang Shirquan said with a laugh. Jean Cohen exhaled in relief. With their combined strength, taking down the Dragon King's Hall should be easy. After all, they both had evolution stones, their power far surpassed ordinary evolvers. Pleasure doing business, Jean Cohen said. But then Zhang Shirquan suddenly added, I have one condition. Jean Cohen frowned slightly. What is it? Once we take the Dragon King's Hall, you give me Han Yao. You bastard. That's my woman. You're asking for death. Jean Cohen nearly flipped the table then and there. But thinking of the Dragon King's Hall, the bigger threat, he forced himself to hold back. Fine. Once we take the Dragon King's Hall, Han Yao is yours. Once the Dragon King's Hall was gone, he'd turn on Zhang Shirquan and kill this bastard. Besides, Han Yao had already betrayed him and disappeared. He was looking for her too. So agreeing to this didn't cost him anything. When do we move? Zhang Shirchuan's eyes burned with desire, thinking of Han Yao's tempting figure. We need some preparation, but tomorrow night. Good, tomorrow night. Zhang Shirquan grinned, then added, don't forget about Han Yao, Boss Jean. Though he had only seen her once, he had been unable to get her out of his mind. She was too beautiful. She kept slipping into his thoughts. I know, Jean Cohen said impatiently. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes flashing with cold light. You're digging your own grave. Wei Ming moved alone. He was going out to kill today, why would he bring the girls along? He navigated the route effortlessly and soon arrived at the hotel where Zhang Shirquan was staying. However, after sneaking inside and scanning the area with his spatial radar, he realized that most of the people were missing. Huh, they left? He grabbed a random person and questioned him, then frowned. Zhang Shirquan had indeed left. And of all places, he had gone to the Dragon King's Hall. Teaming up with someone named Jin Koan to attack the Dragon King's Hall? Wei Ming was a little surprised. After all, he had eliminated Zhang Shirquan's subordinates without leaking any information, so there was no reason for Zhang Shirquan to have a grudge against him or the Dragon King's Hall. Why would he suddenly join forces with Jin Koan to attack it? Was it simply because the Dragon King's Hall had drawn too much attention? To be fair, its location was excellent. More importantly, the Dragon Coins had never had any issues with redemption, which naturally attracted people, making business thrive. So it wasn't surprising that others would covet it. Alright, then I'll just deal with you at the Dragon King's Hall. Wei Ming muttered to himself, then took out his satellite phone and contacted Zhao Guofu, instructing him to prepare. Two factions were about to launch an attack on the Dragon King's Hall, and Wei Ming would head there as quickly as possible. He switched his ability template. For this, he was using the physical combat speed type. It wasn't that his flight ability was bad, but in terms of pure speed, the speed template was actually faster. After all, could a bird's flight speed compare to a high-speed train? It wasn't like he was an airplane. In terms of raw speed, even though this template was only at level 1.0, it was still faster than a level 2.0 physical combat type. Wei Ming shot forward like a streak of lightning, reaching the Dragon King's Hall in under 20 minutes. Switching templates. 2.0 Physical Combat Mode. Of course, he could switch to the 2.0 Freezing template at any time. In Wei Ming's opinion, freezing abilities were best for large area attacks, while for direct combat, the physical combat type was superior. When Zhao Guofu saw Wei Ming arrive, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The backbone of their defense was here. Zhao Guofu only knew that two forces were planning an attack, but not exactly which ones. When he asked Wei Ming and got the answer, he suddenly understood. Jin Koan is the leader of the Qingmu Society. As the visible leader of the Dragon King's Hall, he was familiar with the various factions in Haidu. That makes sense. Wei Ming nodded. No wonder Jin Koan harbored such hostility toward the Dragon King's Hall. But what about Zhang Shirquan? Was he manipulated by Jin Koan? Well, I'll just take care of both of them. Wei Ming pulled out 100 evolution fruits and handed them to Zhao Guofu to distribute. With so many new evolvers, even if they were all only level 1, there was a saying, enough ants can bite an elephant to death. If the numbers reached a certain threshold, quantity would naturally lead to a qualitative change. Holy crap, 100 of them! Zhao Guofu was stunned. Previously, Wei Ming had only taken out about 10 evolution fruits at a time, and with the addition of evolution serums, they had only managed to create around 20 evolvers at most. But now, 100 at once. That was insane. He had thought he understood Wei Ming's limits, but reality proved he was still far from grasping the full extent of his power. Following Wei Ming was the best decision he had ever made. With 100 evolvers, forget two factions, we could take on all the evolvers in Haidu and still not be afraid. He laughed as he walked away. Zhou Xian was also surprised. How do you have so many evolution fruits? This guy was unbelievable. If he wanted to, could he unify the entire world? Wei Ming chuckled and deliberately teased, want to know? Become my woman, and I'll tell you all my secrets. Zhou Xian, of course, refused. She snorted and lowered her head to meticulously polish her sword, as if it were her lover. If you love swords so much, I have a big sword here too. Before long, the building was filled with the sound of people howling. Clearly, many had successfully evolved. Naturally, the process of becoming an evolver was accompanied by extreme hunger, and right now, they were all devouring food like crazy. Wei Ming closed his eyes to rest. Zhang Shirquan's strength had reached level 2. In terms of cellular strength, he was at least 2.5, possibly even stronger than Peter, the foreigner. And since Jin Koan was strong enough to ally with Zhang Shirquan, he couldn't be weak either, probably at least level 2. Another one with an evolution stone? Wei Ming shook his head. It seemed that before long, the secret of the evolution stones would be common knowledge. But that was fine. He firmly believed that great rewards attracted brave warriors. Right now, what was the most precious resource? Food. Water. And he had both. In massive, nearly unlimited quantities. After waiting for a little over an hour, Wei Ming spotted a convoy approaching. It was clearly made up of two separate factions, as the first 7 vehicles and the last 6 were noticeably spaced apart. Let's go meet our guests, Wei Ming said, hands clasped behind his back. Zhou Xian remained silent, while Ku Jiaojia muttered, "They're from the same city. How are they guests from afar?" Wei Ming glanced at her. "Do you have a problem with that?" "No." Ku Jiaojia immediately changed her tone, smiling sweetly. She wouldn't dare provoke Wei Ming. The three of them walked into the main hall. By this time, Zhao Guofu had already led 100 evolvers outside. Screech! 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 Outside, 13 vehicles came to a stop. Some were sedans, others were vans. The doors swung open, and a large group of people stepped out. Wei Ming immediately activated his spatial radar. There were 76 people in total, including 12 evolvers. Among those 12, 2 stood out as significantly stronger than the rest. Jin Kuan and Zhang Shirquan, no doubt. New character templates acquired. Both level 2.0. Judging by their cellular strength, they were around 2.3. Zhao Guofu stood at the front and scoffed, "You have some nerve coming after the Dragon King's Hall. Do you have a death wish?" Jin Kuan chuckled. "You were quite arrogant yesterday, Zhao. You took my woman, refused to return her, and even injured my men. Let's see if you'll still be laughing today." Zhang Shirquan, meanwhile, let his beady eyes scan the area until his gaze locked onto Zhou Shen. Damn, what a beauty! Compared to her, even Han Yao was a step down. He changed his mind. He wanted this woman. No, why choose? He'd take both. His eyes remained glued to her, and his desire surged uncontrollably as he started walking toward her. Before the apocalypse, he had been a nobody, an invisible shut-in, ignored by everyone. But now that he had power, his long-suppressed insecurities had exploded, turning him into a greedy, arrogant, and depraved man. Whatever he wanted, he would take. Beauty, come play with me," he said with a lewd grin. "What the hell is wrong with your brain? Is it just full of filth?" Jin Kuan cursed silently. But Zhang Shirquan charging ahead like this, wasn't that basically an invitation to start the fight? Well, fine. Let him take the lead. Wei Ming noticed Zhang Shirquan advancing alone, and the people of the Dragon King's Hall were instantly enraged. Looking for death. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted. Even evolvers weren't foolish enough to rely solely on their abilities against level 1 evolvers. Firearms were still highly lethal. Especially in a hail of bullets, most evolvers would be torn apart. Die! With so many guns aimed at him, Zhang Shirquan was finally jolted awake by an intense sense of crisis, his overwhelming desire momentarily suppressed. But it was too late to escape. Dozens of bullets were already flying toward him. He wasn't speed type. How could he dodge bullets? Ding! 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 More than half of the bullets struck him. After all, at such close range, few would miss. But when the crowd looked at Zhang Shirquan again, they were shocked to see that he was completely unscathed. Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. He was no longer in a normal state. His entire body had transformed into an ice sculpture, emitting wisps of cold air. The bullets had only left shallow white marks on his surface. Not a single one had penetrated him. It was like shooting at a solid block of ice. How could it be pierced as easily as human flesh? The hardness was on a completely different level. Zhang Shirquan grinned and pointed a finger at the people in front of him. Despite being more than 10 meters away in a sweltering environment, the targeted individuals immediately felt a bone-chilling cold seep into their bodies. Their mouths opened, about to speak, but all that came out was a mist of frosty air. They shivered uncontrollably, stumbling backward in fear. Fortunately, they were evolvers with strong physiques. If they had been ordinary people, they would have been frozen solid on the spot. Damn, what a terrifying ability! For a moment, fear flickered in everyone's eyes as they looked at Zhang Shirquan. He thoroughly enjoyed their frightened expressions. Before the apocalypse, he had been an invisible nobody, constantly ignored. Due to his obesity, people often looked at him with disgust, which left him insecure and psychologically twisted. Now, seeing everyone's fearful gazes filled him with an overwhelming sense of achievement. It was exhilarating. Laughing heartily, he pointed at Zhou Xian. "My name is Zhang Shirquan. And you, Beauty, what's your name?" Zhou Xian didn't respond. Instead, she drew her sword. Clang! A chilling gleam flashed from the blade, her expression just as icy. "Ha ha! I like that attitude." Zhang Shirquan roared with laughter. "I'm going to thoroughly cherish you." In that brief moment, he had already imagined 17 different positions. Zhao Guofu would never tolerate someone harassing Wei Ming's woman. His face darkened, and he shouted, "Boss Shang, what's the meaning of this?" "Nothing much. I just find your Dragon King's Hall interesting." Zhang Shirquan casually dug his ear. "Come over here. Let me chop off your head, and your men will belong to me." "Simple, right? You're asking for death," Zhao Guofu growled. Still, he didn't act recklessly. Zhang Shirquan's abilities were too terrifying, he wasn't about to charge in blindly. So what now? Send in the underlings, of course. They weren't being kept around just to be pampered. "Attack! Kill them!" He waved his hand. Immediately, the 100 evolvers of the Dragon King's Hall surged forward. Zhang Shirquan and Jin Koan's men also charged in, and the battle erupted. But as soon as the fight started, Zhang and Jin's evolvers were stunned. What the hell? All 100 of them are evolvers? Impossible. They had only brought 12 evolvers in total. With their 2 leaders yet to act, that left only 10 to face 100. Although their opponents were slightly weaker in individual strength, sheer numbers made up for it. 2 against 1 would have been manageable, but 10 against 1? There was no chance. At the first clash, their forces completely collapsed. "Useless trash," Zhang Shirquan sneered. He charged directly into the fray, paying no attention to his own people. An overwhelming wave of icy energy erupted from him, instantly slowing the blood flow of everyone around him, making their movements sluggish. He pointed at one person and smirked cruelly. "Die." That person's blood instantly froze solid, killing them on the spot. Zhang Shirquan turned to his next target, raising his hand, but suddenly, a strong sense of danger surged within him. Without hesitation, he abandoned his attack and summoned an ice shield around himself. At that very moment, a metal rod swung toward him. Bang! The impact sent him flying. Damn! Zhang Shirquan's ice armor had absorbed most of the damage, so he wasn't seriously hurt. But being launched into the air only made his sense of danger skyrocket. In a panic, he wildly flailed his limbs. Clang! 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 Sharp ice spikes extended from his limbs and stabbed into the ground, forcefully halting his momentum. He managed to stabilize himself without being sent any further back. But doing so had drained him significantly, his face was now deathly pale. His ability consumed too much energy. He felt like he was on the verge of collapse. Wei Ming clicked his tongue in disappointment. He had landed a surprise attack, but Zhang Shirquan had still managed to block it. Even worse, when he sent Zhang flying, he had opened a spatial gate, intending to trap him inside. But this bastard had sensed the danger and stopped himself in time. Killing level 2 evolvers was really troublesome. Their ability to sense danger was too damn annoying. Plus, the current environment was hot and dry, with very little moisture in the air. If not for that, Zhang Shirquan's powers would have been even stronger. If this were a frozen apocalypse instead of a scorching one, this fat guy's ability would be ridiculously powerful. Right now, he was likely operating at only 50% of his true potential, maybe even less. Since Wei Ming had already struck, there was no way he would stop now. He brandished his metal rod and charged at Zhang Shirquan again. With 2 level 2 evolvers on the enemy side, he had to take one down as soon as possible. But even if that was his plan, Jin Koan wasn't stupid, he wouldn't let Wei Ming pick them off one by one. Just as Wei Ming swung his rod, a sudden sense of crisis shot through him. His spatial radar swept the area, revealing that Jin Koan was already attacking. His arms had stretched out like noodles, each gripping a blade, stabbing toward Wei Ming's waist. What the hell? Are you a human or a noodle monster? Stretchable and retractable? Damn, if that ability could be applied in certain areas, wouldn't it drive women crazy with excitement? Heh, whatever. This ability was already his. He could test it out later. Wei Ming didn't even turn his head, he simply reached out with his right hand to grab one of Jin Koan's extended arms. If he touched him, he could send him straight into his dimensional space. At that moment, Jin Koan felt an intense surge of danger. He immediately retracted his arms, abandoning the attack. Ha! Wei Ming resumed his assault on Zhang Shirquan, his metal rod smashing down repeatedly. Take out one first. Zhang Shirquan was in utter misery. Wei Ming's attacks were too ferocious, each strike made him feel like coughing up blood. But that wasn't even the scariest part. What was the most terrifying thing? He didn't know. All he felt was an overwhelming fear of death, as if he was constantly teetering on the edge of destruction. This fear prevented him from performing at his full potential. If it weren't for Jin Koan assisting him, keeping Wei Ming occupied, he would have already been utterly defeated. Why was this opponent so terrifying and unpredictable? What was this unknown danger? Zhang Shiquan had no answer, nor did he dare to find out. All he could do was retreat, sidestep, or brace himself under Wei Ming's relentless barrage. A single mistake, and he would be finished. The immense pressure had him drenched in cold sweat, but since his ability was pushed to the limit, the sweat instantly froze into tiny ice beads that fell off his body. He fought back, desperately trying to use his freezing ability to affect Wei Ming. Theoretically, it should have worked, but every time his vision blurred for a moment, Wei Ming would emerge unscathed, full of energy once again. How the hell was he supposed to win this fight? He roared, "Jean Cohen, hold him off for 3 seconds. I need to prepare a big move." "Got it," Jean Cohen responded, rushing over. He grabbed a massive rock from over 10 meters away, then, using the momentum of his 30-meter-long arms, hurled it toward Wei Ming at an astonishing speed. Wei Ming frowned and kicked out. Boom! The rock shattered instantly. But when he turned back to continue attacking Zhang Shiquan and stop his supposed big move, he was stunned by what he saw. Zhang Shiquan wasn't preparing an attack at all, he was running away. And at incredible speed. He had created an icy path beneath him and was gliding along it at full tilt. Of course, this gave him an extreme burst of speed, even surpassing Wei Ming's full sprint. Naturally, in such scorching weather with so little moisture in the air, forcing the condensation of such a long ice path consumed an enormous amount of energy. But right now, all Zhang Shiquan cared about was escaping, nothing else mattered. Wei Ming could hardly believe it. This damn fat guy actually lied. It wasn't just Wei Ming who was fooled, even Jean Cohen was deceived. Otherwise, why would he have been foolish enough to keep Wei Ming occupied? Son of a... Jean Cohen cursed. He prided himself on being a corporate elite, always looking down on Zhang Shiquan. And yet, he had just been completely outplayed by him. For the first time, Jean Cohen wasn't sure whether he should be angry or reflect on his own stupidity. But Wei Ming didn't care. Zhang Shiquan might have escaped, but Jean Cohen was still here. He swung his iron rod and attacked Jean Cohen. Boom! 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 He struck repeatedly, while Jean Cohen chose to take the hits head-on. He didn't dodge, instead, he used his own body to withstand the iron rod. His arms truly behaved like noodles each time they were struck and deformed, they simply twisted and reshaped themselves, taking no actual damage. What a bizarre ability! Wei Ming scoffed inwardly. Fine, forget the rod. He switched to using his fists. The reason he had used the rod earlier was because of Zhang Shiquan's freezing ability. Keeping some distance gave him an advantage, he could always escape into his dimensional space to eliminate any negative effects on himself. But with Jean Cohen, there was no need for that. Instead, if he could just grab Jean Cohen with his right hand, he could send him straight into his dimensional space. Wei Ming pressed forward, while Jean Cohen kept dodging and parrying. Whenever Wei Ming attacked with his right hand, Jean Cohen would evade. But if Wei Ming used his left hand, Jean Cohen would take the hit. His strength was no match for Wei Ming's, but his ability was too strange. Even if Wei Ming's punch landed with full force, Jean Cohen's body would absorb the impact, flattening like dough before reforming. It was as if he couldn't be injured at all. While they fought, Zhao Guofu and his men had already wiped out all of Jean Cohen and Zhang Shiquan's subordinates. 10 evolvers? They were obliterated with ease. Jean Cohen saw this and panicked. His power had grown immensely, his entire body could now behave like dough, making him impervious to bullets. Even the strongest physical attacks could only squash him momentarily before he bounced back to his original form. However, all of this relied on him being able to use his ability. Once his energy was depleted, he would just be a slightly stronger ordinary human. At that point, even if Wei Ming didn't finish him off, how could he possibly escape from over 100 evolvers? Wait! Jean Cohen backed away, calling out. You must be Boss Wei. Alright, I surrender. Name your price, I'll do whatever it takes to buy my life. He didn't want to die. Wei Ming's attacks didn't slow down. His fists kept pounding, powerful and relentless. Did he need anything from Jean Cohen? No. He just wanted him dead. Jean Cohen felt utterly powerless. His ability was actually quite strong. Defensively, he could withstand nearly any physical attack. Offensively, he could wrap around an enemy like a python, his constriction strong enough to snap bones effortlessly. But the problem was, he didn't dare touch Wei Ming. His instincts screamed that if he made contact with Wei Ming, he was dead. So, despite having formidable offensive power, he couldn't use it. Could anything be more frustrating? Boss Wei. Show mercy. I'll submit to you. Let me be your subordinate. Don't force me to fight you to the death. Jin Kuan pleaded desperately, his eyes turning bloodshot. He had already lowered himself, even willing to be Wei Ming's servant, yet Wei Ming still wouldn't let him go. That left him with only one option. If he was going to die, he'd take Wei Ming down with him. With a mad roar, he launched a desperate counterattack. He still didn't understand the exact nature of the danger he had sensed from Wei Ming, but he was sure it was his ability. If he was going to die anyway, he might as well gamble on it. Wei Ming chuckled. If you had continued fighting cautiously, I would have needed to put in more effort to take you down. But since you insist on throwing your life away, I'll gladly grant your wish. Jin Kuan lunged forward, trying to wrap Wei Ming up and crush him to death. Then, in an instant, everything changed. Jin Kuan's entire body froze in place, as if he had lost control of himself. And in that moment, he realized the truth. His power was gone. His once infinitely stretchable limbs were now completely rigid. It was as if he had turned back into a normal human. So that's Wei Ming's real ability, he nullifies other people's powers? Before he could fully process the thought, he heard a crisp snap from his own neck. His vision spun, he suddenly saw his own back from a completely new perspective. Then, everything went black. Jin Kuan was dead. For the Dragon King's Hall, today's battle was undoubtedly a great victory. Dozens of enemies had attacked, yet only one managed to escape. If that wasn't a decisive win, what was? At Zhao Guofu's command, the Dragon King's Hall held a grand banquet, allowing everyone to eat and drink to their heart's content. Who could afford such luxury in these times? The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, some guests were watching from the hotel entrance and second-floor windows. They had expected a fierce battle, yet it had ended so quickly. Incredible, incredible. So the strongest in the Dragon King's Hall isn't Zhao Guofu, it's Wei Ming. He's an evolver just like the others, so how is he this unbelievably strong? From now on, we'd better behave and never cause trouble here. This fight had served as a clear warning. Everyone had witnessed Jin Kuan and Zhang Shichuan's strength firsthand. Yet, despite facing both of them at once, Wei Ming had crushed them with ease. That kind of power was terrifying. However, it wasn't just ordinary guests watching, there were also spies from various factions. After all, the Dragon King's Hall was powerful and extremely profitable, making it a prime target of envy. Among them, one was an agent from the Fushing base. His eyes darted around as he processed what he had seen. I need to report back to the commander immediately. We've severely underestimated the Dragon King's Hall's strength, as well as Wei Ming's power. And then there's that mysterious Chen Yang. We have to revise our plans. He slipped away quietly. Meanwhile, Wei Ming was slightly annoyed. Zhang Shichuan had escaped. His ability was quite strong. If he hid in the shadows and launched a sneak attack, it could be a problem. Having danger sense didn't make him immortal. But since the man had already fled, there was nothing he could do about it. No big deal. Zhang Shichuan was now all alone, with little chance of obtaining another evolution stone. His strength would remain at level 2.0, and as stronger evolvers continued to emerge, his threat level would only decrease. Wei Ming pondered. If others could undergo a qualitative leap in power by obtaining large numbers of evolution stones, then what about him? His improvements had been too small. I need to speed up the development of new abilities. Wei Ming already had a plan, to keep stacking layers of his dimensional space. Once he reached a certain threshold, he would undoubtedly trigger a breakthrough allowing him to manipulate everything within that space. At that point, he'd be unstoppable. So far, he had only developed an advanced version of his spatial radar, turning static images into a dynamic video feed. And how many layers had he stacked? 15. I've obtained quite a few evolution stones recently. My spatial stacking should have increased. He started testing. 16 layers easy. 17 required focus. 18 getting difficult. 19 pressure increasing. 20 immense strain. 21 needed his full effort. 22? Impossible. Wei Ming stopped there. 21 layers would do for now. Time to see if there were any changes. He cast the stacked space outward. 8 seconds later, the space fully dissipated. With 15 layers, it had only lasted 3 seconds. In other words, his spatial radar could now provide 8 seconds of real-time data. However, using a 21-layer space just for radar scans was wasteful. By using 3 consecutive scans at 15 layers each, he could achieve a total of 9 seconds of video feed while consuming far less energy than a single 21-layer scan. So using it for spatial radar was impractical. Suddenly, with a soft pop, a loaf of bread was flattened. This was his current limit. Wei Ming grinned. He had just crushed that loaf purely with his mind, just as he could inside his dimensional space. With a single thought, it was done. However, there were severe limitations. First, the effect only lasted 8 seconds. After that, the stacked space would disappear. Second, his power was greatly restricted. Unlike within his personal space, where he was omnipotent, his control here was weak. He could instantly squash a loaf of bread, but he couldn't crush someone's bones the same way. No matter. If 21 layers weren't enough, then what about 31? 51? One day, he would gain absolute control over reality itself. But for that, he needed more evolution stones. Damn. It looks like more and more people are discovering the secret of evolution stones. Zhang Shiquan and Jin Kuan both reached level 2.0, meaning they've had access to the stones. Then there's that invisible bastard. He hasn't reached level 2.0 yet, but he clearly has a stronger physique, meaning he's had evolution stones as well. And then there's the foreigner, Peter. That makes 4 confirmed cases. How many others exist in Haidu? We need to speed up our efforts to buy evolution stones. Time to increase the bounty. Even if the whole world learns the secret, people will still sell them to me for the right price. Wei Ming instructed Zhao Guofu to double the purchase price for evolution stones. Who could compete with him now? After teasing Zhou Xin for a while, Wei Ming happily left the Dragon King's hall to experiment with Jin Kuan's ability. Now, he possessed 3 different level 2 abilities, though he still lacked the invisibility template. Otherwise, that sneaky bastard wouldn't have been able to escape into his spatial gate. Jin Kuan's ability allowed his entire body to behave like dough, absorbing blunt force attacks effortlessly. Even if someone completely flattened him, he would instantly return to his original form once the pressure was released. However, sharp weapons were another matter. If he was cut, his body would split apart with ease. That said, even then, he could still regenerate rapidly unless the severed parts were kept separate. After about 30 seconds, both halves would return to normal, but by then, he'd be dead. Of course, Wei Ming wasn't about to test this on himself. Instead, he had captured a few criminals in the act and experimented on them. For me, the best part of this ability is the fact that it can stretch and contract at will. Wei Ming grinned. He was about to give Yu Chutong and the others a big surprise. They were going to be thrilled. Zhang Shiquan fled in utter disgrace. An hour later, he finally stopped running. He hid inside an abandoned supermarket, panting heavily. So hot. He stuck out his tongue, looking miserable. Ever since the apocalypse began, thanks to his ice ability, he had never felt heat. But now that he had overexerted himself, he could finally experience the brutal reality of this world. It was suffocating. I swear I'll have my revenge. You just wait. I'll find allies, cut off your head, and play with your women until they die. But for now, I need to escape to another city and lay low. Revenge is a dish best served cold. 30 years of fortune, 30 years of ruin, never underestimate a desperate man. Fushing base. Commander, that's the situation. A evolver finished his report. Hu Chang and Zhao Mingyu fell into deep thought, their expressions turning grim. Based on the battle description, it's clear that Zhang Shiquan, Jin Kuan, and this Wei Ming all possess an instinct for sensing danger, which means their abilities have reached the same level as ours, Hu Chang said in a low voice. Zhao Mingyu nodded in agreement. Looks like the secret of the evolution stones is out, many people already know about them. Damn it! We're still a step behind. Hu Chang slammed his fist into the air, as if striking an invisible enemy. The sheer force of his punch caused ripples to spread through the air, a testament to its terrifying power. Zhao Mingyu turned to Hu Chang. Boss, should we put our plans on hold for now? We have no choice but to pause. Hu Chang was visibly frustrated. Wei Ming's strength has reached our level, and Cheng Yang is probably just as powerful. No wonder he dared to charge in alone. He paused, then closed his eyes. Despite being shut, his eyeballs twitched violently. After a long moment, he opened them again. I've analyzed Wei Ming's battle against Jin Kuan and Zhang Shirquan. I suspect he has an ability that suppresses Evolver's powers. That's impossible! Zhao Mingyu exclaimed. Hu Cheng's expression remained serious. Think about it, Jin Kuan's ability made his body like putty, rendering him immune to blunt attacks. So why was Wei Ming able to snap his neck? But Zhang Shirquan managed to escape, didn't he? Zhao Mingyu countered. Hu Cheng smirked. When fighting Zhang Shirquan, Wei Ming used a staff, he never made direct contact with him. That's why I believe his ability only works through physical touch. Zhang Shirquan's ability is ice-based and can be used from a distance. Wei Ming wouldn't dare touch him directly, which is why he had to use a weapon instead. If Wei Ming were here to hear this analysis, he would have applauded, it was spot on. Hu Cheng hadn't witnessed the fight firsthand, yet he had deduced the details with eerie accuracy. His analytical skills and insight were frightening. Boss, what should we do now? Zhao Mingyu asked. We can't just sit back and watch the Dragon King's Hall grow stronger, can we? They have an absurd amount of resources, we can't compete with them. Fushing Base existed for the purpose of rebuilding human civilization. It housed numerous high-tech laboratories, but when it came to material resources, well, they barely had enough to survive. On top of that, their recent expansion had pushed the base past its capacity. Everyone had to ration their food and supplies, otherwise, some people would starve to death. Competing with the Dragon King's Hall in terms of resources? Impossible. Wei Ming had raised the purchase price of evolution stones to 20 liters of water per 500 grams. Could Fushing Base afford to match that? If they failed to deliver even once, people would lose faith in them. Reputation takes years to build, but it can collapse in a single day. Hu Cheng rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the situation. Then, suddenly, a thought struck him. At this point, no one should have access to such vast resources. Unless what? Zhao Mingyu asked eagerly. Despite being promoted to deputy commander, he still followed Hu Cheng's lead in everything, lacking independent judgment. Hu Cheng smirked. I once overheard Lao Zhang and the others mention something. Haidu's underground bases weren't just limited to this one. Our base was built to preserve high-tech research and advanced weaponry, but there was another location with a different purpose. A place built for people to live in. In terms of living conditions, it's far superior to ours. In fact, it shouldn't even be called a base, it's more of a luxury shelter. This shelter was originally built to sell to the wealthiest elites in Haidu. Even the smallest villa there cost over 5 billion yuan. The money raised from those sales was meant to fund the most critical research and construction projects. The shelter can accommodate over 1,000 people, providing an extravagant lifestyle. So if Wei Ming took control of it, wouldn't that explain why he has such an endless supply of resources? Zhao Mingyu was stunned. How did I not know about this? Hu Cheng sneered. The old foxes in charge never trusted us country bumpkins who gained power through evolver abilities. I only learned about it by accident. Lao Zhang let it slip once, then immediately sent me away. But my hearing is far better than he realized. I heard everything. Zhao Mingyu was thrilled. If we seized that shelter, we'd instantly acquire a massive stockpile of resources. Hu Cheng nodded. But Wei Ming doesn't live in the Dragon King's Hall, that's common knowledge. Now that I think about it, he must be staying in that shelter. And if we include Chang Yang, that means there are 2 evolvers inside, both likely as powerful as us or even resistant to inhibitors. Zhao Mingyu's excitement faded. That won't be easy to deal with. Hu Cheng sighed inwardly. Zhao Mingyu was strong and obedient, but his lack of initiative was frustrating. Still, that was precisely why he trusted him, otherwise, he'd have to watch his back around him. After a brief pause, Hu Cheng said, for now, let's focus on finding the shelter's exact location. Zhao Mingyu grinned. That's easy, just have someone follow Wei Ming. Good. I'll leave that to you, Hu Cheng instructed. No problem. Zhao Mingyu pounded his chest confidently. Jin Kuan was dead, and Zhang Shirquan had fled. Neither would be a problem for now. With nothing urgent to do, Wei Ming turned his focus to studying his new abilities. Jin Kuan's power was fascinating, it could stretch and contract, thicken and thin, allowing for infinite variations. Wei Ming immersed himself in research. Of course, Yu Chutong and the others were more than happy to assist, their faces flushed with excitement. He had to admit, this ability was incredibly valuable for experimentation. In fact, he could probably study it for a lifetime and still not master it completely. Oh no, he would never get bored of it. Which meant he had to keep studying, every single day. With no urgent tasks, he stayed in the shelter for 3 days. Finally, he decided it was time to visit the Dragon King's Hall. Zhao Guofu had called yesterday. A large number of people had come to sell evolution stones. Individually, they didn't bring much, but together, the total was nearly 10 kilograms. That was huge. Wei Ming was delighted and decided to head over immediately. Today was June 28th, and as expected, the temperature had risen even further. Daytime highs had reached 67 degrees Celsius 152 degrees Fahrenheit, while nighttime temperatures still hovered around 48 degrees Celsius 118 degrees Fahrenheit. Even air conditioners were struggling to function. By now, most survivors had started digging underground shelters. With the help of evolvers, some dug to a depth of 10 meters, 33 feet, while deeper ones reached 20 meters, 66 feet. If an earth-controlling evolver assisted, they could dig as deep as 30 meters, 98 feet. At that depth, the temperature naturally became much more bearable. Due to the extreme heat, business at the Dragon King's Hall had slowed noticeably. After discussing with Zhao Guofu, Wei Ming decided it was time to relocate the entire operation underground. That was why Wei Ming had another task today, to create a group of digging-type evolvers. He didn't need many, just around 10 would do. If they worked every night, they could carve out a massive underground space beneath the hotel within a few days. Of course, excavation was one thing, but the underground facilities would never compare to the hotel's luxury suites. They had to work with what they had. This time, Wei Ming brought Lu Qing along, and the two drove to the Dragon King's Hall. Upon arrival, Wei Ming let Lu Qing do as she pleased while he went upstairs to find Zhao Guofu. The moment they met, Zhao Guofu placed several bags of stones on the table. He couldn't verify whether they were real evolution stones, so he had accepted them for now, allowing the sellers to stay at the hotel until Wei Ming confirmed their authenticity. Since the Dragon King's Hall had an impeccable reputation, the sellers didn't mind waiting a day or two. After all, staying at the Dragon King's Hall meant free food and lodging. Who would complain about that? Wei Ming inspected the stones one by one, then nodded. They're all genuine. Zhao Guofu finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. So these really make evolvers stronger? By now, the true value of evolution stones was no longer a secret. However, not all evolvers could find them, it was purely a matter of luck. That's why the people coming to trade them were mostly ordinary survivors. Since evolution stones were useless to them, they naturally wanted to sell them to the highest bidder. And without a doubt, Wei Ming was offering the best price. On top of that, the Dragon King's Hall had an unmatched reputation. If they weren't selling to Wei Ming, then who else? Wei Ming nodded. That's right, but when I use them, I can make others stronger as well. After some thought, he realized that Zhao Guofu's strength couldn't remain too weak after all, he was the public face of the Dragon King's Hall. Give me your hand, Wei Ming said. Zhao Guofu didn't hesitate for a second. He knew that if Wei Ming wanted to kill him, he wouldn't stand a chance to resist anyway. Wei Ming pulled him into his dimensional space, applied a level 2.4 physical enhancement template, and released him all within half a second. Zhao Guofu didn't even realize that he had disappeared for a brief moment. But what he did notice was an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. It wasn't just a small improvement, it was massive. Wei Ming smirked and tossed him a dagger. Zhao Guofu reacted instinctively, snatching the dagger out of midair without even turning his head. It wasn't until he actually looked at it in his hand that he realized something strange. He hadn't seen it coming. He hadn't even heard it. So why did he automatically reach out and catch it? Holy crap, I'm starving, he suddenly shouted. Wei Ming chuckled and ordered some food to be brought over. Then he explained, an evolver's abilities improve over time, and once they reach a critical point, they develop a natural sense for danger. I call it crisis precognition. Zhao Guofu was stunned, but even more shocked. Because this meant that Wei Ming could not only create evolvers but also boost their strength. Of course, his assumptions were a little too optimistic. The reason Wei Ming could do this was because he had a high-level physical enhancement template. If it had been a fire-type or gravity-type template, he wouldn't have been able to help. He could only enhance evolvers within his available abilities, which currently included physical enhancement, elasticity, and ice abilities, all at level 2.0. Once the food arrived, Zhao Guofu devoured it ravenously. When he was done, he immediately gathered 10 people. These were the ones Wei Ming would turn into digging-type evolvers. Of course, even royal soldiers need good pay, these men would receive the best treatment, and all their expenses at the Dragon King's Hall would be covered. With such generous rewards, all 10 of them swore their loyalty and promised to work hard. Wei Ming transformed them into earth-controlling evolvers, and Zhao Guofu led them away. Meanwhile, Wei Ming left the Dragon King's hall and began absorbing evolution stones. This time, he had a lot. 10 kilograms, 22 pounds. Actually, slightly over 10 kilograms, but just shy of 10.5 kilograms. He quickly absorbed them all, and his spatial abilities skyrocketed. Spatial gate could now open up to 9m x 9m, 30 feet x 30 feet. The maximum casting distance extended to 11 meters, 36 feet. Spatial radar now covered an area of 90m x 90m x 90m, 295 feet x 295 feet x 295 feet. That was just the immediate effect. Wei Ming began testing other improvements. He checked his dimensional stacking limit. 22 layers. 23 layers. 24 layers. That was his limit. Wei Ming was surprised. He had just absorbed 10 kilograms of evolution stones, yet he had only increased his stacking limit by 3 layers? Could it be that the more layers I stack, the harder it gets, increasing exponentially? That's the only explanation. No matter. I just need to acquire as many evolution stones as possible. Wei Ming tested his 24-layer stacked space. It now lasted 11 seconds before dissipating. And during those 11 seconds, his control over the space had improved significantly. With a single thought, he disintegrated a pile of rocks into dust, then instantly reassembled them back into a solid block. 11 seconds is more than enough time. No more fear of being surrounded. Even if hundreds of evolvers attack, I can tear them apart with a single thought. But against level 2 evolvers, will it be that easy? I'll find out soon enough. Wei Ming felt a huge sense of relief. Other evolvers were growing stronger, but now he was finally making progress too, developing a devastating new ability. When he returned to the Dragon King's hall, he found the earth-controlling evolvers working at full speed. In just 2 hours, they had dug 4 meters, 13 feet, deep, covering an area roughly the size of the hotel. That was insanely fast. Dozens of people were helping clear out the excavated dirt and debris. Fortunately, the groundwater had receded hundreds, even thousands of meters deep, so they weren't at risk of accidentally flooding the site. In fact, if they did hit groundwater, people would be overjoyed. Water was the most precious resource. Owning a private underground reservoir? That would be priceless. Before leaving, Wei Ming gave Zhao Guofu 30 evolution fruits, just in case. If any factions attacked while he was away, the Dragon King's hall had to survive. It was his primary source of evolution stones, and he couldn't afford to lose it. As he drove Lu Qing back to the shelter, something caught his attention. Just 5 minutes after leaving, someone was following them. Oh, someone still hasn't learned their lesson? They actually dare to follow me? Wei Ming habitually used his spatial radar to search for evolution stones, but instead, he detected a stalker. This person had left the Dragon King's hall around the same time as him. At first, Wei Ming thought it was just a coincidence, but 5 minutes had passed, and the guy was still trailing him. If that wasn't stalking, then what was? Looking for death. Wei Ming didn't stop the car. Instead, he switched seats with Lu Qing, letting her continue driving while he teleported out. His teleportation range was now 11 meters, more than double the original 5 meters. That meant his speed had also doubled. At this point, if he used teleportation for travel, he could probably match the efficiency of a speed-type evolver. After all, the speed-type template couldn't be upgraded, but teleportation would continue improving as he absorbed more evolution stones. Swish! 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 Wei Ming teleported multiple times, moving like a shadow in the dark. The stalker never even considered that Wei Ming might leave the car. Instead, he was still running as fast as he could, afraid of losing sight of the vehicle. Of course, he was an evolver, specifically a basic physical type. Otherwise, there was no way he could keep up with a moving car. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a flickering shadow ahead. It would appear for a split second, then vanish. Each time it appeared, it was nearly 10 meters closer. He was about 200 meters behind the car. After just 10 flickers, the shadow suddenly materialized right in front of him. The entire process took only 0.2 to 0.3 seconds. What the hell? Now he could see clearly that shadow was none other than Wei Ming. His heart nearly stopped. He never saw anyone exit the car, so how did Wei Ming suddenly appear in front of him? Without thinking, he threw a punch. A mere level 1.3 physical type? Wei Ming scoffed and punched back. Boom! Their fists collided. Wei Ming didn't budge an inch, but the stalker's arm instantly snapped, his elbow bone pierced through his skin, revealing stark white bone and gushing red blood. It was gruesome. Wei Ming spoke calmly, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" The man gritted his teeth, then turned and ran. Run? Wei Ming laughed, took a single step, and slapped him across the face. Smack! The man crashed to the ground. Wei Ming hadn't killed him. Instead, he nudged him with his foot and said, "Pretty stubborn, huh? I love stubborn people. It means I can have some fun. And no, wait. I'll talk. The man was on the verge of tears. He couldn't fight back, and he couldn't escape. His only choice was to cooperate. Total despair. Wei Ming sighed, as if disappointed that he wouldn't get to torture him. The man was terrified. He blurted out, "My name is Zhou Junjie. I was ordered by our commander to track you and find out where you live." "Oh?" Wei Ming smirked. "And who's your commander?" Zhou Junjie hesitated, clearly afraid of something. Just then, Lu Qing pulled the car around and parked. She got out, looking at the miserable figure of Zhou Junjie kneeling on the ground. Curious, she asked, "Why was he following us?" Zhou Junjie glanced at her, and a vicious thought crossed his mind. He suddenly lunged at Lu Qing. Obviously, he wanted to take her hostage to escape. But the moment he moved, Lu Qing swung her fist at him. Her punch was fast. Zhou Junjie never expected Lu Qing to be an evolver, so he wasn't prepared at all. On top of that, his right arm was already broken, so he had to attack with his left hand, which wasn't as fast or agile. He couldn't block in time. Her punch smashed straight into his nose. He stumbled back several steps, his face filled with absolute shock. A delicate, soft-looking woman like her was an evolver? What the hell? If she's an evolver, why would she even need to be a mistress? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Wei Ming didn't interfere. He knew Zhou Junjie was just asking for a beating. Sure enough. Still trying to act tough? Looks like I'll have to properly discipline you, Wei Ming chuckled. No! Zhou Junjie screamed as he desperately backed away. Did it help? No. A few minutes later, Zhou Junjie was completely broken, his expression lifeless, almost incapable of crying. And Wei Ming had extracted all the information he needed. Fushing base has undergone a coup? I was only gone for a few days, okay, maybe 7 or 8 days. Those 9 leaders sure were unlucky. First, they escaped Luo Yu's control only to be assassinated by Hu Chang and Zhao Mingyu. I don't really care who's in charge over there, but if they're targeting me, then they're all dead men. Wei Ming pressed his hand on Zhou Junjie's body. Poof! Zhou Junjie vanished. Let's go home. Wei Ming let Lu Qing drive while he sat in the passenger seat, resting with his eyes closed. Lu Qing didn't have permission to enter the shelter alone, otherwise, Wei Ming would have let her go back on her own. After dropping Lu Qing off, Wei Ming immediately headed back to the Dragon King's hall. "Come with me," he said to Zhou Xian. Since he was heading to Fushing base, bringing Zhou Xian along made sense. Plus, it would give her a chance to witness the harsh truth firsthand. It had been days since he last made progress with Zhou Xian, maybe it was time to push things forward. Zhou Xian didn't know what he was planning, but she had already agreed to follow Cheng Yang before. So now, she didn't refuse Wei Ming either. She simply grabbed her sword and silently followed him. As they got into the car, Wei Ming grinned. "Aren't you going to ask where we're going?" "Where?" Zhou Xian asked indifferently. "You'll find out when we get there." Zhou Xian rolled her eyes. "Are you messing with me again?" As they drove further into the outskirts, she finally realized Fushing base. "That's right." Wei Ming nodded. "Why are we going there?" Zhou Xian frowned. Wei Ming smirked. "Even though I kidnapped you, your heart still belongs to Fushing base. I figured I should let you go back." Zhou Xian stared at him in disbelief. This guy never hid his intentions toward her. But she had to admit, Wei Ming could have forced himself on her if he wanted to. Instead, he always tried to lure her with material wealth. In this world, where the strong ruled the weak, Wei Ming's approach was unusual. And now, he was letting her go? She was shocked, but also a little offended. Why? Was she not attractive enough? Did he prefer those other women over her? Zhou Xian took a deep breath to calm herself. Had she really started caring about his opinion? "Deal," she said firmly. "Of course." Wei Ming smiled. He stopped the car 1 kilometer from Fushing base. "From here, you walk the rest of the way," he said. Shen hesitated, took a few steps toward the base, then realized Wei Ming hadn't stopped her. He was actually letting her go. She suddenly felt lost. Wei Ming grinned. Then, using his invisibility, he silently followed her. Shen walked toward the base. At first, her steps were slow, as if she were deep in thought. But after a minute, her pace became firm and steady, and soon she arrived at the base entrance. "Who's there? Oh, Captain Zhou." The guard on duty had just begun to challenge her when he immediately recognized Shen. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the base, an evolver, and more importantly, the captain of the 3rd squad. Who in the base wouldn't recognize her? Shen gave a slight nod and entered the base. As soon as she disappeared from sight, the guard quickly pulled out his radio. "Sir, Captain Zhou has returned." "Yes, it's Captain Shen." Shen walked through the corridors, feeling an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. She hadn't been gone for long, yet everything felt strangely unfamiliar, like a lifetime had passed. A few minutes later, she officially stepped inside the base. "Ha ha ha ha. Captain Zhou, you're finally back." A loud laugh echoed through the hall. Zhao Mingyu strode forward, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, a greedy expression on his face. He had always desired Shen. After his recent power surge, he believed that even if she refused him, he could force her to submit. But before he could act, Shen was taken away by Cheng Yang and brought to the Dragon King's hall. Later, the hall's strength was proven to be immensely powerful, leaving him with no choice but to endure. Yet every time he imagined his dream woman in the arms of another man, an uncontrollable rage burned inside him. He wanted nothing more than to storm the Dragon King's hall to reclaim Shen. But he didn't have the strength to do so alone, and Hu Chang was too focused on the bigger picture to indulge in his personal desires. So all he could do was urge Hu Chang to take action and seize the Dragon King's hall as soon as possible. And now Shen had returned on her own. In his mind, she must have already been used countless times by another man. But he hadn't touched her yet. So he had to taste her for himself. What happened after that didn't matter. Shen glanced at Zhao Mingyu, her face showing undisguised contempt. She had always despised this man. Seeing her expression, Zhao Mingyu's smile faded into a menacing glare. "You bitch." Did she still think this was the old base? Back then, he had to restrain himself, but now? Now, he had absorbed numerous evolution stones, and his strength had soared. Did she really think she could disrespect him like before? And to make things worse, she ran off with another man? He had once thought she was pure and virtuous, but she had proven otherwise. If that was the case, then why should he hold back? Zhao Mingyu's lustful gaze swept over her stunning face and curvaceous figure, and the fire inside him erupted. With a lecherous grin, he sneered, "You dare look down on me? You slut! Let's see how I'll handle you." As he spoke, he stepped toward her. Shen was shocked. He actually dared to say such vile words out loud? And worse, he was about to attack her? Her sword flashed out of its sheath, pointing straight at Zhao Mingyu. With an icy tone, she warned, "Stay back. Or else, don't blame me for what happens next." "Ha ha ha. Shen, do you think I'm still the same as before?" Zhao Mingyu sneered. "You better drop to your knees and surrender unless you want me to hurt you. And trust me, I wouldn't want to damage something so delicate." Shen's frown deepened. Why was Zhao Mingyu acting so aggressively? Did the base see her as a traitor? Even so, his behavior wasn't normal. This wasn't how a traitor should be treated. His arrogance and cruelty were more like that of a bandit. What had happened to the base since she left? As Zhao Mingyu continued to close in, Shen activated her gravity ability. Suddenly, bam! Zhao Mingyu staggered, nearly falling. His ability was fire-based, meaning his physical strength wasn't exceptional. He immediately unleashed his power, boom, his entire body burst into flames. The blazing heat surrounded him, counteracting the gravitational pressure. "You're mine!" Zhao Mingyu roared, throwing a punch in the air. A fireball shot toward Shen. She swiftly swung her left hand, deflecting the fireball away. But the intense heat forced her to step back. "Your power has increased," she exclaimed. She had sparred with him before, and he had never been this strong. "Ha ha ha. So why don't you just be a good girl and surrender? It'll be easier for both of us." Zhao Mingyu laughed as he rapidly fired multiple fireballs in succession. This was how he should fight. He was a fire mage, not a close combat fighter. Of course, if someone did get too close, he still had tricks up his sleeve. Zhou Xian dodged while questioning, "Aren't you afraid of punishment for this?" "Punishment?" Zhao Mingyu laughed mockingly, but his attacks never stopped. "The previous leaders? All dead, Hu Chang and I killed them ourselves." "What?" Zhou Xian was stunned. "You, how could you?" she gasped. "What's there to be afraid of?" Zhao Mingyu scoffed. "You think this is still the old world? We're evolvers, why should we take orders from ordinary people?" Zhou Xian was speechless. It was clear Fushing Base was no longer a sanctuary. It had become nothing more than Hu Chang and Zhao Mingyu's private kingdom. Suddenly, she turned and ran. The decision was instantaneous. If she stayed, she would either be captured or killed, and there was no one left to help her. If even the previous leaders had been slaughtered, then anyone who remained was either evil or too weak to resist. "You think you can run?" Zhao Mingyu sneered. "Fire the inhibitor rounds." Bang! 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 Shots rang out as several men fired specialized suppressor rounds into the air. Zhou Xian's face darkened. If she inhaled even a trace of the suppressant gas, her abilities would be completely nullified, and then she would be at their mercy. She immediately used her power on herself, lightening her weight to increase her speed. She darted forward like a shooting star. But before she could escape, the corridor ahead sealed shut. A reinforced alloy gate slammed down, blocking her path. "Ha ha ha ha! All 7 security gates are locked. Let's see how you get out of this one." Zhao Mingyu sneered. Bang! Another inhibitor round was fired. Zhou Xian had nowhere to run. She looked at the impenetrable alloy door ahead, then back at Zhao Mingyu and his men behind her. Despair flickered in her eyes, but then, determination took over. She gripped her sword and charged straight at Zhao Mingyu. But he didn't fight back. The inhibitor gas was already working, he just needed to stall for time. As he gazed at her flawless beauty and perfect figure, his excitement grew unbearable. He just hated how slow the suppressant worked. Still, within a minute, her speed had noticeably slowed, the effects were taking hold. As Zhou Xian prepared to take her own life to avoid disgrace, a voice suddenly whispered in her ear. "Need some help?" It was Wei Ming. Zhou Xian had never been so happy to hear Wei Ming's voice. But where was he? And with the suppressant gas filling the air, how was he unaffected if he was right beside her? "Heh, watch as I bestow you with a brand new ability." Wei Ming chuckled. He had been watching for quite some time but had deliberately waited until now to act. With a simple press and release, Zhou Xian was briefly transported in and out of his alternate space, and in that instant, her ability was switched to a level 2.4 physical type template. In truth, her swordsmanship was exceptional, making the physical type ability the perfect match for her. Unfortunately, she had originally evolved a gravity-based power instead. But that didn't matter, Wei Ming could fix that. Zhou Xian froze for a moment, then suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of strength. It was as if she could punch a hole straight through the sky. But almost immediately, a deep hunger took over. "Go ahead and fight, I'll keep you fed." Wei Ming grinned. Then, he opened a spatial gateway directly inside Zhou Xian's stomach, force-feeding her high-protein, high-calorie food. There was no need to worry about digestion. With her new physique, her stomach was like a high-speed grinder, instantly breaking down the food and delivering nutrients to her body within seconds. Just moments later, her hunger had faded significantly. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingyu was still oblivious to what had just happened. He continued walking toward Zhou Xian, wearing a lustful grin. He was finally about to lay hands on this goddess-like beauty. His excitement was uncontrollable, his face was flushed red, like a teenager experiencing his first time. Then, suddenly, a strong sense of danger flooded his mind. Instinctively, he pushed his power to its limits, boom. His entire body transformed into pure fire. At the same time, swish. Zhou Xian's sword sliced cleanly through him, splitting him in two. But since he was currently in a fully elemental state, his body instantly reformed, as if nothing had happened. Even though he had narrowly escaped death, Zhao Mingyu's face was drained of color. How is your ability still active?" "Impossible. Under the effects of the suppressant gas, everyone should have been equally powerless." He himself wasn't affected because his ability was too advanced for the suppressant to work on him. But Zhou Xian? How was she unaffected too? Did she also get an evolution stone and power up? Shit. His plan had completely failed. Zhao Mingyu's face twisted into a deep frown. Without the suppressant to weaken her, capturing Zhou Xian would be much more difficult. And worst of all, he might have to injure her in the process. This was not what he wanted. Her perfect face, her flawless body, if he had to damage her, wouldn't that be such a waste? But before he could react, Zhou Xian attacked again. She was too fast. Zhao Mingyu frantically retreated, he didn't dare meet her blade head-on. He knew how terrifying her swordsmanship was. But then, he noticed something different. The constant gravity suppression on him was gone. He no longer had to waste energy resisting it. But just as he thought things might be in his favor. Boom! Zhou Xian punched a wall, shattering it into rubble and hurling the debris toward him. The sheer force behind the attack was terrifying. He had no choice, he had to fully elementalize to avoid taking damage. But that was highly draining. He couldn't maintain this state for long. Damn it! He was speechless. He had thought Zhou Xian had walked into a trap, but why did it feel like he was the one getting stomped? Should he call for Hu Cheng's help? No. That would be humiliating. What, he needed his boss's help to snatch a woman? What's next, asking his boss for help in bed, too? Shoot her. Fire. Zhao Mingyu shouted. This time, he wasn't ordering suppressant rounds, he meant real bullets. Since the suppressant wasn't working on her, why waste it? Shoot her legs. If any of you hit her above the waist, I'll kill you myself. She was too precious. If her body was riddled with bullet wounds, what a waste that would be. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted. But Zhou Xian could sense the bullets. Even without her gravity powers, her new level 2.4 physical type ability heightened her battle intuition. And unlike most people, she wasn't struggling to adjust to her new strength. Because she had trained in martial arts since childhood. The stronger and faster she became, the more natural it felt. Boom! 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 Zhou Xian moved like a shadow, weaving through the battlefield. Her kicks sent enemy soldiers flying one after another. Aya! Their screams filled the air as ribcages shattered under her attacks. Even with combat armor, they couldn't withstand her raw power. Wei Ming watched with amusement. If they were using the same physical template, he was certain Zhou Xian would destroy him in a fight. Her battle instincts were terrifying. If he could make her his subordinate, she'd be the perfect right-hand warrior. As he thought this, he continued sabotaging Zhao Mingyu. From time to time, he would open a spatial gate right beside Zhao Mingyu, forcing him into a state of constant panic. It felt like dancing on the edge of a cliff. He had to stop moving every few seconds, or risk stepping into the unknown void. Every time he hesitated, he was forced to burn more energy to maintain his fire form. And the worst part? He had no idea what was causing it. He was starting to lose his mind. Was this still Fushing base? Or had he somehow wandered into a death trap? By now, all of Zhao Mingyu's subordinates were down. Zhou Xian turned toward him, her sword gleaming coldly. A chill ran down Zhao Mingyu's spine. By all logic, he shouldn't be afraid of her. But the constant moments of dread, the unshakable feeling of death looming over him. He had no choice. Screw his pride. Boss, help me, he suddenly screamed. Zhou Xian was speechless. Just a moment ago, wasn't he acting all high and mighty, acting like she was already his? And now, he was calling for backup? Shameless. Zhao Mingyu felt no shame, only fear. Better to look bad than to die. Zhou Xian didn't waste time waiting for Hu Cheng. She kicked up debris, launching rocks at Zhao Mingyu, keeping him pressured. At the same time, she kept closing the distance, forcing him to stay in his fire form, draining his energy even further. Zhao Mingyu tried fighting back, but the spatial distortions kept disrupting him. He was trapped, unable to advance or retreat. And in just 30 seconds, his face turned pale, his energy was nearly exhausted. Then, a figure shot forward like lightning. Hu Cheng had arrived. Hu Cheng rushed over in a hurry. He could hardly believe it, someone had actually dared to attack Fushing base. Did they not understand that this was the most powerful force in Haidu? Their numbers, the quality of their revolvers, combined with suppressant rounds and combat armor, ensured that even ordinary soldiers could fight with terrifying strength. He moved like a flash of lightning, his speed unbelievable. A classic physical type evolver. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. This guy's power level was even above that of the foreigner Peter, reaching level 2.5, maybe even 2.6. New character template acquired. Done. Hu Cheng was just a few steps away from entering the battle when he stopped abruptly. A sudden and overwhelming sense of dread surged through him. It was as if taking another step would bring total annihilation. But, the path ahead looked completely safe. Too strange. Still, he had learned to trust his instincts, his danger sense had never been wrong before. Zhou Xian? He was slightly surprised. Wasn't this woman supposed to have gravity-based abilities? Yet, her current fighting style and aura clearly resembled a physical-type evolver, and not just an ordinary one, but an exceptionally strong one. Strange. Could evolvers' abilities change over time? Or had she awakened a second ability? If so, this was an incredible discovery. His gaze burned with intensity, as if looking at a priceless treasure. "Stop," he bellowed. Zhao Mingyu immediately stopped attacking, while Zhou Xian hesitated for a brief moment before halting as well. She demanded, "Did you kill the former leaders of this base?" She needed confirmation. Hu Chang nodded calmly. "That's right." Then, he added, or rather, explained. "This world now belongs to evolvers. What right do ordinary people have to rule over us?" Zhou Xian opened her mouth to argue, but stopped herself. Their ideologies were completely incompatible. There was no point in debating. Besides, she still had hope. If she could defeat Hu Chang and Zhao Mingyu, perhaps she could restore order to this base. With that thought, she resumed her assault on Zhao Mingyu. His ability was burning out fast. If she kept up the pressure, she could take him down first. Then, one-on-one with Hu Chang, she stood a real chance. Shit! Zhao Mingyu cursed. Was she insane? Did she not see that Hu Chang was already here? Hu Chang had always been the commander of Fushing base's evolvers, an absolute powerhouse. And now that he had acquired multiple evolution stones, his combat prowess was peerless. If it were him in charge, he would have already conquered all of Haidu by now. Then, he could have any woman he wanted: black, white, blonde, silver-haired, green-eyed, brown-eyed, all of them. And yet, Zhou Xian was still bold enough to attack him? Ridiculous. Hu Chang's expression darkened. "Zhou Xian," he warned coldly, "stand down, or I won't hold back." Then, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Your ability is gravity-based. So why are you suddenly a physical-type evolver?" It didn't make sense. If he could figure out how to acquire multiple abilities, the possibilities would be endless. But Zhou Xian ignored him completely and continued her relentless assault. "Boss, help me!" Zhao Mingyu yelled desperately. He wasn't just fighting Zhou Xian, he also had to stay on guard against the unknown danger lurking around him. The unseen threat was draining his sanity. Hu Chang's eyes turned icy. "So you insist on resisting?" He lifted his foot to step forward. And froze. A powerful surge of dread paralyzed him. Danger! 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 His raised foot refused to move forward. What the hell was this? Something wasn't right. An unseen threat? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Shang Yang. The invisible evolver who had infiltrated Fushing base before. He had to be here. "Shang Yang," he shouted, his voice echoing through the hall. "If you're here, then show yourself. Stop sneaking around like a coward." Chang Yan? Zhao Mingyu finally understood. So that's where the danger was coming from. Yes. Shang Yang had invisibility powers. He must have been lurking unseen, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But Zhou Xian's face looked strange. Chang Yan? That was clearly Wei Ming. Wait. Wei Ming also had invisibility. Wei Ming was also immune to suppressant rounds. Could there really be two people with the exact same abilities? And come to think of it, Wei Ming and Shang Yang had never appeared together. Realization hit her like a thunderbolt. Shang Yang is Wei Ming. Wei Ming is Chang Yang. As for the different faces, he had the power to bestow and alter abilities. Would it be so difficult for him to change his appearance? That bastard. He had lied to her this whole time. Zhou Xian was furious. But now wasn't the time to argue with Wei Ming. While Hu Chang was distracted, she had to finish off Zhao Mingyu, then she and Wei Ming could take down Hu Chang together. Boom! 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 Her attacks grew even more aggressive. Although she had just acquired her physical type ability, she needed no adjustment period at all. Every sword strike was flawless, flowing seamlessly. Zhao Mingyu was on the verge of breaking. "Boss, help me," he screamed again. Hu Chang scoffed in disgust. "Pathetic. A one-on-one fight and you're losing? And you even used evolution stones, yet you still can't beat a woman? Useless." But honestly, it wasn't too surprising. Zhao Mingyu relied purely on brute force, blindly throwing fireballs around. He had never truly trained or mastered his ability. Against weaker revolvers, he could overpower them easily. But against someone of equal strength? He was utterly outmatched. Especially against Zhou Xian. Her combat talent was terrifying. Her swordplay was so fluid, it was as if the blade itself was alive. Even Hu Cheng found himself a little wary. "Gunners, get ready," he commanded coldly. "Fire!" Instantly, a hail of bullets rained toward Zhou Xian. She immediately halted her attack on Zhao Mingyu and dodged. Whoosh! 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 She moved like a phantom, weaving through the gunfire. The soldiers couldn't even aim properly, they were shooting blindly, hoping to land a hit. Truthfully, even if she was hit, as long as it wasn't a vital spot, she could tank it. She just didn't realize it yet. Wei Ming grinned. Did they really think he wasn't here? Time to turn things up a notch. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a rocket launcher into the battlefield. Holy shit! A rocket launcher! Take cover! The soldiers panicked, scrambling to flee. Some of them were wearing combat suits, but those could only block bullets. Could they withstand the explosive force of a rocket? As the rocket was fired, the crowd scattered in all directions. But could human speed possibly outrun a rocket? Boom! An explosion erupted, flames roared, and thick smoke filled the air. Fortunately, the underground base was spacious and tall enough that the shockwave from the blast wasn't strong enough to cause a cave-in. Otherwise, trapped dozens of meters below ground, no one would have made it out alive. At last, Wei Ming revealed himself. But the moment he did, he switched templates. A physical type template, specifically, Hu Cheng's physical ability level. 2.6 level? Fine. He'd match it. You're Chang Yan? Hu Cheng emerged from the smoke, staring at Wei Ming coldly. He was seething with rage. Just two people, and they had turned the entire base upside down. This was a blatant humiliation. Unlike Zhao Mingyu, he wasn't obsessed with women. To him, women were just a distraction, his true passion was power. And what did rulers hate the most? Rebellion. Wei Ming smiled slightly. I'm not Chang Yang. I'm Wei Ming. Wei Ming? Hu Cheng's eyes narrowed. The mastermind behind Dragon King Hall. He had been trying to locate the sanctuary to wipe out Wei Ming and Chang Yang in one move, yet Wei Ming had walked right through the front door. Technically, this was his home turf, which meant he had the advantage. So why did he feel uneasy? Wasn't Wei Ming's only advantage his invisibility? Now that he had revealed himself, why did Hu Cheng still feel this sense of dread? Hu Cheng didn't understand. But within a fraction of a second, he shook off his doubts. So what? He was the strongest. He would crush this enemy. Wei Ming had delivered himself to his doorstep, so he'd send him to hell. His legs bent slightly as he began to charge up power. The moment he moved, it would be a fatal strike. Die. Just as he was about to launch forward, a sudden surge of terror stopped him in his tracks. What the hell? Wei Ming had already revealed himself, so why was he still feeling this intense danger? He moved again, but instead of charging forward, he sidestepped, trying to circle around Wei Ming. If the front was dangerous, he'd go around. A true 2.6 level physical type evolver, his speed was terrifying. Wei Ming barely saw a blur, and Hu Cheng was already upon him. Ha! You think I'm afraid of a direct fight? Wei Ming clenched his fist and swung forward with full force. Boom! Their fists clashed, sending both of them staggering backward. A smirk crept across Wei Ming's lips. Behind Hu Cheng, a space gate opened. Hu Cheng's danger sense flared, he roared and stopped himself mid-step. His expression twisted in disbelief. How many abilities do you have? First, invisibility, no doubt about that. Second, physical enhancement. He had matched him blow for blow. If that wasn't a physical type ability, what was it? Third, something unknown. And this unknown ability was the most terrifying of all. Time and time again, it had triggered his survival instincts, warning him that one wrong step would mean death. So, Wei Ming had at least 3 different abilities? Hu Cheng had never seen or even heard of anyone possessing 2 abilities. Now, a 3-ability evolver had appeared? His shock was immeasurable. Wei Ming grinned. Why would I tell you? Fair point. Who would ever reveal their secrets to an enemy? Boss. Boss. On the other side, Zhao Mingyu was completely overwhelmed. The flames covering his body had grown thin and weak, and his fire immunity was failing. Wounds were already forming, blood seeping out. Hu Cheng took a deep breath. He had never thought much of Zhao Mingyu. The man had no leadership skills, no restraint, and was utterly controlled by his desires. If not for his evolutionary abilities, he'd be a total waste of space. Still, he was useful, obedient, and easy to control. Hu Chang sighed. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me what you want, and I'll consider it. In his mind, this was a major concession. Wei Ming chuckled. You had your men stalk me to find out where I live. Clearly, your intentions weren't good. Now that I'm the one at your doorstep, you think one sentence will make me leave? Ha! No chance. Did he come here just to hear an apology? Oh wait, Hu Chang hadn't even apologized. All he did was ask what they wanted. Arrogant bastard. Hu Chang's brows furrowed. Zhao Mingyu's condition was getting worse by the second. If Zhou Shen kept attacking, or if he didn't intervene, the guy would be dead within a minute. But Wei Ming wouldn't let him. He had no choice. Hu Chang dashed toward Zhou Shen, trying to break through. Wei Ming laughed. Are you serious? He raced after him. They had the exact same character template, the same speed, same strength. They were 6 meters apart. Wei Ming opened a space gate directly in Hu Chang's path. A wave of dread surged through Hu Chang. He jerked to a stop. Wei Ming smirked. Trying to attack someone else in front of me? You must not take me seriously at all. Hu Chang had no words. He just scowled deeply. This wasn't going to end well. Zhao Mingyu's desperate voice rang out again. Boss! Boss! Cold sweat poured down his face. His power was fading fast. Hu Chang wanted to help, but Wei Ming wouldn't let him pass. Seeing that his leader wasn't coming, Zhao Mingyu panicked. With a loud thud, he dropped to his knees before Zhou Xian. Please spare me. Spare me, he wailed. Zhou Xian froze. Seriously? He was the second in command of Fushing base. How could he kneel and beg like this? Shameless. But Zhao Mingyu didn't care. He had only one thought. He didn't want to die. The richer, the more powerful someone was, the more they feared death. He was a 2.0 level evolver. Even among evolvers, he was high-ranking. He had power, status, resources. Why would he give all that up? Wei Ming said nothing. He wanted to see what Zhou Xian would do. Of course, no matter what she chose, Zhao Mingyu was already dead. Zhou Xian hesitated for only a second. Then, she raised her sword and swung. Wei Ming smiled. Nice choice. Zhao Mingyu was still begging for his life. But his energy was completely drained, his abilities exhausted, leaving him powerless. His desperate cries could not change his fate. And Hu Chang couldn't save him either. Zhou Xian's sword strikes were sharp and relentless. With her enhanced physical abilities, she no longer seemed like a mere warrior, she was like a celestial swordswoman from a wuxia novel. No more like a goddess of war, her movements light as air, her swordplay graceful and fluid, carrying an otherworldly elegance. Of course, Zhao Mingyu was in no mood to appreciate it. Don't kill me. Don't kill me, he kept repeating over and over. Slash. Zhou Xian's sword pierced straight into his chest. This time, Zhao Mingyu couldn't ignite himself to avoid the damage. The sword sank deep, and soon, blood began to flow. He stared at Zhou Xian in shock, fear filling his eyes, but also unwillingness. When Zhou Xian had come here, he thought she was walking into a trap, that he would finally get what he wanted. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect it to end with his own death at her hands. But so what if he was unwilling? As his life force drained away, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, frozen in eternal regret. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. Wei Ming nodded slightly. Zhou Xian had principles, she had a moral code, but she wasn't a fool. Good. If she had been some naive, self-righteous saint who wanted to save everyone, she would only end up getting herself killed. This was the apocalypse. Unless you were a god, saving everyone was impossible. Wei Ming turned his gaze toward Hu Chang and smiled. Let's finish this one off too. Agreed. Zhou Xian didn't hesitate. Hu Chang was the real threat to the base's safety. As long as he lived, the base would remain under his rule. And with his ambition, his thirst for power, and the scarcity of resources in the apocalypse, the base wouldn't survive long under his leadership. Hu Chang would pour everything into developing weapons, enhancing suppression rounds, upgrading combat suits, and amassing military power. But what about the regular people? What about food, shelter, survival? If Hu Chang had his way, in the end, only a handful of elites would survive while everyone else perished. Was that really worth it? Hu Chang's face darkened. Zhao Mingyu had just been killed right in front of him, and rage boiled within him. But Wei Ming had already proven himself his equal. And now, with Zhou Xian by his side, could the two of them actually kill him? The worst part? The entire base, and no one was coming to help him. Killing the 9 original leaders had already turned many people against him. Now that he was on the verge of defeat, who would risk their lives for him? Hatred burned deep in his heart. He had fought so hard for power, only to have it ripped away. He couldn't accept it. But did it matter? If he kept fighting, he might not just lose power, he might lose his life too. And if he died, it would all be for nothing. Hu Cheng turned and ran. Whoosh! He exploded forward at full speed. If he survived today, he could go underground, assassinate, spread fear, and force the base back under his control. This was the apocalypse. The cruelest one always came out on top. Stop right there! Zhou Xian shouted, chasing after him with her sword. Wei Ming immediately switched templates. Speed plus metal control. Even though this meant his power level dropped to 2.0, the speed boost alone kept him on equal footing with Hu Cheng. And then, Space Gate activated. Whoosh! Several steel rods shot out like javelins. Each one started at 50 meters per second, but Wei Ming used metal control to accelerate them further. Their speed surged past 130 meters per second. Way faster than Hu Cheng. The steel rods raced toward him, aiming to impale him mid-run. Hu Cheng had no choice, he swerved to dodge. If it had been bullets, he wouldn't have cared, his body was tough enough to take the hits. But steel rods were heavier, and at over 100 meters per second, the impact force would be deadly. He couldn't risk it. But the moment he changed direction, Wei Ming and Zhou Xian caught up. Zhou Xian attacked first, her sword flashing toward him. Wei Ming followed up, opening another space gate right behind Hu Cheng. Instantly, Hu Cheng felt danger from both directions. One from the front, Zhou Xian's sword. And one from behind, an unseen, deadly threat. His instincts screamed. The back was even more dangerous. He lunged forward, meeting Zhou Xian head-on, throwing a punch to intercept her sword. Clang! Fist met blade, producing a sharp metallic ring. Hu Cheng had the greater strength, but Zhou Xian wasn't far behind. And with her incredible swordsmanship, she wasn't at a disadvantage. And she wasn't alone. Wei Ming grinned. More steel rods burst out of the space gate, hurtling toward Hu Cheng's back. Hu Cheng had barely blocked Zhou Xian's attack when he felt the sharp sting of danger again. With no other choice, he spun around and punched. The steel rods were knocked aside. Impressive! Impressive! Wei Ming mockingly applauded. Hu Cheng's face twisted in fury. This bastard, he was taunting him? He wanted to rip him apart, but couldn't. And Zhou Xian wasn't stopping. Her sword struck again. Hu Cheng had superior raw power, but Zhou Xian was a combat genius. Even though her stats were slightly lower, her skill made up for it. She was pushing Hu Cheng back. Damn it! Hu Cheng finally understood Zhao Mingyu's frustration. Zhou Xian was too damn strong. With a new ability, she had become unstoppable, like a tiger unleashed. But the real problem was Wei Ming. At first, Hu Cheng had doubted it. But when he saw steel rods materializing out of thin air, he knew. His intuition had been right all along. Wei Ming had an unknown ability. But what was it? Too bad, he'd never find out. Wei Ming kept harassing him, opening space gates, launching steel attacks, keeping him on edge. Hu Cheng was exhausting himself just trying to keep up. At this rate, he wouldn't just lose. He would die. But physical-type evolvers were tough. Even with everything stacked against him, Hu Cheng was holding on. At least for now. Meanwhile, more and more people were gathering to watch. The battle between Wei Ming, Zhou Xian, and Hu Cheng was so intense and prolonged that it naturally attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Why are you all just standing there? Help me! Hu Cheng roared. But everyone just stared at him coldly. Help him? Ha! The moment he took control of the base, he executed the 9 original leaders and implemented policies that favored only the evolvers, treating ordinary people like dirt. Hu Cheng was too strong, so no one dared to voice their anger. But now that he was losing, the crowd wasn't about to help him, they were more likely to kick him while he was down. Help him? Why? So he could continue oppressing them? Even if the next leader wasn't much better, it couldn't possibly be worse than this, right? As Hu Cheng looked into the cold, emotionless eyes of the crowd, he finally realized how deeply hated he was. Yet, he couldn't understand why. Why? What did these ordinary people have to complain about? If it weren't for us evolvers, he thought, you wouldn't even have food or water. Sure, we take the best for ourselves, but without us, how would you bring any supplies back at all? You should be grateful that we even let you have the leftovers. Did you actually think you were equal to us? You ungrateful bastards. Hu Chung gritted his teeth, his face twisting with rage. If I survive this, I swear I'll kill every single one of you. His threat immediately turned the crowd against him. At first, they were just watching the show, but now? Now, they began shouting for his death. Kill this son of a bitch. Don't let this scumbag live. Hu Cheng's anger exploded. A bunch of pathetic nobodies daring to insult him? How dare they? He wanted nothing more than to slaughter them all, but how could he, when he was barely holding his own against Wei Ming and Zhou Xian? Even a physical-type evolver had limits. How long could he keep this up? After half an hour, his stamina was completely drained. Sweat poured down his face, blurring his vision. At that moment, he finally tasted despair. Unlike Zhao Mingyu, he had no intention of surrendering. Instead, he launched one last desperate attack, determined to drag Zhou Xian down with him. But with Wei Ming around, how could that possibly work? In the end, Zhou Xian's sword pierced his heart, ending his life. Hu Cheng died with his eyes wide open, filled with resentment. If not for Wei Ming, he thought, I wouldn't have lost, let alone died. Zhou Xian, on her own, was never a match for him. If Wei Ming hadn't changed her ability, she wouldn't have even been able to defeat Zhao Mingyu, let alone him. Hu Cheng was dead. Zhao Mingyu was dead. The 9 former leaders were also dead. But the revival base still had over 20,000 survivors, they couldn't just let it collapse into chaos. So, after a brief discussion, Zhou Xian and Wei Ming agreed. She would pick capable individuals to manage the base, while they would oversee everything from the background. Wei Ming didn't care about running the base. He had nothing to gain from it. Well, except one thing. Not food. Not supplies. Technology. The base's combat suits, suppression rounds, and scientific advancements were far more valuable to him than anything else. Zhou Xian quickly got to work. Based on her experience, she selected 5 leaders. Not 9. 9 was too many. With only 20,000 people, there was no need for so many officials sitting around doing nothing and wasting resources. Meanwhile, Wei Ming just sat back and relaxed, feeling pretty satisfied. After all, he had just acquired 2 new ability templates, one for fire-based abilities, the other an enhanced physical template. Although, they weren't exactly new. He already had fire and physical abilities, these were just stronger versions. Too bad Jian Ro's ability hadn't evolved yet. Right now, his dual ability system had a limitation. He could only boost one ability to level 2. The other one would always be stuck at level 1. A frustrating limitation. Still, it didn't matter. Because in the end, the real key was his own power. As long as he kept stacking more layers of his alternate dimension, why would he even need multiple abilities? One thought reshape reality. By morning, Zhou Xian had finally finished organizing everything. Exhausted, she collapsed onto a chair, sighing. Even in the apocalypse, people are obsessed with power. Instead of trying to fix real problems, they waste time fighting for control. Unbelievable. Wei Ming ignored her complaints. Instead, he just smiled at her and said, I just did you a huge favor. So, how are you going to thank me? Zhou Xian's expression froze. Oh no. Here it comes. She had known all along that Wei Ming wasn't the type to help for free. There was no way he did all this out of kindness. He wasn't just expecting repayment. He was demanding it. Zhou Xian panicked slightly, then quickly changed the subject. You're also Chang Yang, aren't you? Oh? Not just dodging the question but counterattacking? Wei Ming chuckled. He nodded. Yeah. You figured it out. Well, there was no point hiding it now. But she thought she could get out of this by changing the topic? Not a chance. Zhou Xian had suspected it for a while, but hearing him confirm it still made her furious. You played me like a fool, she accused. Wei Ming smirked. What do you mean played, he said innocently. I never even touched you. Zhou Xian blinked, then realized what he meant. Damn pervert. Her face flushed red, and she huffed in annoyance. Humph. Consider us even then, she declared. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh? And what makes you think that? He asked, amused. First of all, I never meant to deceive you, he said. And second. He leaned forward, smirking. Even if I did, how does that compare to saving your life twice? Think about it. If I hadn't taken you away from the base, what would have happened? And if I hadn't been there when you were hit with suppression rounds, what would have happened then? Shen bit her lip. She wasn't unreasonable. He was right. If not for Wei Ming, she would have ended up as Zhao Mingyu's plaything. But admitting that meant giving in to him. I'm a woman, she said, trying to sound pitiful. Can't you just let me off the hook? She pouted, looking so stunningly beautiful that most men would have melted on the spot. Wei Ming, however, remained unfazed. He wanted more than a pout. He grinned. Not a chance, he said. I'll only accept one form of payment. Marry me. Shen gritted her teeth. You tyrant, she snapped. Wei Ming just laughed. Then repay me another way, he challenged. By the way. He smirked again. Your current ability? It's temporary. Shen's expression changed. After 24 hours, you'll return to normal. Unless, you want me to change it for you permanently. And that made her hesitate. For Shen, the abilities she had right now were simply perfect. They allowed her to fully unleash her combat skills to their maximum potential. But, it would only last for 24 hours? Although her gravity ability was useful, it wasn't truly the best fit for her. If you become my woman, I can give you any ability you desire, Wei Ming tempted her. He had already figured out that material wealth didn't appeal to Shen, probably because she had grown up in a privileged environment. But combat? She had a passion for fighting, so that was the key to breaking her defenses. Shen glared at him with resentment, gritting her teeth. You're really shameless, she snapped. And yet, she couldn't bring herself to truly hate him. If Wei Ming were no different from Zhao Mingyu, he would have simply taken her by force. After all, he was strong enough to do so. But he didn't. Instead, he offered trades, used temptation, and gave her choices. She had also been saved by him twice. How could she not feel even a little grateful? Besides, women are naturally drawn to strong men. Of course, Wei Ming was way too much of a womanizer, which ruined his appeal somewhat. So now, Shen was stuck in a dilemma. If she agreed, it meant giving him her body. If she refused, first, she would seem ungrateful, like someone who betrayed a benefactor. Second, she genuinely loved fighting. And without Wei Ming, she wouldn't be able to continuously gain new abilities. If she had never experienced this feeling, maybe it wouldn't be a problem. But now that she had tasted it, she found herself craving more. She wanted to grow stronger. And only Wei Ming could give her that. You really are an ungrateful woman, Shen, Wei Ming said deliberately. Shen rolled her eyes. Don't even try using reverse psychology on me, she scoffed. Then she fixed her gaze on him and asked. You already have so many women, so why do you have to have me? Wei Ming burst into laughter. Ancient emperors had 3,000 concubines, he said. I'm nowhere near that number. Then, he added with a smirk. And besides. He leaned in slightly. You see, right now, I'm only interested in women. But if I get rejected too many times, who knows? Maybe I'll shift my focus to power instead. He grinned. And if that happens, if I become a ruthless dictator, it'll all be your fault. Shen was speechless. What kind of insane logic was that? But she thought about it seriously for a moment. If Wei Ming really became obsessed with power, with his abilities, the world would be in serious trouble. After a long silence, she finally made up her mind. Fine, she said. I'll be your woman. Wei Ming's lips curled into a satisfied smile. But before he could say anything, Shen added. But you have to promise me you'll be a good person. Wei Ming shook his head. I won't be a good person, he said plainly. At best, I'll just avoid being a bad one. Then, after a pause, he added. But only for our own people. As for foreigners. He sneered. Especially those damn Japanese and that blonde-haired, blue-eyed nation. He had every intention of wreaking havoc in Japan. And if his abilities allowed it, he'd even take a trip to the West. There were plenty of tall, foreign beauties he hadn't had enough of yet. No way was he going to spare those people. Shen didn't really care. Why should she? It wasn't like she had any love for foreigners. And as for the Japanese? They weren't even human to her. All right, she said. She held out her hand. It's a deal. Wei Ming smirked and shook her hand. Since she had already made her choice, Zhou Xian didn't hesitate anymore. She asked, "Why are your abilities so different from everyone else's?" "Maybe." Wei Ming chuckled. "I'm just the main character of this new era?" Zhou Xian rolled her eyes. "I've never seen a protagonist so perverted," she scoffed. Wei Ming laughed heartily. He didn't mind at all. He was just being honest. And besides, he wasn't some tyrant who wanted his women to cower in fear around him. What was the fun in that? He liked his women to be playful, spirited, and unafraid to tease him. Of course, they still needed to know who was in charge. "Come on," he said. "Let's do some experiments." Zhou Xian narrowed her eyes. She immediately became suspicious. "Experiments?" she asked. Wei Ming laughed. "Relax," he said. "It's a real experiment, not something dirty." He pulled her into his alternate dimension, then upgraded her ability. She was now a 2.6 level physical type evolver. Then, he gave her a fruit. After eating it, she gained a physical strength plus gravity hybrid template. Zhou Xian ate some food first since stronger abilities required more energy. Then, she began testing her new powers. Her strength, speed, and reflexes had all improved slightly. She could also use her gravity ability again, although it wasn't as strong as before. But that didn't matter. Gravity was just a bonus. The real power was in her physical strength. "Do you even realize how terrifying your abilities are?" Zhou Xian asked, staring at him with wide, astonished eyes. Wei Ming shrugged. "You tell me," he said. Zhou Xian sighed. Why was this guy so damn carefree? With abilities this powerful, shouldn't he be doing something bigger? Instead, he was wasting time chasing women. But then again, if someone like Hu Chang had these abilities, things would be much worse. Maybe it was a good thing that Wei Ming was only interested in women. At least he had some principles. Since the sun had already risen, Wei Ming decided not to return to the shelter. Instead, he set up a bounty in the revival base, just like in Dragon King Hall. The price? 20 liters of water or 100 pounds of food per pound of evolution stones. With such a high offer, people were sure to sell. Zhou Xian clicked her tongue in amazement. So Zhao Mingyu and the others got this strong because of evolution stones? Yep, Wei Ming nodded. Zhou Xian shook her head. A single stone can make someone so much stronger. It's insane. Wei Ming chuckled. We have superpowers, Zhou Xian. Isn't that insane enough? Fair point, she admitted. Then, she started getting nervous. After all, she had agreed to be his woman. When was Wei Ming going to collect his reward? Wei Ming noticed her unease. But he didn't say a word. He just kept looking at her with a teasing, unreadable smile. Zhou Xian's face flushed red. Damn it. He was toying with her. Ha! Not in a hurry. A prize like her? He was going to enjoy it slowly. When night fell once again, Wei Ming took Zhou Xian back to the shelter. The entire way, the girl was extremely nervous, gripping her delicate hands tightly together. Anytime Wei Ming spoke to her, she would jump in surprise, her face flushing red in an instant. She was already so breathtakingly beautiful, yet still had such pure innocence about her. An hour later, the car arrived above the shelter. Zhou Xian found it strange. Why did Wei Ming bring her to a park? Could it be the legendary outdoor experience? She quickly shook her head, rolling her eyes at herself. Wei Ming chuckled. It's only been an hour, and you've already played out how many scenarios in your head? He grabbed her hand and teleported. Right now, how far could he open a space gate? 11 meters. Which meant his maximum teleportation range was also 11 meters. So, in an instant, they appeared on the second basement level, skipping past the alloy gate, and Wei Ming pressed the elevator button. This places. Zhou Xian's eyes widened in shock. Wei Ming smiled. Welcome to my world. Ding. Right on cue, the elevator doors opened. They stepped inside. Wei Ming pressed -1, and the elevator descended rapidly. When the doors opened again, Zhou Xian was hit with a powerful visual shock. This was a paradise? It's real, she murmured. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. What's real? Zhou Xian nodded. Before the apocalypse, I was still in university. Someone from the government approached me, asking if I wanted to buy a villa in a shelter. Each one cost 5 billion yuan, ridiculously expensive, but it was supposed to withstand any possible global disaster. I thought it was a scam, so I refused without hesitation. I never imagined it was actually real. Damn. Wei Ming turned to look at her. Just how rich were you? One villa cost 5 billion, and they even personally invited you to buy one? Just how much money did you have? Even Yu Chutong didn't know about this place. That meant Zhou Xian's wealth was far greater than Yu Chutong's. Zhou Xian showed a hint of sadness. I just inherited my parents' fortune, she said softly. Over 100 billion yuan, but I didn't earn it myself. Holy shit. Wei Ming was impressed. No wonder she was so hard to win over. She was literally born with a mountain of gold. Of course, material things wouldn't tempt her. Plus, she was already an evolver, meaning she never had to worry about starving or dying of thirst. So all those tricks he used on other women were completely useless on her. Still, she said inherited. That meant her parents were dead. Wei Ming didn't want to poke at an old wound, so he dropped the subject. Instead, he let Zhou Xian pick a villa for herself. By this time, Yu Chutong and the other women had noticed his return and gathered around him, all of them looking excited to see him again. They also saw Zhou Xian. But none of them were surprised. With a face like that, how could Wei Ming possibly let her go? Outside, Zhou Xian was a powerful evolver, someone who re-established order in the revival base. But here, she was just a little sister. She was actually the youngest among them, only 20 years old. Even Scarlet was already 22. At first, Zhou Xian looked down on the other women. She assumed they were all gold diggers, kept women, seduced by material wealth. But after spending some time with them, she realized some of them actually had strong personalities and remarkable qualities. Of course, she still held zero respect for Lu Qing, Changya, and the others. You should go wash up first, Wei Ming said, waving his hand. We'll eat when you're done. Zhou Xian hesitated. This place does have underground water, but it's not unlimited, she said. And we don't know how long this disaster will last. We should conserve it. I'll just wash my face and wipe down my body. Wei Ming burst out laughing. Relax, he said. The water here isn't from underground, it was stockpiled before the apocalypse. Then, he smoothly pulled out an excuse. He told her about the disappearance of the polar ice caps, how he had a secret storage space, and how he had prepared ahead of time. Then, to further reassure her, he added. Besides, the water here isn't wasted. There's a filtration and recycling system that purifies wastewater, so nothing goes to waste. Only then did Zhou Xian agree to take a shower. Wei Ming smirked. What filtration system? Total nonsense. He literally collected the polar ice caps. Water was the last thing he needed to worry about. 30 minutes later, Zhou Xian returned. She had changed into a casual outfit, but her long, elegant figure couldn't be hidden by loose clothing. Her hair was still half wet, making her look both relaxed and incredibly sexy. Even Wei Ming's women were momentarily stunned. She really is gorgeous. Yeah, even I'm jealous. I almost wish I was a man right now. Even if you were, you wouldn't stand a chance against Wei Ming. Forget it. I'll stay a woman. As the girls teased each other, Zhou Shen, who had faced death and danger without flinching, turned bright red, fidgeting awkwardly. The atmosphere was great. Wei Ming was very satisfied. Of course, he knew. Some of the girls were just acting. They only put on this harmonious front because he was here. But as soon as he left, who knew how they would scheme against each other? Not that he cared. As long as they didn't start an all-out war, it was fine. In fact, he actually enjoyed it when they competed for his attention. They started lunch early. Wei Ming pulled a feast out of his storage space. For ordinary people, these dishes would be considered rare delicacies. For wealthy heiresses like Yu Chutong and Zhou Xian, they weren't exactly luxurious. But in the apocalypse? Only Wei Ming could provide such a meal. Naturally, the women ate happily. Everyone except Tomoda Ayaka. She didn't even get a seat at the table. Instead, she moved around like a servant, pouring drinks and serving food. Zhou Xian frowned. Why isn't she eating? She was gorgeous, way better than Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, or Changya. Yet Wei Ming made her do chores? Why? Wei Ming casually replied. She's Japanese. Zhou Xian immediately understood. At first, she thought Wei Ming had a fetish for kimonos. But known Tomoda Ayaka was an actual foreigner. Zhou Xian wasn't nationalist, but she also didn't care about the Japanese. So she said nothing and continued eating. After the meal, the other women tactfully left. Now, only she and Wei Ming remained. Zhou Xian suddenly felt incredibly nervous. She lowered her head, playing with her fingers. Wei Ming chuckled, "Your chin is almost stabbing into your chest. Are you deliberately showing off how big your breasts are?" Zhou Xian was initially extremely nervous, but after hearing what he said, she rolled her eyes at him. Still, most of her unease disappeared. "Come on, I'll take you somewhere," Wei Ming said with a smile. He led Zhou Xian to the recreation area. Wow! Zhou Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was the apocalypse, yet this place looked like paradise. If she told someone about it, would they even believe her? "I need you to teach me combat techniques," Wei Ming said. That was also why he had brought Zhou Xian to the second level. There was more space here, and fighting in the sandpit wouldn't cause any damage. Under equal conditions, he stood no chance against Zhou Xian. He would be beaten to a pulp in mere seconds. That was the difference in natural combat talent. How could he improve? By sparring with a master. Hearing this, Zhou Xian's beautiful eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" "Perfect." Now she had a legitimate excuse to take revenge, no, to train Wei Ming. "Yes." Wei Ming nodded. "I promise to use the same abilities as you." With that, he adjusted both of their physical stats to level 2.6, focusing on martial arts and gravity-based abilities. Fight! Bang! 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 Within 10 seconds, Wei Ming had already taken 4 punches, leaving him bruised and battered. Zhou Xian looked innocent. "You asked for this yourself." "Yes, yes, yes." Again! Bang! 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 Again! Bang! 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 There was no escaping his fate of getting beaten up. However, Zhou Xian hadn't forgotten the original purpose. While punching Wei Ming, she also guided him on how to counterattack. This way, his progress was rapid. They kept fighting, though it was still mostly Wei Ming taking the hits. After over 2 hours, even with their enhanced physiques, they were both utterly exhausted, their moves becoming sloppy and imprecise. As a result, their boxing match turned into a wrestling match, the two of them entangled in a heap. Now this was Wei Ming's domain. Dragon Claw Grip. Old Tree Rooting Technique. At first, Zhou Xian thought it was normal. But soon, she realized something was off. Wei Ming's expression was way too excited. They were both drained of energy. How was he still this energetic? Then it hit her. She finally realized why Wei Ming was so thrilled. Oh! She was in serious danger. "I'm done. I need a break," she quickly said. "No problem, go ahead and rest. Leave the rest to me." Wei Ming refused to let go. The woman was soft, fragrant, utterly intoxicating. Zhou Xian struggled, but the more she resisted, the more thrilling it became. Ha. Finally, the storm passed. Wei Ming was completely satisfied. A rare treasure indeed, flawless beauty, perfect figure, and, well, every aspect was utterly addictive. Wei Ming fully embraced the life of a decadent ruler. He ignored all responsibilities, indulging in endless pleasures. Not that there was much to do anyway. The only things he needed were energy and evolution stones, which he was steadily collecting through Dragon King's Hall and the revival base. Energy wasn't an issue, it could be stockpiled and retrieved in bulk, but evolution stones were rare, and no new leads had surfaced. And, of course, there was also the matter of gathering beauties. But having just acquired such a top-tier gem, he was too busy enjoying himself to go searching for more. For 3 whole days, he stayed home, living in complete indulgence. Naturally, he used his enhanced physique, which meant only one thing: stamina for days. And even if he ever felt drained, one quick trip to the dimensional space for reconstruction, and he'd be back in peak condition. Ah, what a marvelous thing, this dimensional space. He had become a perpetual motion machine. His hedonistic spree was only interrupted when the revival base called to report that someone had found evolution stones. Only then did Wei Ming temporarily put an end to his debauchery and drive to the base. 3 evolution stones had been discovered, weighing a total of 5 pounds. After verifying their authenticity, Wei Ming promptly paid the bounty. The news spread quickly, causing an uproar across the entire base. At first, people had been skeptical. Who would believe that a few ordinary-looking rocks could be worth money? Are you messing with us? But now that someone had successfully exchanged them for rewards, the excitement exploded. A full-blown evolution stone hunt was about to sweep across the entire base. Wei Ming found a private room and immediately absorbed all 3 stones. 5 pounds. His stats saw a noticeable boost, leaving him quite satisfied. Most importantly, this was a great start. Soon, the entire base would be searching for evolution stones on his behalf. With so many people involved, the supply would surely skyrocket. What if he could collect 5 pounds every day? That would be amazing. After handling business, Wei Ming was about to leave when he had a sudden thought. The base had nearly 20,000 people, surely, there had to be a few hidden gems among them? Why not take a look? After all, his personal shelter could house up to 1,000 people. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave so many rooms empty? Yes, it was time to bring benefits to everyone. Wei Ming met with the base leaders and shared his idea. The 5 officials immediately flattered him. That's a fantastic idea. Life at the base has been too dull. A beauty contest would really boost morale. And with Mr. Wei's generous sponsorship, this is truly an act of great benevolence. Wei Ming just chuckled. You guys really know how to flatter me. He wasn't hosting this contest for charity, he just wanted an excuse for certain privileges. He had always scorned yet envied those who took advantage of power. Now, he had the chance to become the ultimate tyrant, so of course, he had to enjoy it. Sure, he had provided the prize pool, but that was just to ensure maximum participation. This wasn't charity, it was self-indulgence. Yet somehow, in their words, he had become a saint. Whatever. The 5 officials quickly got to work. Announcements blared from the speakers, ensuring everyone heard the news. In no time, the entire base was buzzing with excitement. Hey, did you hear? They're holding a beauty contest. If you pass the preliminaries, you get 2 liters of water, 5 pounds of rice, and a pound of meat. The top 10 prizes are even better, but the rewards for the top 3, damn, they're insane. First place gets 1,000 liters of water, 5,000 pounds of rice, and 1,000 pounds of meat. Holy crap! I haven't had meat in years. Come on, the apocalypse has only been 2 months. Don't act like you were starving before all this. Wait, only 2 months? It feels like years. Yeah, every day is a struggle. No wonder time feels so slow. Heh, look at it this way, it's like extending our lifespan. Dude, that's a wild perspective. As the contest gained momentum, more and more women signed up. Wei Ming stood at the top floor, watching it all unfold, and felt like Emperor Taizong of Tang in his prime. The beauties of the world, all shall be mine. Not quite yet. But one day, he'd expand this competition nationwide. Wei Ming did not take part in selecting contestants for the preliminary round. There were simply too many people. Since there were no entry restrictions, participants ranged from 5-year-old children to 70-year-old grandmothers. There were even 2 transvestites strutting around with orchid fingers and swinging their hips, an absolute eyesore. After the preliminaries, 173 contestants advanced to the semifinals. From this stage onward, Wei Ming personally took charge. The first thing he did was hand each contestant a basin of water and told them to wash their faces properly. Only then did he begin the interviews, one by one. After interviewing over a dozen contestants, Wei Ming was thoroughly disappointed. The judges of the preliminary round had such low standards. These women barely ranked 60 out of 100, completely unworthy of his attention. Eliminated. Eliminated. Still, they didn't leave empty-handed. Reaching the semi-finals came with rewards, which, in the apocalypse, was no small fortune. Otherwise, why else would so many people have participated? It wasn't until contestant number 21 that Wei Ming finally felt his eyes light up. This beauty was just under 30, with an 80-point face. Most importantly, her figure was exceptional, her long legs gave the illusion of being nearly 4 feet long. She knew exactly how to flaunt them, wearing a pair of denim shorts that made her pale, slender legs look utterly captivating. And she was clearly a pro at this. The moment she walked in, she flirtatiously batted her lashes at Wei Ming and said, "Greetings, Master Wei. I'm contestant number 21, Su Huizhen. I'm 5 feet 7 inches tall, with measurements of 32C-23-33. My specialty is dancing." Wei Ming chuckled. "What kind of dance?" "Hee, the kind without clothes." "See? This girl knows how to play the game." Wei Ming laughed in amusement. "Then go ahead and show me." Su Huizhen began her performance. She was completely uninhibited. With just a single glance exchanged, she and Wei Ming reached an unspoken understanding, a classic case of trading favors. And her enthusiasm made it clear she wasn't just looking for a one-time deal. She wanted long-term patronage, a golden ticket to survival. Of course, Wei Ming wasn't about to take her into his private sanctuary. But he did promise her a spot in the top 10. The top 10 advanced to the finals. And if it was a hidden deal, then it had to be handled by the book. Though Su Huizhen didn't achieve her ultimate goal, securing a place in the finals meant greater rewards. If she worked hard enough, she might even make it to the top 3. Just the thought of it made her giddy with excitement. She eagerly showcased her talents, earning Wei Ming's satisfaction. The two began chatting casually. That's when Wei Ming learned something surprising. This woman wasn't just married, but her husband was also at the base. They had arrived together as part of the first group of settlers, making them lucky ones. After all, before Hu Chang and Zhao Mingyu seized power, the base had been strictly governed. Luo Yu had used his parasite worms to control 9 key officials, but to maintain his public image, he hadn't targeted the base's original residents. Instead, he preyed on newly arrived women. If those women disappeared, no one would ask questions. But if an original resident vanished, people would notice. Unless, of course, he used the parasites on them. But he could only produce 10 parasite worms, 9 were used on the officials, and the last one went to Li Shui. There were no spares. Because of this, the women here had been spared. Of course, it also helped that Zhao Mingyu had died early. Otherwise, with his insatiable lust, he would have ravaged every woman in the base. Wei Ming sked. His intervention had definitely changed the fate of these people. Noticing Wei Ming's heightened interest upon learning she had a husband, Su Huizhen, the ever-perceptive woman, quickly invited him over to her place. She even added, "My husband is a great cook." Damn. You really know my weakness. Wei Ming gladly accepted. Yep, the beauty contest could pause for a few hours. He wasn't worried about the remaining contestants running away. First, making it to the top 10 meant better rewards. Second, during the contest, all meals were fully covered, and not just covered, but extravagant. Which one of them would willingly drop out? Before long, the two arrived at a small house, Su Huizhen and her husband's home. It was nighttime, prime working hours for most. Su Huizhen's husband was no exception. Since the base was expanding, he was hauling excavated soil at the construction site. However, workers were allowed a 1-hour break every 3 hours. Coincidentally, her husband, Fong Ping, was home at the moment. Upon learning Wei Ming's identity, Fong Ping immediately straightened up and said respectfully, "Sir, please have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. I'll cook something for you." Su Huizhen hesitated. "Husband, what about your shift?" Fong Ping waved dismissively. "Nothing is more important than serving our leader. I'm taking the night off." Su Huizhen panicked. Bringing Wei Ming home wasn't just about hospitality, she had planned for some alone time with him to ensure her success in the beauty contest. But now that Fong Ping was staying home, how the hell were they supposed to have their fun? In the kitchen, Fong Ping busied himself with cooking. The house was tiny. If Wei Ming and Su Huizhen made a single move, Fong Ping would definitely see it. Wei Ming didn't care. But Su Huizhen did. The happier she made Wei Ming, the better her chances in the contest. He was both the judge and the sponsor. He decided who ranked where, who won what. Of course, she had to please him. But if her husband ruined the mood, and Wei Ming got annoyed? What if she lost her guaranteed spot in the finals because of Fong Ping? That would be a disaster. Just as she was thinking of an excuse to send her husband away, Fong Ping suddenly walked out of the kitchen, holding a dish. "We ran out of soy sauce. I need to go buy some." "Sir, please start eating." He repeatedly apologized to Wei Ming before heading out. Su Huizhen was ecstatic. She quickly threw Wei Ming a sultry look. "The market is far away. It'll take at least 10 minutes round trip. If we're fast, we'll have plenty of time." 30 minutes later, Fong Ping finally returned. He grumbled, "Damn bad luck. The soy sauce was sold out. I had to wait for them to bring more from the warehouse. Wasted so much time." Then he headed back to the kitchen to finish cooking. At the dinner table, Su Huizhen sat across from Wei Ming, her cheeks flushed, eyes filled with sultry intent. She appeared to be sitting properly, but beneath the table. Her feet were anything but well-behaved. In truth, she wasn't inherently unfaithful. But life had been too hard. And when survival meant latching onto a powerful patron, who wouldn't take the chance? After being beaten down by reality, who still cared about things like loyalty and virtue? Su Huizhen was shocked when Wei Ming suddenly pulled her into his arms. Her husband might have had his back turned while cooking, but all it would take was one glance over his shoulder for him to see everything. And how long could it possibly take to cook a single dish? What if she accidentally made a sound? If this turned into a scandal, how would she even face anyone after that? Would she have to become like those shameless women who openly sold themselves? Sure, she was technically selling her body too, but she considered herself to be on the high end of the trade. Just like before the apocalypse, when she had slept with her superiors for career advancement. That was precisely how she had secured a spot in the first batch of people allowed into the base for both herself and her husband. Looking at the people who arrived later, it was obvious how hard life had become after the apocalypse. Some places had even resorted to cannibalism. She was trying to win over Wei Ming for the same reason. Who was Wei Ming? The boss of the base's leadership. That's why she had immediately accepted the unspoken rules. No, in fact, Wei Ming hadn't even needed to say anything. She had initiated the seduction herself, realizing that his status made him an opportunity she simply could not afford to miss. But she still valued her reputation. If her husband caught them and caused a huge scene, how would she clean up the mess? She refused to be the subject of neighborhood gossip. No, stop, he'll notice, she whispered in an almost inaudible voice. At that moment, she truly regretted her decision. She should not have brought Wei Ming home just to impress him further. More than anything, she hadn't expected Fong Ping to be such an ass-kisser, skipping work at the construction site just to serve Wei Ming. Are you stupid? What could a grown man possibly do to please Wei Ming? But Wei Ming ignored her protests and pushed his advantage further. Su Huijian's face turned pale with fear. But could she resist? And yet, to her shock, no matter how much noise they made, Fong Ping never turned around. It was as if he was completely absorbed in cooking, entirely oblivious to what was happening behind him. What the hell? Since when had her husband been this focused on making food? But she soon had no more time to think about it. By the time it was over, Su Huijian collapsed back into her seat, dazed. As she turned her gaze toward Fong Ping, something finally clicked in her mind. How could cooking one dish take this long? Did you really think your husband just happened to go out for soy sauce? Wei Ming said, his voice tinged with amusement. Go check the kitchen cabinet, you'll find half a bottle still there. Su Huijian wasn't stupid. She understood immediately. Fong Ping had deliberately left to give them time alone. Hiss. So he hadn't been clueless at all. On the contrary, he had known exactly what was happening. That's why he had kept his back turned, focusing on cooking so he wouldn't interrupt them. More precisely, so Wei Ming wouldn't be disturbed. After all, Su Huijian had been on edge the entire time. Every time Fong Ping shifted his feet, her heart nearly exploded with fear. She had never expected that Fong Ping had already known everything. In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged through her: relief, resentment, and something she couldn't quite put into words. What kind of husband does this? Sir, I apologize for the delay. Please enjoy your meal. Fong Ping finally brought a plate of food to the table. But, the dish itself? It was a disaster. Of course, that was to be expected. He had deliberately switched to low heat to stall for time. After simmering for so long, how could the food still look appetizing? Wei Ming simply chuckled. He didn't even pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he turned to Fong Ping and said, Go find Lucen later. Tell him I said to assign you to an easier job. Fong Ping's face lit up with joy. He nodded repeatedly, his expression full of flattery. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Meanwhile, Su Huijian was dumbfounded. She had given everything to Wei Ming, yet all she got in return was a promise to be in the top 10 of the beauty contest. Fong Ping? He had done nothing but turn a blind eye, and he got a cushier job. She couldn't make sense of it. But Wei Ming didn't bother explaining. He simply stood up and left. There were still plenty of women waiting for his inspection. As soon as he was gone, Su Huijian turned to Fong Ping anxiously. Honey. But Fong Ping merely gave a calm smile. No need to explain. I understand completely. Life is too hard right now, we have to seize every opportunity. I'll be getting an easier job now, but powerful men are unpredictable. You must continue to keep him happy. Don't worry, as far as I'm concerned, nothing ever happened. Looking at her husband's unreadable expression, Su Huijian suddenly felt like she was staring at a stranger. A thought surfaced in her mind. Back before the apocalypse, when I was sleeping with my boss for promotions. Did Fong Ping know? She had always thought she had hidden it perfectly. But now? She wasn't so sure anymore. Fong Ping's depth, his ability to endure, it was far beyond what she had ever imagined. For the first time, she felt afraid of him. Wei Ming returned to the beauty contest venue. The site had been specially prepared by the base's leadership as a way to curry favor with him. Technically, it also served as his residence in the base. To Wei Ming, it was nothing special. But compared to the rest of the base, it was downright luxurious. Alright, let's continue. Unfortunately, after Su Huijian, the next few contestants were all mediocre, barely 60 points on his scale. Naturally, he didn't bother. But there were a few gems among them, women who could hit 80 points. And, of course, deals were made. Before long, the number of women who had struck a deal with him exceeded 10. But weren't there only 10 spots in the finals? Not a problem. Wei Ming could just create new categories. Miss Photogenic, Miss Elegance, Miss Unique Charms, whatever. He was both judge and sponsor. As long as he was willing to pay, who could stop him? With a lazy stretch, he finally wrapped up for the day. The finals? He'd deal with those whenever he felt like it. After a full day of entertainment, it was time to rest. Back to the sanctuary. He drove back and collapsed into bed, sleeping like a king. When he woke up, he went downstairs to eat. Surrounded by stunning beauties, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Home was where the real treasures were. The beauty contest? That was just a distraction, a thrill to indulge in from time to time. But real satisfaction? That was reserved for the women in his sanctuary. After resting up, he called Zhou Xian to the second level for a sparring session. For 90% of the fight, she dominated him. But for the last 10%? That was when Wei Ming took over, forcing Zhou Xian to submit. After several rounds, Wei Ming's combat skills had noticeably improved. Wei Ming's laziness had struck again. He spent his days holed up in the sanctuary, dedicating most of his time to sparring with his women. The rest of the time, he played video games, read novels, and occasionally visited the livestock zone to modify experimental subjects and collect evolution fruits. Day after day passed in this plain, monotonous routine. Since there had been no news about evolution stones, Wei Ming had no reason to leave. He had become a complete recluse. Finally, after 7 days, a message arrived. Evolution stones had been found. This time, they came from the Dragon King's Hall. Time to move. Wei Ming took Zhou Xian with him. The two got into a car and headed straight for Dragon King's Hall. Half an hour later, they arrived. Old Zhao, where is he? Wei Ming asked. Zhao Guofu brought over a middle-aged man and said, he refused to take out the evolution stones until you got here. Wei Ming turned to the man. I'm Wei Ming. You can hand over the evolution stones now. The middle-aged man hesitated, then said, Master Wei, I did find several evolution stones, but I was robbed on the way here. I barely escaped with my life. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been silenced for good. Oh? Wei Ming raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. So, are you selling evolution stones or just selling information? The man looked helpless. I was selling evolution stones, but now, all I have is information. Do you know who robbed you? Wei Ming asked. Yes. The man nodded quickly. They were 3 guys I lived with: Liang Hai, Gui Jun, and Zhou Xiaolu. Wei Ming wasn't about to believe him so easily. What if this was just a trap? Of course, even if it was, he had nothing to fear. But being cautious never hurt anyone. If the guy really had evolution stones, then there was no way Wei Ming would let this opportunity slip away. He questioned the man in detail, and the man answered every question. His name was Lei Xiaodong. After the apocalypse, he had barely survived, constantly running and hiding. Eventually, he ended up working under an evolver named Ma Jinshan. Life wasn't great, but at least it was manageable. 3 days ago, his luck finally turned around. While searching for supplies, he stumbled upon several evolution stones. He was overjoyed but didn't want his companions to find out. So instead of taking the stones, he left them hidden under a plastic sheet and waited 3 days for the perfect chance to retrieve them. When the opportunity came, he rushed back, dug them up, and set off for Dragon King's Hall to sell them. But he never expected Liang Hai and the other 2 to secretly follow him. They ambushed him, stole the evolution stones, and would have killed him if he hadn't run for his life. Master Wei, I did bring you important information, right? That counts as a contribution, doesn't it? Could you reward me with something? Lei Xiaodong asked, grinning sheepishly. Wei Ming smirked. Take me to get the stones back. If we succeed, I'll give you 10% of the reward. After all, Lei Xiaodong only brought information, not the actual evolution stones. There was no way he would be paid full price for that. Lei Xiaodong hesitated for a moment, a trace of fear flashing across his face. But he gritted his teeth and said, "All right." However, Wei Ming wasn't planning to go in person. Instead, he sent Zhao Guofu. To prepare him, Wei Ming upgraded Zhao Guofu to level 2.6 martial arts type, then handed him 10 evolution fruits. He also ordered him to take 10 men along. With a lineup like that, how could they possibly fail? Wei Ming refused to believe they would. Zhao Guofu was ecstatic. This power boost was insane. His admiration for Wei Ming deepened even further. To casually enhance someone's strength like this. To turn ordinary men into evolvers with a snap of his fingers. Zhao Guofu was more convinced than ever that he had made the right decision to follow Wei Ming. If he hadn't, would he have this status? This comfort? He was just a regular evolver, he'd be nothing without Wei Ming. "Don't worry. I won't let you down," Zhao Guofu promised before setting off with his team and the evolution fruits. Meanwhile, Wei Ming and Zhou Xian chatted idly. Even though they were intimate, Zhou Xian still wasn't comfortable making jokes, and she blushed far too easily, which made Wei Ming very amused. From time to time, Kujiajia would show up to annoy Zhou Xian. She was way too obsessed with her and always tried to take advantage. But now that Zhou Xian understood her preferences, she kept her distance. A few hours later, Zhao Guofu returned. "Wait, where was Lei Xiaodong?" Wei Ming glanced at Zhao Guofu. Zhao Guofu explained, "During the fight, he was unfortunately hit by a stray bullet and died." Was it really an accident? Or did Zhao Guofu deliberately get rid of him? Wei Ming didn't care. Maybe Zhao Guofu had killed him to save some resources. Didn't matter. Wei Ming's only rule was that business had to be clean inside Dragon King's hall. But outside? He couldn't be bothered to care. "Evolution stones," Zhao Guofu said, placing a bag on the table. Wei Ming didn't even need to check. One sweep of his spatial radar, and he confirmed that the stones were genuine. Without hesitation, he stored them into his dimensional space. Seeing a bag vanish into thin air, Zhao Guofu's eyes widened in shock. Wei Ming simply smiled. Back at Revival Base, during his fight with Hu Chang and Zhao Mingyu, his dimensional space had already been exposed. After all, those reinforcement bars appearing out of nowhere had raised suspicion. In this era of superpowers, anyone with a brain could guess he had a spatial ability. But all they knew was that he had a storage space. No one could even begin to imagine its true power. Since Zhao Guofu was a trusted ally, Wei Ming didn't mind showing him this much. To Zhao Guofu, this was a sign of trust. He was shocked but also deeply honored. No wonder Wei Ming could produce so many resources. He actually had a spatial warehouse. Wei Ming then casually asked about the mission details. When I got there, Ma Jinshan refused to hand over the stones. Since talking didn't work, I had to use my fists, Zhao Guofu said with a grin. He couldn't match my strength, so I beat him to death. He spoke lightly, and in reality, it probably was that simple. At level 2.6 martial arts type, Zhao Guofu was top tier in combat strength. Wei Ming nodded. He didn't care about the details. By now, he had already absorbed the evolution stones. 7 pieces in total. Only 6 pounds altogether, but every bit counted. Now, his teleportation range had increased to 12.1 meters. And his spatial radar range had expanded to 101 m times 101 m times 101 m. If he flattened the height to 0.5 meters, he could scan 2 million square meters. Insane. Wei Ming grinned. At this rate, one day, his spatial radar would cover the entire Haidu city. Let's see if evolution stones can still hide from me then. Shi Mountain. This was the only mountain in Haidu, making the villas here ridiculously expensive. And it wasn't just about having money, one needed significant influence to secure a place. However, after the apocalypse, a group of evolvers took control of the area. Their leader was Lu Liang. Over time, his power had grown significantly. His forces now included 9 evolvers and hundreds of regular fighters. Supporting such a large force put Lu Liang under immense pressure. Sending people out to scavenge for supplies had become part of the daily routine. But Lu Liang was also an ambitious man. Especially after obtaining evolution stones, his ambitions exploded. He set his sights on something much bigger. Shi Mountain and its surrounding areas? Too small. But expanding his territory wasn't as easy as just saying it. The small factions had already been either absorbed or destroyed. The only remaining forces were either strong organizations or lone wolves, and lone evolvers were impossible to find, let alone recruit. Just as Lu Liang was at a loss, an opportunity suddenly appeared. Dragon King's Hall was too powerful. Too domineering. Rumor had it that the true leader of Dragon King's Hall was a man named Wei Ming. He could artificially create evolvers. Not only that, but he had even taken down Revival Base, a massive organization with 20,000 people and access to high-tech and black-tech weaponry. This sent shockwaves through the remaining factions in Haidu. Sensing the panic, Lu Liang seized the moment and sent out invitations for an alliance. One by one, the leaders of various factions agreed to talks. And so, today, the leaders of Haidu's different regions gathered at Shi Mountain. Inside a tea room, 13 faction leaders sat around a tea table, sipping tea. To be fair, Lu Liang was quite generous. After all, water and tea leaves were now luxury goods. Lu Liang set down his cup and spoke first. Let me get straight to the point. Dragon King's Hall has become too strong, so strong that it now threatens our very existence. You all know Ma Jinshan, right? Last night, he was wiped out by Zhao Guofu from Dragon King's Hall. A few of his men managed to escape and made it here. Lu Liang sneered. Why did Wei Ming target him? Simple, because Ma Jinshan had just obtained a few evolution stones. So what did Wei Ming do? He sent his men to kill him and steal his loot. His voice turned cold. If we do nothing, then Ma Jinshan's fate will be our fate. Unless you're all willing to be Wei Ming's lapdogs, don't even dream of getting stronger. These words made everyone's expressions darken. They were survivors, the lucky few who had thrived in the apocalypse. And in this lawless world, they had no limits. Resources were scarce, but pleasure and indulgence were limitless. They could do whatever they wanted. Kill, rob, enslave, without fear of consequences. To them, the apocalypse was a paradise of absolute power. But if they bowed to Wei Ming, that power would be gone. Even evolution stones would be out of their reach. They knew how important those stones were. The more evolution stones they had, the stronger they became. And if they became strong enough, couldn't they control the entire world? But if they became Wei Ming's dogs, that dream would die. A burly man grunted. Lu boss, what's your plan? Lu Liang glanced at him. If someone held a knife to your throat, what would you do? The man snorted. Kill the bastard. Lu Liang clapped his hands. Exactly. Right now, Dragon King's Hall is holding a knife to all of our throats. If we don't fight back, we're as good as dead. But, Lu Liang's eyes gleamed. Dragon King's Hall isn't invincible. If we unite, tell me who in Haido could stand against us. The room fell silent. Then, one by one, the leaders nodded. His words made sense. Why else had they gathered here today? Because they already knew they had to join forces. A voice asked, so what's the plan? Lu Liang smiled and turned to a woman. That depends, on Boss Tuesday. Many people looked confused. But a few showed expressions of understanding. The woman, known as Boss 2, put on a delicate expression. I'm just a weak woman, how could I possibly help? Lu Liang laughed heartily. Boss 2, no need for false modesty. If you're willing to sacrifice a little, we won't have to worry about Wei Ming at all. Some leaders still didn't understand. What was so special about this woman? Lu Liang grinned. Boss 2, you should explain it yourself. Otherwise, you'll blame me later for revealing your secret. Boss 2 sighed and shook her head, looking helpless. My ability is poison. The room fell dead silent. Poison widow? A shiver ran through the crowd. A few men who had been eyeing her lustfully immediately averted their gazes. She was beautiful, slim waist, curvy hips, seductive charm. But now that they knew her ability, their desires vanished instantly. This was not a woman they could afford to mess with. You might desire her body, but she might be plotting your death. Imagine her handing you a bowl of soup, smiling sweetly, saying, "Drink up, darling. It's time for your medicine." Would you drink it? Some men even had the impulse to run for the door. Boss 2 let out a soft, playful laugh. Relax, gentlemen. My ability isn't that powerful. I can't poison an entire room at once. Her reassurance did little to ease their nerves. But they knew one thing. She wouldn't target them. Not now. Not while they shared a common enemy. And besides, if her poison was that deadly, she wouldn't be just a regional leader, she'd be ruling all of Haidu. Lu Liang lightened the mood. If we take down Wei Ming in Dragon King's Hall, Boss 2 will be the key to victory. No matter what benefits we gain, she'll receive double. Any objections? Double shares. Some hesitated. But what mattered was winning. If they didn't take Dragon King's Hall, then none of it mattered anyway. So, one by one, they nodded. Their minds burned with anticipation. Revival Base alone had 20,000 people. If they split the spoils between 13 factions, even if it was divided 14 ways, each leader would gain 1,500 subordinates. In this world, people were both cheap and valuable. The more underlings they had, the stronger they became. And Revival Base had high-tech gear, too. Thinking about it, their hearts burned with greed. Lu Liang scanned the faces of those around him and spoke in a loud, commanding voice. Good. Today, we unite for a grand cause. In the future, we will be the true power players of Haidu, and one day, we may even seize control of all of Huaxia. As the ancients said, are kings and nobles born different from us? Now, fate has given us this opportunity. We must rise. This rousing speech fired everyone up. Excitement spread through the room. Lu Liang struck while the iron was hot and continued. Boss 2 will infiltrate Dragon King's Hall. Once she succeeds, she'll send the signal and we'll all charge in together, wiping out Wei Ming and his men. After that, Revival Base will be ours for the taking. Good. The leaders shouted in unison. To them, this plan seemed like a sure victory. And besides, they weren't taking any risks, they'd only move after Boss 2 succeeded. Once Wei Ming was dead, what was left of Dragon King's Hall? No one worth fearing. Completely safe. From every angle, this plan had no flaws. It was time to act. Lu Liang smiled and added. But first, Boss 2 needs a believable excuse to approach Wei Ming. Any ideas? Someone spoke up. Isn't Wei Ming a womanizer? Why not just have Boss 2 seduce him? Lu Liang shook his head. Yes, he's a womanizer, but he's not an idiot. Put yourself in his shoes. If a strange woman suddenly offers herself up, wouldn't you be suspicious? Of course. In this lawless world, murder and betrayal were everyday occurrences. Anyone who trusted strangers blindly was already dead. If some random beauty threw herself at him? Definitely a trap. They themselves took women by force, picking targets at random. No one could predict their movements, so how could anyone set a trap for them? That's why if Boss 2 approached Wei Ming directly, she'd only be walking into her own death. Then what's your solution, Boss Lu? Someone asked. Lu Liang smirked. Wei Ming has been offering bounties for evolution stones, hasn't he? If Boss 2 brings him evolution stones, he won't suspect a thing. He's received them many times before, so it won't seem unusual. And once she gets close enough, she can use her special talent to lure him into a deadly trap. At first, the leader's eyes lit up. But then, they suddenly hesitated, faces filled with reluctance. Everyone knew how valuable evolution stones were. Who would willingly hand one over? An awkward silence filled the room. Each person looked around, hoping someone else would make the sacrifice. A pack of cowards. Lu Liang cursed them in his heart. But as the organizer of this alliance, he had to lead by example. So, he spoke up. Whoever contributes evolution stones now will receive double the rewards later, just like Boss Tuesday. At this, everyone's minds started turning. Double the rewards. But then, a new problem arose. Who even had spare evolution stones? No one kept them. The moment they got one, they immediately absorbed it for power. Unlike a chicken laying eggs, evolution stones didn't regenerate. So even if they wanted to offer one, they couldn't. Seeing the lack of response, Lu Liang said, I happen to have 3 evolution stones on hand. Since no one else is offering, I'll provide them myself. 3 evolution stones for double the rewards? The others were jealous, but also helpless. They had nothing to offer. Besides, this whole meeting was Lu Liang's idea. It was only natural for him to claim a bigger share. At least he was showing sincerity by putting up the stones. Since no one objected, Lu Liang took out the stones and handed them to Boss 2. Each piece was small, barely a pound each, yet many leaders couldn't hide their greed. They wanted to snatch them on the spot. After all, evolution stones equals power. And in this world, power meant absolute control. The dream of every tyrant. But they forced themselves to hold back. Until Wei Ming was dead, there was no point fighting over scraps. For now, they had to be patient. Boss 2 collected the stones, feeling her own greed rising. She wanted to absorb them right away. But reason held her back. If she did, the others would tear her apart on the spot. Her poison ability was strong, but it wasn't airborne. She needed direct contact, body fluids. If they ganged up on her, she'd never have the chance to poison them all. In a one-on-one fight, she could spit poison and win. But against so many at once? She wouldn't stand a chance. So she carefully stored the stones and said, "With these evolution stones as my ticket in, just wait for my good news." The leaders nodded eagerly. In their minds, they could already see Wei Ming's corpse. Their anticipation grew. Meanwhile, Wei Ming was relaxing in his sanctuary. Bored? Not at all. His sanctuary was massive, with every entertainment facility imaginable. Movies? There was a theater. Fitness? There was a gym, a running track, and even a swimming pool. Sports? Tennis and badminton, take your pick. But most importantly, he had over 10 stunning women to keep him company. Ha! A man and a woman together, how could that ever be boring? Wei Ming was in the middle of some entertainment when Zhao Guofu called. Someone selling evolution stones? Wei Ming chuckled. Alright, I'll come over soon. But the women weren't letting him go that easily. 30 minutes. No more, Wei Ming reluctantly bargained. He was instantly drowned in waves of temptation. 30 minutes? 3 hours passed instead. Eventually, Wei Ming had to call Zhao Guofu. Hold the cellar until tomorrow. I'll come then. When Tu Lan received the news, her heart skipped a beat. Tu Lan. That was her real name. Did Wei Ming suspect something? Otherwise, why would he delay after hearing about evolution stones? Tomorrow? Was he setting a trap? Would she be forced to stay the night only to be ambushed in her sleep? Was there a traitor among them? Someone who had exposed her? Hiss. The thought terrified her. She refused to take the risk. Tu Lan insisted on leaving immediately and returning the next day. Zhao Guofu didn't stop her but noted her strange behavior. He made a mental note to warn Wei Ming. Tu Lan fled from Dragon King's hall in a panic. By the time she reached the gates, she was drenched in cold sweat. Wei Ming was terrifying. Without even lifting a finger, he had planted a spy among them. Tu Lan had spent the entire night waiting, but so had Lu Liang and his men. They had all been lying in ambush near Dragon King's hall, waiting for Tu Lan to succeed. The moment she sent the signal, they would launch a full-scale attack and wipe out Dragon King's hall in one swift strike. But as the night dragged on and dawn approached, Tu Lan still hadn't sent the signal. How could they not start doubting her? What's going on with that woman? She didn't betray us, did she? If she dares to sell us out, I'll skin her alive. They hadn't even eliminated their common enemy yet, and they were already on the verge of turning on each other. Lu Liang raised a hand to calm them. Everyone, don't be hasty. Someone sneered. Of course you're not in a hurry. You're not the one who gave up 3 evolution stones. That was crossing the line. Just as Lu Liang was about to lose his temper, someone suddenly shouted. Boss 2 is here. Quick, call her over. A moment later, Tu Lan appeared before the group. Boss 2, what the hell happened? Before they could grill her, Tu Lan's face twisted in anger. We have a traitor among us. What? Someone frowned. Boss 2, now's really not the time to be joking around. Tu Lan grew frantic. I'm not joking. There is definitely a traitor among us. Ha? The crowd stiffened. Lu Liang immediately asked, why are you so sure? Tu Lan explained. Wei Ming had received word about the evolution stones, but he hadn't shown up. Instead, he wanted to wait an entire day before coming. Why would he delay unless someone warned him? Tu Lan said sharply. He told me to stay overnight, even covered my food and lodging. Ha! That was a death trap. It did make sense. All at once, the leaders started eyeing each other, suddenly suspicious of their own allies. After all, they were never truly united. This alliance only existed because they feared Dragon King's hall. There was no real trust between them. Lu Liang felt a massive headache coming on. He had worked so hard to form this coalition, even going as far as negotiating the spoils, and now, everything was falling apart. He quickly tried to reason with them. Boss 2, this is just your speculation. Maybe Wei Ming really had something urgent and couldn't come. None of us are short-sighted. As long as Wei Ming is alive, we're all living under his shadow, there's no reason for anyone here to sell us out. But Tu Lan wasn't having it. She scoffed. Easy for you to say. You weren't the one risking your life in Dragon King's Hall. Maybe you cut a deal with Wei Ming. Maybe you're the one setting us up. Boom. The accusation was severe. Lu Liang's face darkened instantly. The other leaders also looked grim, their gazes filled with doubt. Yeah. If Lu Liang was working with Wei Ming, then wasn't this just one big trap? Hiss. Lu Liang gritted his teeth. If he had known this mess would unfold, he would have abandoned the poison plan and just attacked head-on. No, direct assault was a terrible idea. Wei Ming could create evolvers. A frontal attack could result in massive casualties. Lu Liang wasn't afraid of people dying. He was just afraid of dying himself. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to stay calm. Our goal remains the same: kill Wei Ming. Take Dragon King's Hall. Destroy our biggest threat. So here's my proposal. From now on, no one is allowed to leave. We'll all stay together. Tomorrow night, Boss 2 will try again. Agreed? The leaders hesitated. Tu Lan, however, immediately refused. I'm not doing it. You better find someone else. Lu Liang hurriedly tried to persuade her. After a long back and forth, Tu Lan finally agreed on one condition. She would demand an extra share of the loot. And that extra share would come from Lu Liang's portion. No one else wanted to sacrifice their own cut, so it was either accept her terms or disband. Lu Liang was furious. After all the work he had done, he was now losing a piece of his own reward. But he had no choice. He could only grit his teeth and agree. A bunch of useless cowards, always scheming, never thinking of the bigger picture. In his mind, he even began suspecting Tu Lan herself. Had she actually spent the night in Dragon King's Hall? Or had she made up an excuse just to extort more benefits? It was very possible. Just wait, one day, I'll settle accounts with all of you. The near collapse of their alliance was temporarily resolved. As the sun rose, the group endured the scorching heat, waiting for nightfall. They had planned for a quick operation, so no one had brought food or enough water. Before long, they were starving and dehydrated, but they had to endure it. Every one of them had used evolution stones to grow stronger. Otherwise, they wouldn't be faction leaders. Most of them had reached at least level 2.0, meaning they could survive in daylight. But after the traitor scare, no one dared to suggest going out to find supplies. That would just make them look guilty. And so, they suffered together. Meanwhile, Wei Ming was completely unaware of all this. In the morning, he sat in the dining hall, eating breakfast with his women. He chuckled. Didn't we agree on just 30 minutes? The women giggled shamelessly. They had thick skin. More importantly, Wei Ming had enhanced all of them to level 2.6 martial arts type. Their stamina was insane. Even one of them was a handful for Wei Ming, let alone 10 at once. A single night wasn't enough to satisfy them all. His eyes fell on Zhou Xian. Even she had fallen into the bad crowd. Before, she had been so shy, but now? She had completely adapted. Sigh. During the day, Wei Ming trained and sparred. At night, he finally headed for Dragon King's Hall with Scarlet by his side. Evolution stones. Women are a distraction. Wei Ming grumbled, pushing the car to full speed. 30 minutes later, they arrived. Scarlet had spent several days as the fifth leader here, so she knew the place inside out. She went off to find Ku Jiaojiao, while Wei Ming went to see Zhao Guofu. Old Zhao, where's the cellar? He asked. Zhao Guofu recounted how Tu Lan had refused to stay overnight and had insisted on leaving. Then he added, we offer free food and lodging. Dragon King's Hall is known for its fair deals. So why was she so scared to stay? There's only one explanation, she's hiding something. Wei Ming laughed. Maybe she's just a fragile woman afraid of you rough brutes? Zhao Guofu burst into laughter and shook his head. That woman? She practically has slut written on her face. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. Is she here now? Not yet, Zhao Guofu said. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in. Master Wei, Master Zhao, the two-woman has arrived. Bring her over, Wei Ming said. Yes. His subordinate went to fetch the person. Zhao Guofu did not leave but stood aside instead. Before long, the subordinate brought over a voluptuous and alluring mature woman. No wonder Zhao Guofu had described her as a slut. It was scorching hot, and everyone was wearing very little, which was understandable. However, this woman swayed her snake-like waist as she walked, her face full of seductive charm. Just one look at her gave off an impression of impropriety. She reminded Wei Ming of the flamboyant women who used to sit in small salons before the apocalypse, throwing flirtatious glances at passing men and inviting them in. Of course, this woman was on a higher level, at least she was much better looking, probably scoring around 70 points in terms of attractiveness. Coupled with her curvaceous figure and seductive demeanor, she would have certainly been part of the big scene before the apocalypse. Spatial radar. Wei Ming scanned her, and a faint smile appeared on his face. An evolver. Her ability was a new type, one he hadn't recorded before. Moreover, judging by her cellular strength, she was at least level 2.2. Wei Ming was confident that if he offered a high enough price, even an evolver would be willing to trade evolution stones for resources. However, the current reward might not be tempting enough for an evolver to give up their evolution stones. Especially since this woman was at level 2.0. An evolver of this level would be considered one of the elites in Haidu. If she obtained an evolution stone, she would undoubtedly use it immediately to become even stronger, allowing her to dominate more people and have more subordinates searching for evolution stones on her behalf, creating a self-sustaining cycle of power. So, what was this woman up to? Wei Ming did not act immediately but instead asked, "Where are the evolution stones?" Tu Lan hurriedly took out a bag containing the evolution stones and placed it on the table. Wei Ming had already confirmed that there were 3 stones inside, and they were indeed evolution stones. However, they were all quite small, with a total weight of less than 3 gene. He opened the bag to inspect them while casually asking, "You're quite impressive, coming here alone, and twice at that. No one has tried to target you?" Tu Lan almost broke into a cold sweat and quickly responded, "I was lucky. Just lucky. This is roughly 3 gene of evolution stones. Lao Zhao, take her to claim her reward." Wei Ming instructed Zhao Guofu. If this woman was really just here to sell evolution stones, Wei Ming wouldn't kill her simply because she was an evolver. But that possibility was slim, she definitely had ulterior motives. And given that she was willing to part with 3 evolution stones, her goal was certainly not a small one. Zhao Guofu nodded and was about to take Tu Lan away. But Tu Lan obviously wasn't here just to hand over 3 evolution stones. She quickly said, "Master Wei, I want to serve you." After speaking, she deliberately acted shy and lowered her head. Wei Ming chuckled, "Serve me? How? Are you stupid? No, that's not right. You have so many women, how could you not know what she means by serving you?" Tu Lan thought she understood. Wei Ming was flirting with her. She gave a sultry smile. "However you want me to serve you, Master Wei, I will serve you that way." Wei Ming pointed to his leg. "Come, give me a massage." "All right." Tu Lan swayed her voluptuous hips and walked over immediately. Zhao Guofu grew anxious. How could Wei Ming be so blinded by lust? This woman was clearly suspicious, yet he was letting her get so close? However, recalling Wei Ming's immense power and his flawless track record, Zhao Guofu reassured himself, Wei Ming is deliberately toying with her. Tu Lan pretended to kneel and massage Wei Ming's legs, while Wei Ming lecherously reached out and touched her. The two of them looked every bit like a pair of adulterers, making Zhao Guofu waver in his suspicions. "Good brother, let's go to your room. You lie down, and I'll give you a full-body massage," Tu Lan cooed sweetly. Wei Ming smiled faintly. "Oh? So you can have a chance to kill me?" There it was. Hearing this, Zhao Guofu finally relaxed. Wei Ming was acting normally. Tu Lan, however, felt a sudden jolt of fear. She almost acted impulsively but managed to restrain herself. This is the enemy's stronghold. If I make a move now, the chances of me being blasted into bits are extremely high. So she forced herself to stay calm. Maybe Wei Ming was just testing me? She feigned innocence. "Master Wei, you must be joking. I'm just a weak woman, how could I possibly harm you?" "A weak woman?" Wei Ming burst into laughter. "Indeed, you're just a weak woman." Tu Lan laughed along with him, but as she continued, her smile suddenly froze. Her ability. Where was her ability? At this moment, she couldn't feel her power at all. It was as if she had become an ordinary person, just like before the apocalypse. She looked at Wei Ming in horror, instinctively realizing he had done something to her. Wei Ming smiled slightly. "That's right. Not only did I know you were an evolver, but I also sealed your ability." The moment he had pretended to grope her, he had actually pulled her into his spatial dimension for a quick modification, so fast that even Zhao Guofu hadn't noticed. Even if Zhao Guofu had noticed, Tu Lan had disappeared for only a split second before reappearing. At most, he would have thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Tu Lan was utterly terrified. Where had her confidence and courage come from? From her ability. Without it, she was just an ordinary woman. And in this post-apocalyptic world, what fate awaited an ordinary woman? But why? Why hadn't she felt even the slightest warning? Ever since she absorbed a large number of evolution stones, she had developed a danger sense, one of her key survival tools. Yet, she had been sealed without a single premonition. She couldn't believe it. Wei Ming turned to Zhao Guofu. Take her away for interrogation. Understood. Zhao Guofu grabbed Tu Lan and dragged her away. No, please. Spare me. I swear I had no ill intentions, I was only here to sell evolution stones. Tu Lan pleaded desperately. Just half an hour later, Zhao Guofu returned. She confessed everything, he said, but there was a trace of worry on his face. What's the situation? Wei Ming asked casually, unconcerned. Zhao Guofu explained, an evolver named Lu Liang has rallied over a dozen factions to form the Shi Mountain Alliance. Their goal is to wipe us out. That woman, Tu Lan, is the leader of one of those factions. Her ability is poison. Oh. Wei Ming understood and chuckled. So they were willing to sacrifice 3 evolution stones just to send this woman over, thinking I'm a lecherous fool who would take the bait? And since I've been offering rewards for evolution stones, her arrival would seem completely logical. But they never expected me to have something as overpowered as spatial radar. Trying to set me up? Ha! Not only did they lose their woman, but they also lost their soldiers. Wei Ming, the enemy consists of 13 factions with over 100 evolvers. This won't be easy to deal with. Zhao Guofu's face was filled with concern. Lu Liang and his people feared the overwhelming power of the Dragon King Hall, mainly because Wei Ming could create evolvers at will. That was why they had sent Tu Lan to poison him. If they could cripple Wei Ming first, the Dragon King Hall would be easy to take down. But Zhao Guofu knew the true state of the Dragon King Hall. Without Wei Ming's modifications or the creation of new evolvers, their strength was nowhere near the top in Haidu. If Lu Liang and his people hadn't been overly cautious and had launched a full-scale attack from the start, Wei Ming wouldn't have had time to create new evolvers. Wouldn't they have been overrun immediately? Wei Ming chuckled and patted Zhao Guofu on the shoulder. Zhao Guofu was about to say something else when a sudden wave of hunger struck him. He had been upgraded again, now a level 2.6 physique-type evolver. Go call some people up, Wei Ming said casually. Zhao Guofu quickly nodded. Understood. Soon, he brought 50 people upstairs. Following Zhao Guofu's recommendations, Wei Ming enhanced 20 of the most loyal ones into level 2.4 physique-type evolvers, while the remaining 30 were given evolution fruits. Just like that, the Dragon King Hall instantly gained 50 evolvers, including 20 at level 2.0. However, instead of launching an immediate counterattack, the first order of business was eating. All 51 people, including Zhao Guofu, devoured their meals like starving ghosts, completely abandoning any sense of image. Why didn't Wei Ming create even more powerful evolvers? It wasn't that he didn't want to, he was exhausted. After all, every day, he had to modify 100 people in the shelter into Jiangro's template. Even though his spatial abilities had improved significantly, his remaining energy was still limited. Now, after modifying 21 more people, he was clearly feeling drained. But this was enough. 21 level 2.0 evolvers, plus himself, and they were defending their home turf. How could they lose? Have Tu Lan send out the signal to lure Lu Liang and his forces into attacking, Wei Ming commanded. If he killed Tu Lan and no signal was sent, Lu Liang's cautious nature would prevent him from attacking. Instead, he would retreat and reconsider his strategy. But Wei Ming didn't want a constant threat looming over him. This was the perfect opportunity to wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. With so many new evolvers under their command, Zhao Guofu was full of confidence. After extracting the necessary information from Tu Lan, he immediately fired the signal. He had overthought it. The signal didn't have any special code, it just needed to be fired. In the dark night, the flare was incredibly conspicuous. All around, Lu Liang and his forces had been waiting for this moment. Seeing the signal, their faces lit up with excitement. This is it. Lu Liang raised his hand. Move out. Everyone, whether we seize control of Haidu or not, this battle will decide it. The troops roared with excitement, their killing intent surging. But some cautious individuals muttered, what if Boss 2 is actually the traitor? Wouldn't we be walking into a trap? The moment those words were spoken, the entire group tensed up. Lu Liang nearly exploded with rage. He pointed at the man and snapped, say another word to shake our morale, and I'll kill you myself. The man shrank back, too afraid to speak further. Victory or death? We have no choice but to push forward. Lu Liang reignited their fighting spirit. There's no turning back once the arrow is loosed. The troops shouted in unison, then fell silent, moving like ghosts toward the Dragon King Hall. 102 evolvers. Over 2,000 armed fighters. This was an undeniably formidable force. They quickly arrived at the Dragon King Hall's entrance only to be met with an unexpected sight. Previously, a few guards had always been stationed at the front, but now, they were nowhere to be seen. What was going on? Confused, they hesitated until their confusion turned into terror and fury. Because at that moment, a group of people charged out and attacked them without a word. Shit! They were prepared for us. Boss 2 betrayed us. The Shi Mountain Alliance fell into complete disarray. They were originally a coalition of 13 different factions, lacking any real coordination or training. If the battle had been in their favor, they could have bulldozed through with sheer numbers. But now? First, their element of surprise had been lost. The attack was meant to catch Dragon King Hall off guard, but instead, they had been ambushed. Their morale plummeted instantly. Then, they realized Tu Lan must have betrayed them. Otherwise, how could the Dragon King Hall be so perfectly prepared, even removing their sentries beforehand? And if Tu Lan had betrayed them, what about a second traitor? A third? Who could they even trust anymore? With doubt and suspicion weighing them down, how much fighting spirit could they possibly have left? Meanwhile, the Dragon King Hall's firepower was overwhelming. 21 level 2.0 evolvers were no joke. Even though the Shi Mountain Alliance had more evolvers overall, they were still getting crushed. They were completely outmatched. But the real danger wasn't even visible to them yet. Wei Ming appeared to be standing still, but in reality, he was striking from the shadows. His spatial gates were constantly opening and closing, appearing unpredictably across the battlefield. After absorbing Tu Lan's 3 evolution stones, Wei Ming's spatial gate range had expanded to 12.4 meters, a significant distance. And crucially, it created a massive danger zone around him. The enemy evolvers had no idea what hit them. Unless they were level 2.0 with a danger sensing ability, the level 1 evolvers stood no chance. They were swallowed whole without warning. Their allies were bewildered. What the hell? Where did he go? The Shi Mountain Alliance's numbers were visibly shrinking. From over 2,000 fighters, their forces quickly dwindled to 1,000, then 500, then 300. The losses were too obvious. Even in the chaos of battle, Lu Liang and his top officers noticed something was horribly wrong. Holy shit, where did all my people go? Lu Liang was the first to stop fighting, his face filled with confusion as he scanned the battlefield. The other faction leaders also ceased combat, huddling together for safety. But they still kept their distance from one another, unable to fully trust even their own allies. Lu Liang's expression was grim. He had gone to great lengths, even sacrificing 3 evolution stones, and for what? For this disaster? It was an unbearable loss. But Lu Liang was a practical man. He knew when to cut his losses. At this point, staying alive was his priority. As long as he survived, there was always another chance. Who among you is Boss Wei Ming? He shouted. Let's talk. Zhao Guofu glanced at Wei Ming, but Wei Ming simply dug his finger into his ear. That was all Zhao Guofu needed to understand. Wei Ming had no intention of negotiating. What had these people come here for today? To destroy the Dragon King Hall. But now that they realized they couldn't win, they suddenly wanted to negotiate? What a joke. If Lu Liang's side had the upper hand, would he allow Wei Ming to negotiate? Of course not. He would have seized the opportunity to press the attack and crush his opponent completely. Who would be foolish enough to give the enemy a chance to turn the tables? Without another word, Zhao Guofu led his men in a charge against Lu Liang and his forces. Fuck! Lu Liang and the others were furious. We already expressed our willingness to talk, and you're still attacking us? This was going too far. We are all powerful evolvers. If you push us into a desperate fight, even if you manage to kill us, you'll pay a heavy price. Lu Liang and his men roared in anger. What was the point? If both sides fought to mutual destruction, wouldn't that just benefit some third party? Sure, Haidu might no longer have a dominant evolver force, but China was much bigger than Haidu. The surrounding cities Tongzhou, Sichuan, and especially Sichuan, which had half the population of Haidu, would surely produce powerful evolvers as well. If Wei Ming exhausted all his forces here, what would he do if Suqing's evolvers decided to invade? Would he fight them with his bare hands? Wei Ming completely ignored them. Talking to him about war casualties? Heh, what a joke. As long as he was alive, he could create endless waves of powerful evolvers. No matter how strong an enemy appeared, he could produce equally strong fighters down to the exact level. The evolvers here? All manufactured by him. They were just ordinary people before. And when it came to ordinary people, did he care how many died? Under Zhao Guofu's command, the Dragon King Hall's offensive grew fiercer with every wave, while Lu Liang's forces, lacking morale, grew weaker and weaker. Eventually, pure survival instinct kicked in. They chose to break out and flee. Run! 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 They would never set foot in Haidu again. But Wei Ming wasn't about to let them off easily. Level 2 evolvers had danger sense abilities, making it difficult to trap them directly using spatial gates. But what if he opened the spatial gate inside their bodies? Could their danger sense still warn them in time? Could their reflexes possibly be faster than his thoughts? Wei Ming decided it was worth testing. Aside from physique types and speed types, most level 2 evolvers weren't particularly fast. Of the 10 level 2 evolvers in Lu Liang's group, 9 were physique types, with varying levels of strength. Lu Liang was the strongest, at level 2.4, while the weakest had just barely reached level 2.0. Wei Ming targeted the only non-physique type, a metal-controlling evolver. His eyes lit up. He could finally upgrade his metal control template. Alright, you can go in peace now. Locking onto his target, Wei Ming activated his ability. A spatial gate opened directly inside the man's stomach. Why not the brain? Wei Ming had thought about that. But spatial gates had a limitation. They stopped expanding when they encountered resistance. That meant he couldn't open a gate inside someone's brain, but the stomach? That was different. Most people were constantly starving, even evolvers. Their stomachs were rarely full, leaving plenty of empty space. And since these people had been fighting all day without eating, their stomachs were practically hollow. Perfect. Bang! 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 Suddenly, dozens of bullets shot out. If these bullets had come from the front, even a non-physique type evolver wouldn't fear them. Especially a level 2 evolver, bullets were practically useless. This particular man could even control metal. He could have stopped the bullets with just a thought. But the problem was, the bullets were fired from inside his body. He never saw it coming, and he had no time to activate his ability. Dozens of bullets shredded his stomach. His skin, bones, and muscles were all incredibly tough, but what about his internal organs? Of course not. Evolvers had stronger organs than normal people, but not strong enough to withstand direct gunfire. His stomach was instantly riddled with holes, and the bullets kept bouncing inside his body, tearing through him. And Wei Ming didn't stop at one volley. He unleashed wave after wave of bullets. If the spatial gate had been bigger, Wei Ming would have dropped an entire chunk of metal inside, blowing him up from within. Even so, after several hundred bullets tore through his insides, his organs were completely destroyed. A moment ago, he had been controlling axes and cleavers, wildly slashing at the Dragon King Hall's people. Now, he suddenly stopped moving. Boss Li, what's wrong? Yeah, now's not the time to slack off. This is life or death. Boss Li? Boss, holy shit. They turned and saw blood pouring from his mouth and nose. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and he couldn't even speak. He tilted backward and collapsed. Boom! His body hit the ground hard. After just a few weak twitches, he was dead. A powerful evolver had just died in the most inexplicable way. Lu Liang's forces were horrified. Boss Li was one of their top 3 strongest fighters, and he had just dropped dead without any warning. Whoever did this was terrifying. Without a doubt, every eye turned to Wei Ming. Because everyone else had already been fighting, their strength was no secret. Only Wei Ming had remained still the entire time. But he was the master of Dragon King Hall. Could he really be ordinary? Boss Li's bizarre death, it had to be him. It had to be Wei Ming. What kind of monstrous ability did he have? Even Zhao Guofu and the others were shaken. This way of killing people. Terrifying was the only word for it. Lu Liang and his remaining fighters were paralyzed with fear. They begged for mercy once more. Big mistake. They didn't realize that as long as they kept moving, Wei Ming couldn't lock onto them. His spatial gate ability required precise targeting. He couldn't open it directly inside a moving body. But by stopping to beg, they gave Wei Ming the perfect opportunity. 4 more screams rang out, 4 more collapsed. Now, only 5 level 2 evolvers remained. Wei Ming stopped attacking, leaving the rest to Zhao Guofu. 21 versus 5. If they couldn't win, Wei Ming figured they might as well kill themselves. They didn't disappoint. 30 minutes later, Lu Liang's forces were completely wiped out. With Lu Liang and his men wiped out, the influence of the Dragon King Hall had effectively expanded to cover the entire Haidu. Sure, there were still a few small factions and lone evolutionaries, but who among them could compare to the Dragon King Hall? It could be said that Wei Ming had become the undisputed ruler of what was once an international metropolis. However, he had no interest in power. To him, controlling Haidu simply made it more convenient to search for evolution fruits. He had set an extremely high bounty, so all he needed to do was sit at home, and evolution stones would naturally flow to him. Unless someone stronger emerged, defeated him, and ruled the city through violence and dictatorship, there was no one who could afford to offer a higher price for evolution stones than Wei Ming. More importantly, the reputation of the Dragon King Hall was already well established, people trusted them. What about the others? Even if they offered a high price, who would dare trust them? In these times, there were no laws to protect anyone. Robbery and murder were commonplace. As long as the Dragon King Hall's reputation didn't collapse, Wei Ming had no reason to worry that someone would acquire an evolution stone and sell it to someone else instead. All he needed to do was stockpile supplies. And as for supplies, who could compete with him? Wei Ming returned to the shelter, indulging in a life of hedonism. Bliss. Pleasure. If there were no evolution stones, that might actually be even better. Wei Ming thought to himself. If everyone were forever stuck at level 1, then without a doubt, he would remain the strongest. The dimensional gate could silently eliminate any evolutionary. Unfortunately, evolution was an unstoppable trend. Wei Ming could control Haidu, but how vast was all of Huaxia? And beyond that, how vast was the entire world? So what could he do? The only option was to keep getting stronger, to gain the power to defeat any opponent and overcome any danger. Days passed, and Wei Ming felt like time was slipping away too fast. Open his eyes, close them again, another day was gone. Sigh, time really flies when you're with beautiful women. Wei Ming sighed. Look, he had to sleep at least 5 hours a day, right? Then spend 10 hours watering flowers, eat meals, train combat skills with Shen. Before he knew it, the day was gone. As the hottest days of the year approached, outside temperatures unsurprisingly soared past 70 degrees Celsius 158 degrees Fahrenheit. How terrifying was that? If you were inside an enclosed glass room or even just in a room with a large window letting in sunlight, the heat alone would be enough to roast you alive. Luckily, no one was stupid. Every faction had been digging underground before the hottest days arrived. By now, all the survivors had moved at least 20 meters, 65 feet, below the surface, with some even reaching depths of 50 meters, 164 feet. But while extreme heat could be avoided underground, what about supplies? Supermarkets did have some stock, but supplies could only dwindle over time. And with such little time available, any crops that had been planted weren't anywhere near ready for harvest. Moreover, most factions lacked the technology to grow plants in the darkness underground. Wei Ming instructed the revival base to conduct research on this issue, modifying as many factions as possible to allow for increased crop cultivation. Not because he was some kind of saint. If he truly wanted to act like a saint, he could simply take food from his alternate dimension storage. With his vast reserves, feeding 10,000 people for a year wouldn't be a problem, and fresh water could be supplied for tens of thousands of years, if not indefinitely. To Wei Ming, if everyone died, this world would become far too boring. Besides, it was effortless for him, just a matter of saying the word. This time, Wei Ming stayed in the shelter for a full week. The only reason he was willing to step outside? Someone was selling evolution stones. This time, the revival base had informed him. Time to head out. Wei Ming traveled alone. After a little over an hour, he arrived at the revival base. And he met the seller. What surprised him was that the seller turned out to be a stunningly beautiful woman, probably not even 30 years old. Not only was she gorgeous, but her figure was also incredibly voluptuous, exuding an irresistibly mature allure. What shocked him even more was that she had brought out 9 evolution stones, totaling about 15 pounds. You actually found so many. Wei Ming chuckled. That's impressive. Alright, do you want water, rice, meat, or a little of everything? Wei Ming was in a good mood. The beautiful woman bit her lip and said, I don't want supplies. I want you to help me find someone. Find someone? Wei Ming laughed. I'm not a detective. Finding people isn't my job. The woman hurriedly said, "You just need to give the order, and others will help me search. If they find the person, I'll give all the supplies I received to them as payment." Wow, she was really willing to go all in. Wei Ming glanced at the woman. Her face was close to a 90 out of 100, but her body was simply divine, sensual curves that could make anyone drool. He'd give it a solid 95. So, overall, this woman was at least a 92 out of 100, a true knockout. Very easy on the eyes. He was slightly curious. "Are you looking for your parents, your husband, or your child?" "My daughter," the woman said. Wei Ming smiled. "All right. What's her name, how old is she, and what does she look like?" "A photo would be best." "My daughter's name is Zhang Ro. Here's her picture." The woman hurriedly unclasped her necklace, opened a heart-shaped pendant, and sure enough, there was a small photo of a little girl inside. Damn! What a coincidence! If it were just the name, it might have been a coincidence. But with the photo as well, there was no doubt. Wei Ming's expression turned a little strange. Zhang Ro had asked him to find her mother, and now her mother had come straight to him, asking him to find her daughter. He had practically gained 2 favors without lifting a finger. He smiled. "Your name is Jiang Mengyuan, isn't it?" The woman was briefly stunned, then quickly realized, after all, she had registered with the base. Given that Wei Ming was the highest authority here, it was no surprise that he knew her name. "I know where your daughter is," Wei Ming added. At that, Jiang Mengyuan's expression turned doubtful. In a city full of people, all she had done was say a name and show a photo, and he was claiming to know where her daughter was? Was he lying? She immediately stood up, reaching for the evolution stones. "I'm not selling them anymore." "Heh, coming all this way and now deciding not to sell?" "Not happening." Wei Ming was domineering. He grabbed her wrist. Nice feel." Jiang Mengyuan struggled, but there was no way she could break free. Her face paled in fear, convinced that Wei Ming was about to do something terrible to her. After the world fell apart, men, especially powerful men, assaulting women was far too common. She had survived by tarnishing her own reputation and being extremely cautious, narrowly avoiding any abuse. She had only come to the revival base because it was an official force with strict rules against coercing women. After learning that Wei Ming was still offering bounties for evolution stones, she had gathered all the stones she had found over the past few days, using them as a bargaining chip to ask for his help in finding her daughter. But now, her daughter wasn't found, and she was about to fall into the tiger's jaws? She was terrified. "Please don't do this." Jiang Mengyuan struggled as she spoke. Wei Ming hadn't actually intended anything at first, but seeing her shy and fearful expression stirred a sudden impulse to possess her. "Vixen!" He muttered to himself internally, then forcibly suppressed the urge. Forcing himself on a woman? That was no different from a beast. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, Wei Ming still wanted to be a man. Maybe not a good man, but a man nonetheless. Of course, this principle didn't apply to little devils and certain others. A top-tier beauty like her should be savored slowly, thoroughly. How could he just devour her crudely, like a cow chewing peonies? Look at an even more exceptional woman like Zhou Shen. How much time had he spent before finally conquering her? That was the only way to truly enjoy a woman at her best. But not taking her by force didn't mean he couldn't tease this stunning beauty. So, he deliberately put on a lustful expression and said, "Madam, you are truly beautiful." Jiang Mengyuan was so frightened she almost fainted. If it was to save her daughter, she was even willing to sacrifice herself completely, to fall into the depths of hell. So what was being someone's mistress compared to that? Otherwise, she would rather die. Her daughter was the only hope keeping her clinging to life in this post-apocalyptic world, the only light in the darkness. Wei Ming laughed heartily, then directly pulled Jiang Mengyuan into his alternate dimension. In the next instant, he teleported multiple times, not through normal passageways but directly to a location closer to the surface. Then, in a blink, he appeared above ground. The entire process took just 11 seconds. Wei Ming smiled, pulled a car out of his alternate dimension, opened the driver's side door, got in, and only then released Jiang Mengyuan into the passenger seat. If you keep this up," Jiang Mengyuan started to shout. She was about to say, "If you keep this up, I'll kill myself," but then she froze. Wait. Wasn't I just in the base? Where is this? The wilderness. And inside a car. Her mind went completely blank. Wei Ming simply smirked, stepped on the gas, and the engine roared as the vehicle shot forward. The sudden acceleration jolted Jiang Mengyuan back to her senses. Forgetting her shock and confusion, she immediately panicked and stammered, where are you taking me? Inside the base, there were over 20,000 people, and at least some semblance of morals and laws. Murder, robbery, and forced acts were strictly forbidden. But outside the base? Who would care? She no longer feared death, this life was far too harsh, and dying would be a relief. But she couldn't leave her daughter behind. She had to find her, even if it was just her corpse. She had to give her a proper burial, not leave her exposed to the wilderness. If Wei Ming violated her, she wasn't sure if she would still have the strength or will to keep going. Wei Ming chuckled. This is odd. Didn't you want to find your daughter? I'm taking you to her, so why are you resisting now? You think I'm a 3-year-old? Zhang Mengyuan ignored him and reached for the car door. Most cars automatically lock when they reach a certain speed, but some can still be forced open even when locked. This was one of those cars. She flipped the safety lock, yanked the door open, and threw herself out without hesitation. Better to die than be humiliated. Even if she didn't die, at least she could disfigure herself. If she became ugly, no one would desire her anymore, and she could dedicate herself fully to finding her daughter. Her determination was absolute. She leaped without a moment's hesitation. And yet, the next instant, she was back in the passenger seat. What? Was that a dream? A hallucination? Then she tried again. The door was still open, so she flung herself out once more. And, she was back in the passenger seat again. Zhang Mengyuan was stunned. Was this another illusion? Impossible. It had happened twice now. She turned to Wei Ming in horror. It had to be him. She didn't know what kind of ability he had, only that evolutionaries could perform feats beyond human capability, almost like gods. Still want to jump? If not, close the door. Don't waste the air conditioning, gas is expensive these days, Wei Ming said casually when he saw her frozen in place. Zhang Mengyuan snapped back to reality, shivering as a deep sense of fear washed over her. In front of this man, she couldn't even take her own life. Numbly, she reached out, closed the door, and sat there, hollow-eyed, as if her soul had been sucked out. Wei Ming noticed her state but didn't bother explaining. Once she saw Zhang Ro, everything would become clear, better than 1,000 explanations. Besides, he was doing a good thing. Why should he have to explain himself? Right? Screech! Wei Ming suddenly slammed the brakes. Zhang Mengyuan hadn't fastened her seatbelt, so she was thrown forward, nearly smashing into the windshield. Fortunately, Wei Ming caught her just in time, acting as a human seatbelt, and pushed her back into her seat. Her hair was now completely disheveled. But despite the fact that Wei Ming had just saved her, there wasn't a trace of gratitude in her eyes. Instead, she looked utterly regretful. If only he hadn't stopped her just now, she might have died from the impact. Wouldn't that have been better? Just then, bright beams of light suddenly shone ahead, piercing straight into the car's interior. Flashlights. And not just any flashlights, high-powered ones. Zhang Mengyuan instinctively closed her eyes and raised her hands to block the glare. But Wei Ming didn't. At level 2.6 with a body-strengthening template, even his most fragile organ, his eyes, had an incredible resistance to strong light. With a quick scan using his spatial radar, he immediately assessed the situation. 11 people. Not a single evolutionary among them. Why had he hit the brakes? Because there were road spikes ahead. If he had kept going at full speed, his tires would have been shredded, potentially causing the car to flip or crash. He wasn't afraid of either outcome, but why needlessly lose a vehicle? Clearly, these guys were here to rob. Unfortunately for them, they picked the wrong target. Wei Ming smirked. He had deliberately chosen an alternate route back to the shelter, hoping to find evolution stones along the way. Even though he wasn't particularly lucky, it didn't hurt to try. Well, no evolution stones today. Instead, he had run into a band of roadside robbers. By now, the 11 men had approached, their flashlights swaying as they walked. When they got close enough to see the two people inside the car, their eyes lit up with shock and excitement. What a beautiful woman. Sure, she wasn't young, but maturity had its own unique charm. And with a face this gorgeous and a body this curvaceous, how could they not be excited? Tonight was going to be a good night. Wei Ming opened the door, stepped out of the car, and immediately put on a terrified expression. What do you want? It had been a while since he'd encountered thugs like these, and he suddenly felt like having a little fun. To the 11 men facing him, his reaction was completely expected. There were so many of them, all armed with knives, who wouldn't be afraid? Robbery, one of them shouted. Another man pushed him aside, laughing. Don't be so crude. We just want to borrow something from you, like your life, and your wife's chastity. Ha ha ha. The rest of the group burst into laughter. Wei Ming's face remained full of fear, he even looked a little ingratiating. Take my wife. Just let me go, okay? Ugh, what a spineless man. One of them stepped forward and swung his hand to slap Wei Ming. Both you and your wife belong to us. What gives you the right to trade her for your own life? Ha! His slap never landed. Wei Ming had caught his wrist. The thug felt humiliated. You bastard, you wanna die? He tried to yank his arm back, but Wei Ming's grip was like an iron vise, completely unmoving. He pulled harder, thinking he could free himself. Wei Ming allowed his arm to move slightly in the direction of the force, but the moment the thug had exhausted his strength, Wei Ming gave a sudden jerk rip. Blood sprayed into the air as the man's arm was completely torn off. To the others, it looked as if their companion had pulled so hard that he had ripped his own arm off. What the hell? They were at a loss for words. Wait, no. Something was off. No matter how hard you pull, how could you possibly tear off your own arm? That was absurd. Then, all eyes turned to Wei Ming, their faces filled with terror. It was him. Damn, he had just casually ripped off a man's arm. How terrifying was his strength? Evolutionary. One of them stammered bitterly. Only an evolutionary could be this powerful. They all dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. Please spare us. We didn't know who you were. Forgive us. We'll give you supplies, women too. Wei Ming shrugged, casually tossing the severed arm aside, and smiled. Didn't I just beg you for mercy a moment ago? But you didn't agree. That simple question left them speechless. Back then, they had assumed Wei Ming was just an ordinary man, a fish on the chopping block. Who would negotiate with a meal before eating it? But now, the roles had completely reversed. They were the fish on the chopping block. Thud, thud, thud. They all kowtowed desperately, their heads hitting the ground like pounding garlic. Wei Ming walked over. Boom! With a single kick, he sent one man flying. But before the body even hit the ground, it exploded mid-air, limbs and blood splattering everywhere. The second one. Boom! Another kick, another body burst apart. The remaining 9 men were scared out of their minds. They knew there was no way Wei Ming would let them go, so they scrambled to their feet and tried to flee. But could ordinary humans really escape from an evolutionary? Impossible. Wei Ming moved like a ghost, easily catching up to them. One by one, he kicked them, and one by one, they exploded into bloody mist. The third, the fourth, the 10th. Only one man remained. But instead of running, he seemed to realize that escaping from an evolutionary was futile. Instead, he dashed into Wei Ming's car, didn't even bother closing the door, and started the engine, trying to make a getaway. His driving skills weren't bad. With a swift turn, he spun the car around and floored the gas pedal. The vehicle roared as it sped away. He glanced at the rearview mirror, he could no longer see that terrifying evolutionary. He exhaled in relief. Then, he glanced at the passenger seat and his heart pounded. What a beautiful woman. Ha, this turned out great. So what if his companions were dead? Hell, even if his own brother had died, he wouldn't have cared. But now, he had a working car and a top-tier beauty. He'd enjoy her first. Then, when he got bored, he'd force her into prostitution. With her looks, there would be an endless stream of customers, enough to support him for a long time. Excited by the thought, he grinned. Wait. Something wasn't right. He looked at Jiang Mengyuan and was shocked to see how calm she was. That wasn't normal. From the moment he had hijacked the car, she hadn't screamed, struggled, or even protested. What kind of woman acted like this? Why aren't you scared? He growled. Once they got far enough, he planned to stop in a secluded alley and take her right then and there. Let's see if she could keep up this icy attitude then. Jiang Mengyuan didn't even look at him. She simply said in an indifferent tone, "Why should I be afraid?" That was such a dumb question. The man was momentarily stunned. You're in my hands, shouldn't you be afraid? Yeah, why should she be afraid? A voice suddenly came from the back seat. The man nearly jumped out of his skin. Screech! He slammed on the brakes and whipped his head around. Sitting in the back seat was that damn monster. He had never escaped at all. Wei Ming smirked, reached forward, and grabbed the man by the throat. Then, he casually opened the door and tossed him out. Whoosh! The man flew over 20 meters, 65 feet, into the air before smashing into a wall. His body flattened like a mosquito, leaving a grotesque smear of blood and flesh. Wei Ming clapped his hands, as if brushing off dust, then returned to the driver's seat and restarted the engine. Is this fun for you? Jiang Mengyuan sneered. Oh. After the whole robbery ordeal, she had actually snapped back to her normal self? Wei Ming nodded. Doing it all the time would be boring, but every now and then, yeah, it's pretty fun. Jiang Mengyuan opened her mouth, but whether she was cursing him or just scoffing, she decided she couldn't be bothered to respond. She couldn't even kill herself anymore. The only thing she could do was ignore him. Wei Ming drove on, speaking casually. You probably think I'm a bad guy right now. Ha! I'm not exactly a good guy, but I wouldn't say I'm a villain either, especially since I am helping you. Tell you what, let's make a bet. If I actually find your daughter, how about you devote yourself to me? Jiang Mengyuan didn't even acknowledge him. Find my daughter? You just want me to talk. I'm not falling for it. You're not saying anything, so I'll take that as a yes. Wei Ming grinned. Just a heads up, I hate liars. So if you try to back out later. Jiang Mengyuan still ignored him. She wasn't even afraid of death. What else could he possibly threaten her with? Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the shelter. Ha! Wei Ming smirked mischievously. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have when you see Zhang Rou. With a single teleport, Wei Ming brought Jiang Mengyuan directly to the elevator that led to the real entrance of the shelter. Jiang Mengyuan was utterly shocked. Just moments ago, I was in a park, so how am I suddenly here the next instant? Did I lose my memory? Wei Ming pressed the elevator button and then pushed the dazed Jiang Mengyuan inside. As soon as the doors closed, the elevator shot upward at high speed. In just 10 seconds, a soft ding signaled their arrival. The doors opened, and Wei Ming pulled Jiang Mengyuan out. Oh my god, this place is beautiful. Jiang Mengyuan's lips parted slightly in awe. The sight before her was so overwhelming that she momentarily forgot to control her expression. If only I could live here with my daughter. Just as the thought crossed her mind, her expression darkened. Will I ever find my daughter again in this lifetime? Wei Ming led her forward, holding her hand. No words could match the power of simply seeing the truth. So why waste his breath? He took Jiang Mengyuan to the villa where Zhang Rou was staying. Of course, Zhang Rou was still a child, she didn't live alone. She rotated between different women's villas, and tonight, she happened to be staying at Lu Qing's place. However, they weren't sleeping in the same room. The moment they stepped into the villa, Jiang Mengyuan panicked. This bastard, he was finally going to force himself on her. No! She had thought she could simply shut her eyes and endure it as if being bitten by a stray dog, but now that it was actually happening, she realized it wasn't that easy. Please, she attempted one last desperate plea, but before she could finish, Wei Ming teleported her into a bedroom. A soft nightlight cast a faint glow over the room, not too bright, but just enough for her to instantly recognize the little girl sleeping in the bed. Zhang Rou. Her daughter. Oh my god. At that moment, her entire body trembled with emotion. Rou. She had barely managed to call out her daughter's name before Wei Ming teleported her away again. Zhang Rou, however, was startled awake. She sat up in confusion, glancing around the room. She had just been dreaming. And then, in that dream, she heard her mother calling her. Now she was awake. It really was just a dream. She lay back down. Outside the room, Jiang Mengyuan was frantic. She grabbed Wei Ming and pleaded, "Let me see Rou. Please, let me see her." Wei Ming smirked slightly. If I remember correctly, we made a little bet, didn't we? What was it again? He looked at Jiang Mengyuan teasingly. Even though she hadn't wanted to talk to Wei Ming back then, it had only been a short while ago. How could she possibly forget what was said? She finally understood Wei Ming hadn't been lying. He really did know where her daughter was. But she had refused to believe it. She thought it was impossible for such a coincidence to exist and assumed Wei Ming was just tricking her. If she had trusted him, she could have reunited with her daughter so easily. But she had made it unnecessarily complicated, turning what should have been a simple reunion into something as dramatic as Chen Xiang splitting the mountain to save his mother, full of twists and hardships. She could only lower her head and murmur, "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you." Wei Ming continued smiling. "It's fine. A misunderstanding isn't a big deal. But tell me, what was the bet again?" "That was something you said. I never agreed to it." Jiang Mengyuan snapped, refusing to give in. Wei Ming's lips curled into a wicked grin. Oh? You want to play games with me? Heh, do you really think you stand a chance? All right. Wei Ming nodded. I'll let you take Jiang Ro away. But first, take a tour of this place with me. Jiang Mengyuan was both surprised and delighted. She hadn't expected Wei Ming to actually agree. So, she followed him as he led her around the shelter. From the residential area to the entertainment district, then to the plantations, and finally, a brief glance at the livestock area. She only saw the farm animals and had no idea there were also 100 experimental subjects hidden away. By the end of the tour, Jiang Mengyuan was once again in complete shock. Earlier, she had already been amazed by how clean and beautiful the shelter was. But now, she realized this place was a true paradise, completely self-sustaining, with living conditions far beyond anything she had dared to imagine. You really think that if you take Jiang Ro away, you'll be able to give her a better life? Wei Ming spoke beside her. You don't even need to answer. Just look at yourself, you're so beautiful. In this post-apocalyptic world, people would fight over you. And people are starving to the point where, well, eating children isn't just some scary bedtime story anymore, it's something that actually happens. How long do you think you'd survive out there with Jiang Ro? As a mother, are you really so selfish? Just because you want to be with your daughter, you're willing to drag her into a life of suffering? A life where she could die at any moment? Each of his questions struck Jiang Mengyuan like a hammer. She was completely speechless. Taking Jiang Ro away, was that really the right choice? Before entering the shelter, she wouldn't have doubted it for a second. But now, she hesitated. There was no denying it, this place was perfect. For her daughter, growing up here would be the best possible outcome. Would she really let her own selfishness force Jiang Ro into a miserable, dangerous life? Of course, there is a way for you to have the best of both worlds, Wei Ming said with a smile. Jiang Ro can stay here. And so can you. That way, you and your daughter can always be together. Jiang Mengyuan shot him a glare. All of this, just so you can have me? Wei Ming didn't even try to deny it. He nodded. That's right. And look at me, I could have just taken you by force, but instead, I'm being reasonable. Doesn't that make me a good person? If a guy like you counts as a good person, then there must not be any bad people left in the world. But Jiang Mengyuan had to admit, while this man was undeniably wicked, he at least had principles. Yes, he could have forced himself on her. She wouldn't have been able to resist. But instead, he was seducing her into surrendering willingly. Jiang Mengyuan was caught in an impossible dilemma. If she stayed here with her daughter, she would be betraying her late husband. She and her husband had deeply loved each other. He had died protecting her and their daughter in the apocalypse. How could she betray him now? But if she refused, she would either have to leave alone or take Jiang Ro with her, neither of which was an option she wanted. What should she do? This was impossible. This is so cruel, why are you forcing me like this? She suddenly burst into tears. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. I've given you so many options, with such great conditions, and I'm the one forcing you? No matter how much I respect women, that logic is ridiculous. Jiang Mengyuan was overwhelmed. She had spent so many days searching for her daughter, her only reason for living. Now, she had found her, and suddenly, life had meaning again. But at the same time, she was being forced to make a choice harder than anything she had ever faced. Wei Ming sighed. Damn, I really am a bad person, huh? Why do I enjoy bullying beautiful women so much? Then, he led Jiang Mengyuan back to Jiang Ro's room. This time, he switched on the main light. The bright light immediately woke Jiang Ro. She sat up and rubbed her eyes. When she saw Jiang Mengyuan, her eyes widened in disbelief. Mommy! Mommy! This isn't a dream, is it? Mommy, is it really you? Mommy! Ro! Jiang Mengyuan couldn't hold back anymore. She ran forward in tears, scooping her daughter into her arms. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Now, would Jiang Mengyuan really be willing to leave her daughter behind? So, in the end, she had no choice but to stay. Besides, he had won the bet fair and square, there was no coercion at all, right? Wei Ming wasn't in a hurry at all. What was there to be afraid of? Now that she was inside his home, did he really need to worry that she might escape or fly away? Wei Ming didn't interrupt Jiang Mengyuan's reunion with her daughter. Since he was already here, he might as well go find Lu Qing. The company uniform was ready. Director Lu, are you prepared to face the judgment of justice? One night later, Wei Ming got out of bed and glanced at the torn stockings scattered all over the floor. A satisfied smirk appeared on his lips. Then, he went to Jiang Mengyuan and her daughter's room. The mother and daughter had likely stayed up talking for a long time. Now, they were snuggled up together, fast asleep. Wei Ming walked over and called out to them. It took a while before Jiang Mengyuan groggily opened her eyes. At first, she looked a little dazed. Then, as she remembered that she had been reunited with her daughter, her expression softened with relief and happiness. But the moment she saw Wei Ming, she recalled the conditions he had set for her. Her pretty face immediately twisted into one of misery. Wei Ming chuckled. Even Sichuan opera face changes aren't as dramatic as yours. It's late already. Get up and eat breakfast, he scolded playfully, giving her a light smack. Jiang Mengyuan was stunned. You hit me, there? Meanwhile, Zhang Ro was also woken up by the commotion. When she saw Wei Ming, she immediately smiled sweetly. Good morning, big brother. Wei Ming nodded. Good morning, little Ro. Seeing how her daughter treated Wei Ming with nothing but warmth, without even a trace of fear, Jiang Mengyuan finally believed her. Wei Ming wasn't some kind of pervert who had evil thoughts about little girls. After washing up, Jiang Mengyuan was once again astonished. They could actually wash up? So much water, clean, abundant water. Heavens! When they arrived at Wei Ming's main villa, Jiang Mengyuan was once again left speechless upon seeing the other women, Yu Chutong and the rest. Even though she had always been confident in her own looks, compared to these women, she didn't stand a chance. Especially Zhou Xian. Even Jiang Mengyuan had to admit defeat in front of this woman. Then, when she saw what they were eating, she was so overwhelmed by shock that she simply went numb. She ate breakfast in a daze. The food was so delicious that, without realizing it, she overate. Now, she could clearly feel how full she was, which made her feel a little embarrassed. After breakfast, Wei Ming had Chen Lan take Zhang Ro to study the basics of theater while he took Jiang Mengyuan to the study. It's time to make a decision. Wei Ming smiled. First option, take Zhang Ro and leave. Second option, leave alone. Third option, he paused. Stay here and become my woman. Jiang Mengyuan hesitated. Only now did she realize that Wei Ming had so many women, and each one was stunningly beautiful. If she agreed, she would just be one among many. Before the apocalypse, the thing she despised most was mistresses. And now she was supposed to become one? She couldn't accept that. But at the same time, she couldn't accept leaving her daughter behind. Nor could she bear to take her away and force her to live a harsh, dangerous life where death was always looming. So the only choice left was to stay and become Wei Ming's lover? But wouldn't that be betraying her husband? Her husband had loved her deeply. He had died protecting her and their daughter. And now, for the sake of a comfortable life, she was supposed to become another man's mistress? If she did that, how could she ever face her husband in the afterlife? She wavered, unable to make a decision. Since she couldn't choose, Wei Ming had no choice but to help her make the decision. After the first time, the second and third would naturally follow, and countless more after that. This top-tier beauty was his, no doubt about it. Simply unbelievable. Wei Ming was immensely satisfied. Not only had he claimed a stunning beauty, but he had also obtained 15 pounds of evolution stones. His spatial ability had made significant progress. Now, his spatial gate could open up to 13.9 meters away. The biggest advantage of this? His teleportation range had increased. With each jump covering nearly 14 meters, and with his ability to teleport every 0.1 seconds, that meant his speed had now reached a staggering 139 meters per second. And in terms of speed per hour? 500 kilometers. That was faster than a high-speed train, faster than even a maglev train. Only an airplane could still outpace him. At this rate, I can reach the imperial capital in just over 2 hours. If I can double my spatial gate range, my speed will break past 1,000 kilometers per hour, rivaling commercial jets. In theory, I only need about 100 pounds of evolution stones to achieve that. That's not much, it's definitely possible. At that point, even traveling to Japan wouldn't be a problem. The direct distance from Haidu to Japan was only a little over 700 kilometers. Although the sea hadn't completely dried up, only receded by a few dozen meters, crossing it still theoretically required a boat. But did Wei Ming need to run on the ocean? No. His teleportation came from his alternate dimension, so he didn't need to worry about falling into the sea. Besides, with only 0.1 second gaps between each teleport, how much could he really drop between jumps? Even if he did start to fall, he could simply adjust his trajectory slightly with each jump, lifting himself a few centimeters every time. With that, there was zero chance of falling into the ocean. The only thing I don't know is what the sea is like now. There had been a lot of acid rain. On land, the rain had either seeped into the ground or evaporated, so it hadn't been an immediate threat. But the ocean? The ocean was always full of water. How had all that acid rain affected it? And what if he touched the seawater? Plus, there were evolutionaries on land, what about in the ocean? The ocean was a three-dimensional ecosystem, with far more creatures than the land. What if they had evolved too? What if some of them were incredibly powerful? Wei Ming wanted to head to Japan and massacre everything in sight, but if he ended up dying to some kind of evolved sea monster before even getting there, that would be a ridiculously stupid way to go. So he wasn't in a hurry to go to Japan. At least, not until he became stronger. Meanwhile, in Sioux City, Zhang Shirquan had been utterly terrified of Wei Ming. He had fled non-stop, not even daring to stay in Haidu, eventually escaping to Sioux City. Against Wei Ming, he had been completely powerless. But in reality, he was still a level 2 evolutionary, one of the strongest in existence. In just a few days, he had taken over a massive territory and crowned himself boss once more, living quite comfortably. He had even recruited a few evolutionaries as underlings. But return to Haidu for revenge? Absolutely not. Forget it, he'd just enjoy his reign here. Boss! Boss! One of his men rushed in, looking panicked. Someone's attacking us. Even Chong Ji and Dao Ji were defeated. Zhang Shirchuan's heart jumped, but then he calmed down. No way. It couldn't be that much of a coincidence. There was no way Wei Ming had come all the way to Sioux City just to find him. Since it wasn't Wei Ming, his confidence returned. Humph. How dare they injure my men, he snarled. Let's go see if this guy has 3 heads and 6 arms. He marched downstairs and quickly spotted the intruder. It was a muscular man in his 30s, his body packed with explosive power. You're Zhang Shirquan? The man grinned. Name's Han Long. From now on, you're my underling. Bullshit. Zhang Shirquan roared, activating his ability. 3 seconds later, he was sprawled on the ground, his hair singed, barely clinging to life. Han Long stepped on his chest, grinning arrogantly. I've taken over all of Sioux City. Next, it's time to expand into Haidu. Since Jiang Mengyuan was now here, naturally, she took over the responsibility of caring for Zhang Rou. However, this didn't change the fact that the little girl still had to study English, opera, and math. There wasn't the slightest bit of relaxation. Zhang Rou was in tears. Why? The world has already collapsed, so why am I still being forced to study so hard? Am I still supposed to compete for a university spot or something? People could barely find enough food to eat or water to drink. The only thing on everyone's mind was survival. In the future, just being able to recognize words and write one's own name would already be impressive. So what was the point of learning all this? But the other women didn't care. Useful or not, she should study anyway. Otherwise, what else was she supposed to do all day in the shelter? Having no other choice, Zhang Rou turned to Wei Ming for help. In the entire shelter, only Wei Ming had the authority to rein in these women. But Wei Ming, of course, refused to get involved. There was no way he would offend them over something so trivial. Sure, the girls wouldn't actually get mad at him, but they could refuse to cooperate with him in certain situations, and compared to his happiness, whether the little girl studied a bit more or less hardly mattered. You're a child, and children need to absorb as much knowledge as possible, Wei Ming said. But no other kids will be learning this stuff. Zhang Rou argued. Wei Ming chuckled. Exactly. No other kids will be learning, doesn't that make you special? Who knows, maybe one day you'll be the leader of all of Huaxia, no, maybe even the ruler of the entire world. Zhang Rou blinked in astonishment. Me, the future ruler of the world? Children were easy to sway. After a bit of encouragement from Wei Ming, Zhang Rou actually started to set a goal for herself. To become the future world leader. Then, she obediently went off to study. Phew. Annoying little girl dealt with. Time to gather the other women and head to the pool for some fun. Waves upon waves in the pool. A few hours later, the family sat down for lunch. Zhang Rou glanced at Wei Ming and suddenly exclaimed, "Big brother, why do you look so exhausted? The other women stifled their laughter as they ate, each one playing the role of an innocent bystander, acting as if they had nothing to do with his fatigue. Wei Ming gave a wry smile. This is my own fault. He had personally upgraded all of them to level 2.6 physique type templates, vastly increasing their stamina and endurance. Naturally, they had become warriors, undefeated in every battle, always ready to fight again and again. Exhausting. Absolutely exhausting. Never again. From now on, he'd just stick to evolution fruits, level 1 was already enough. In the afternoon, Wei Ming went to compensate the girls who had missed out on the pool fun because they had been teaching Zhang Rou. This included Song Qingyun, Zhang Linlin, and Zhang Mengyuan. Wei Ming also handed Zhang Mengyuan an evolution fruit. Eating this will turn an ordinary person into an evolutionary? Zhang Mengyuan found it hard to believe. It was just a simple-looking fruit. Other than the fact that she couldn't identify its species, there was nothing special about it. Wei Ming nodded. Your daughter is an extremely rare evolutionary, so far, the only person I've seen capable of producing evolution fruits. The test subjects below didn't count, those were artificially cultivated by Wei Ming. Zhang Mengyuan was both curious and shocked. But without hesitation, she ate the evolution fruit. Moments later, her body began to change. I became an evolutionary? Zhang Mengyuan asked, waving her hands around. But no flames, ice spears, or anything else appeared. She was utterly confused. Wei Ming scanned her with his spatial radar and was slightly surprised. She wasn't a typical physique type, nor did she match any of the templates he had recorded before. Interesting. An evolution fruit actually created an entirely new type of evolutionary. Wei Ming quickly logged her template into his records and then turned to look at Zhang Mengyuan. 3, 2, 1. He counted down. I'm so hungry. Zhang Mengyuan suddenly clutched her stomach, looking embarrassed. She had just arrived at the shelter and hadn't fully adapted yet. To her, food was still incredibly precious. She had never even expected to eat until full, just eating enough to not feel hungry was already a blessing. But now, after just eating, she was hungry again? Why am I eating so much? Wei Ming pulled out some food. Zhang Mengyuan tried to resist, but hunger was a primal instinct, she couldn't fight it. She began to devour the food ravenously. And she quickly noticed that her appetite was insane, far greater than that of a grown man. She panicked. What's happening to me? Wei Ming put on a serious face. You ate the evolution fruit, but you didn't develop any abilities. Something must have gone wrong, which is why your appetite has increased so much. What do I do? Zhang Mengyuan was terrified. The last thing she wanted was to become a useless glutton. Wei Ming smirked internally. Every evolutionary experienced an increased appetite, higher energy consumption naturally required greater food intake. Even without using spatial radar, just looking at someone's appetite was enough to tell if they had successfully evolved. Besides, Zhang Mengyuan had evolved using an evolution fruit, which meant the transformation would only last 24 hours. After a day, her ability would disappear, and she'd return to being a normal person. But she doesn't know that. Wei Ming put on a concerned look. Lie down over there, I need to examine you. Zhang Mengyuan, not suspecting a thing, immediately lay down as instructed. Right now, her only thought was fixing whatever was wrong. Wei Ming began his serious examination, moving carefully inch by inch. At first, Zhang Mengyuan cooperated. But soon, she realized something was off. Is this a proper examination? I don't need an examination anymore. Her face turned bright red. Even though she had already been intimate with Wei Ming before, she was still too shy. Besides, if her daughter found out, how could she face her? No way. Wei Ming held her down firmly. I'm a responsible doctor. How could I let you leave when I know you have a problem? What a gorgeous, curvy woman. Unlike Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, or even Zhou Shen, who all pursued a slender figure, none of them weighing over 100 pounds, Zhang Mengyuan was different. She had an alluring, full figure. At 168 centimeters, 5 feet 6 inches tall, she weighed 110 pounds, with ample curves. Frankly, Wei Ming preferred women with a bit more meat. Too thin, and it just felt like touching bones. Thankfully, Song Qingyun and the others weren't too skinny. Just a few extra pounds, and they'd be perfect. By the time the examination was over, more than 2 hours had passed. Zhang Mengyuan rolled her eyes at Wei Ming. This bastard, he was obviously doing that on purpose. A real doctor who performed exams like that would have been fired and sent to jail long ago. You pervert, she huffed, her voice soft and trembling. Then, she nervously asked, can we keep this a secret from Ro? Why? Wei Ming asked. Jiang Mengyuan bit her lip. I'm afraid she won't be able to accept it. She loved her father more than anyone. If she finds out I betrayed him, I don't know how she'll react. Alright, no problem, Wei Ming agreed immediately. But, do you really think Jiang Ro won't figure it out? She might only be 5 years old, but she was smart. Wei Ming began studying Jiang Mengyuan's ability. Every time he acquired a new character template, he was always eager to research it, never growing tired of the process. Sometimes, it even brought unexpected surprises. For example, someone had once awakened an ability related to stretching and expansion. Wasn't that something that made you Chutong and the others both love and fear? But Jiang Mengyuan's ability was truly peculiar. No matter how much Wei Ming analyzed it, he couldn't figure out how it worked. It seemed like the only effect was her increased appetite. Aside from that, she had no discernible powers. Wei Ming had been using her character model for over 3 hours, yet he was still at a complete loss. Big brother, dinner's ready. Zhang Linlin came downstairs to call him. She was a U opera performer, and when she called out Big Brother, her voice carried a mesmerizing charm. Wei Ming's heart stirred. He grinned. I want to eat you first. Zhang Linlin hesitated slightly but still asked, which part of me do you want to eat? Wei Ming was momentarily stunned. He had obviously been teasing, he hadn't meant it literally. But Zhang Linlin seemed to have taken it seriously. That wasn't right. She had been with him long enough, there was no way she didn't understand what he meant by eat, right? At that moment, Zhang Linlin suddenly shuddered, as if waking from a trance. A hint of fear flashed across her face. What just happened? She muttered. I actually wanted to let you eat me. Wei Ming's mind stirred. Could this be Jiang Mengyuan's ability? Eat more fatty meat at dinner, he said casually. Okay. Zhang Linlin immediately agreed. But her eyes showed a trace of internal struggle. Wei Ming saw it clearly, and it left him stunned. Zhang Linlin was an opera performer, meaning she was extremely strict about maintaining her figure. She never touched fatty meat. Even when she ate meat, it was always fish or chicken breast. To her, eating fatty meat was practically torture. And yet, she had agreed? That was definitely not normal. So, could Jiang Mengyuan's ability actually influence or even control others? That was insane. Zhang Linlin wasn't a level 2.6 physique type, but she had reached level 1 through evolution fruits. Yet even at level 1, she had fallen under the ability's influence. Damn. Jiang Mengyuan's power was no joke. It was somewhat similar to Luo Yu's parasite control ability, but instead of producing parasites, it controlled people directly through words. The downside? The effect likely didn't last long. Unlike parasitic control, where the host couldn't easily break free, this ability seemed to be temporary. So, was it a rule-based ability, where spoken words became law? Or was it a hypnosis-based ability, where the target was mentally influenced? The difference between the two was huge. The first would be insanely overpowered. Wei Ming knew exactly how to find out. If it was hypnosis, then it wouldn't work on animals since they couldn't understand human speech, there would be no way to influence them. But if it was rule-based, then even something ridiculous like commanding a basketball to shoot itself into the hoop would actually happen. Time for an experiment. Excited, Wei Ming headed straight to the livestock area, where plenty of animals were kept. He walked up to a rooster and said, "Jump, chicken, you are beautiful." The rooster, used for breeding, stood tall and proud, staring at him with utter disdain. It looked at him as if he were an idiot. That confirmed it. The ability wasn't rule-based. It was hypnosis-based. Which meant, it could be resisted. Hypnosis was all about willpower. The stronger the target's mind, the harder it would be to control them. Wei Ming returned to the residential area and began testing the ability on the women. As expected, level 1 physique types were completely unable to resist his commands. But once they reached level 2, regardless of their subtype, they could fight off the hypnosis. Level 2 is a clear divide. So it turns out, my classification system is actually quite reasonable. Since this ability was so useful, Wei Ming immediately started working on combinations. He decided to merge the hypnosis ability with his level 2.6 physique type template, creating a dual power setup. Now, whenever he dealt with weaklings, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just a few words, and it would be over. Wouldn't that make him look even more impressive? Of course, there was another very special use for the hypnosis ability. Some women liked to play hard to get. But with hypnosis, well, let's just say, they could fly as freely as they wanted. One word, amazing. Just as he was having the time of his life, a phone call suddenly interrupted Wei Ming's luxurious, indulgent lifestyle. Master Wei, the base took in several waves of refugees today. It seems like a powerful force has invaded Haidu. The call was from one of the revival base leaders. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. A powerful force? In Haidu? Hadn't he already wiped out all the major factions? Explain in detail, he ordered. The person on the other end quickly reported everything they knew. Apparently, 4 different groups of refugees had arrived, each from separate factions. These weren't major forces, just small evolutionary groups, each controlling a street or 2, typically ruled by 1 or 2 evolutionaries. But today, all 4 factions had been attacked. Their leaders were either killed or forced to surrender, and only a few survivors had managed to escape to the revival base. Wei Ming's expression darkened. Even evolutionaries were taken out? Yet ordinary survivors managed to escape? That doesn't make sense. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the other end of the call, then the line cut off. As expected, Wei Ming put the phone down. The enemy had deliberately let some survivors escape, not to warn others, but to track them and infiltrate the revival base. No, finding the base wouldn't have been that hard. Most likely, the enemy had blended in with the refugees, gaining easy access inside. Now, they were launching an attack from within. With the base's defensive systems compromised, its powerful fortifications couldn't function at full capacity. Wei Ming immediately called Zhou Xian, and the 2 of them rushed to the revival base. For Wei Ming, the revival base was critical. With 20,000 people, it was essential for collecting evolution stones. More importantly, this was his territory. How dare they attack? That was a direct insult. And insults must be repaid in full. On the way, Zhou Xian had recently been upgraded to a level 2.6 physique type with gravity abilities. Wei Ming, on the other hand, was using his hypnosis ability plus level 2.6 physique type. Today's battle? Hypnosis would be perfect for dealing with large numbers of enemies. Why only bring Zhou Xian? Because in terms of raw combat ability, she was stronger than Wei Ming himself. Her physique allowed her to fully unleash her natural combat instincts, while her gravity ability was her most well-practiced skill. She was unstoppable. However, on the way there, Zhou Xian had no choice but to stuff herself with food. Her power boost had drastically increased her energy consumption. 1 hour later, the car stopped 2 kilometers from the revival base. Zhou Xian was about to get out, but Wei Ming stopped her. What? She asked, confused. Wei Ming grinned. You have breadcrumbs on your lips. Before she could wipe them off, Wei Ming leaned in and kissed her instead. Zhou Xian's face instantly turned bright red. Wei Ming smirked. Tastes delicious. Though, was he talking about the food, or her lips? Wei Ming and Zhou Xian arrived at the main entrance. This place had originally been guarded by multiple soldiers, but now, they were nowhere to be seen. Even the gatekeepers had been withdrawn, which showed just how intense the battle inside the base had become. Wei Ming stepped inside. However, since the base extended deep underground, using spatial radar here was limited. So, he only checked for nearby enemies and assessed their strength. Clearly, the battle was happening within the base itself, as the passage remained empty. The 2 passed through a long corridor and finally reached the underground level, where the vast base appeared before them. The lights were bright, but gunfire echoed everywhere. Boom! Explosions rang out as well. At that moment, Wei Ming used his spatial radar again, setting the height at 2.5 meters with dynamic tracking, allowing him to cover the entire base. Instantly, he grasped the situation of everyone inside. There were a total of 24 evolved beings. Wei Ming remembered that the base originally had evolved beings. He had killed a few, and later, a few more had joined. The total had become 14. So, did that mean 10 evolved beings had invaded this time? No. The battle had been ongoing for a long time, and many had died. The evolved beings on the base's side might not all be alive anymore. That meant the exact number of invading evolved beings was uncertain. Wei Ming and Zhou Xian did not split up because the battle was concentrated in one area. They rushed over and saw both sides locked in fierce combat. It was obvious that the base's side was at a disadvantage. This was because the opposing side had an extremely powerful evolved being who, with just a few attacks, severely injured the evolved beings on the base's side. However, he hadn't gone for the kill. "Humph, up until now, I've been holding back," the powerful evolved being said impatiently. "The reason I did so was because I saw some value in you and wanted to recruit you as my subordinates. But since you stubbornly refuse to submit and insist on resisting to the end, don't blame me for being merciless." His gaze swept over the crowd, filled with murderous intent. Zhou Xian glanced at Wei Ming, who nodded in response. With that, she drew her sword and leaped forward, whoosh, crossing over 10 meters in an instant and landing in the middle of the battlefield. She slashed out with her sword, forcing the powerful evolved being to retreat repeatedly. The evolved being looked at Zhou Xian in surprise. Impressive. Then, a look of admiration flickered in his eyes. This woman was stunningly beautiful. Not only was her face flawless, but her figure was also impeccable, something beyond what should exist in the human world. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You're so strong. You should be my woman." Zhou Xian snorted coldly, wielding her sword with an aggressive offensive. The opposing evolved being was incredibly strong, no doubt about that, but he was only at level 2.5, slightly weaker than Zhou Xian. Moreover, she had dual abilities and an exceptional combat talent. Her sword strikes came down like a rainstorm, forcing the evolved being into constant retreat. This enraged him. He clenched his fists and punched straight at the tip of her sword. "I was holding back because you're a woman, but since you're asking for it, don't blame me." Clang! His fist struck the sword tip, shattering the steel blade into countless fragments. But Zhou Xian remained unfazed and countered with her own punch. Bang! 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 They exchanged 4 blows, and the man began to falter. Zhou Xian seized the opening and landed a punch on his abdomen, sending him stumbling backward, his face flushed red like a pig's liver. Fortunately, he was a physique-type evolved being. Otherwise, that punch would have shattered his internal organs completely. The sheer force of that punch brought the entire battle to a halt. Both sides instinctively pulled back. After all, they were merely small fry. The outcome of the duel between the leaders would determine the fate of the entire battle. Looking at the situation, it became clear. The base had only 9 evolved beings, whereas the attackers had 15. No wonder they were being utterly crushed. If the invaders had attacked head-on, the base defenders could have deployed suppression rounds, crippling 90% of their combat power. However, using those rounds inside the base would neutralize everyone, including themselves, except for that one exceptionally strong evolved being on the enemy's side. In that case, this would turn into a one-sided massacre. Being a physique-type evolved being meant incredible regenerative abilities. The powerful enemy simply rubbed his abdomen, and it seemed as though he had already recovered. He even grinned, saying, "Damn, you sure hit hard. But I like it, this makes things exciting. My name is Zhang Heng. What's yours, beautiful?" Zhou Xian ignored his question and asked instead, "Why are you attacking this base?" Zhang Heng shrugged. "Right now, the world is in chaos, like the warring states of ancient times. With our power, why shouldn't we unify the nation or even the whole world? In turbulent times, there was never a shortage of ambitious individuals." Zhou Xian frowned, clenching her fists. "I don't care about other places, but you're not taking this base." Zhang Heng sneered. "I admit, you're impressive. For a woman to reach this level is quite rare. But in our organization, I'm not even among the top elites. You're only about as strong as I am. How will you fight against our real powerhouses? How about this? You become my woman. I'll introduce you to our organization. Together, we can rule this world. Maybe we'll even govern a nation of our own like true emperors." Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Wei Ming leisurely walked over, wrapping an arm around Zhou Xian's slender waist. Smiling, he said, "You dare lay a hand on my woman? Looks like I'll have to make you a eunuch." Zhang Heng's eyes locked onto Wei Ming's hand on Zhou Xian's waist, and an intense killing intent surged across his face. "You're asking for death." Whoosh! In the next instant, he charged straight at Wei Ming. "Kill this bastard. How dare he touch the woman he had set his eyes on?" "Get back," Wei Ming said indifferently. Zhang Heng suddenly stopped as if he had turned into a puppet, rapidly retreating. Because of the abrupt halt while sprinting at high speed, he suffered backlash, his face flushing red as though he were about to vomit blood. Zhang Heng was utterly shocked. He had just felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as if moving forward would have meant death. What was this power? It was invisible and untouchable, yet terrifying. Ever heard of word command? Wei Ming smirked, making something up on the spot. Then he turned to Zhou Shen and said, "Take him down. Dead or alive?" "Got it." Zhou Shen nodded and immediately attacked Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng wouldn't back down and engaged her head-on. Both were physique-type evolved beings, and though he was 0.1 level lower than Zhou Shen, the gap was relatively small. Moreover, his combat skills were formidable, keeping the fight fairly even. But now, with Wei Ming's interference, could he really handle this? All Wei Ming had to do was open a spatial gate, and Zhang Heng was instantly overwhelmed. Danger ahead. Danger behind. Danger to the left. Danger to the right. Jump. Danger above. Fall. Still danger below. Zhang Heng realized he couldn't move at all. Any direction he chose led to certain death. But this was a battle. Staying still wasn't an option. Zhou Shen relentlessly pressed her attacks, forcing him back with every exchange. And each retreat only led to more danger. He had no way to redirect the force of her attacks. He had to absorb them all, shaking his insides violently, making him feel as if his stomach was about to turn inside out. It was unbearable. Zhang Heng was truly not weak. In Wei Ming's established ranking system, he was as high as level 2.5, only 0.1 level lower than the highest ranked template Wei Ming had encountered. But even that tiny gap was enough to leave him completely overpowered by Zhou Shen. After all, this woman's combat talent was extraordinarily strong. Even if she were at level 2.5 and Zhang Heng at 2.6, the result would still be the same. Zhang Heng would be the one getting beaten down. Zhou Shen's combat talent alone provided an advantage equivalent to a boost of at least 0.2 or even 0.3 levels. And besides, wasn't Wei Ming also interfering? He constantly disrupted Zhang Heng. There was no need to attack directly, just opening spatial portals in Zhang Heng's retreat path was enough to force him to stop abruptly. After doing this a dozen times, Zhang Heng ended up coughing up blood repeatedly. His face first flushed red, then turned pale. After taking another punch from Zhou Shen, Zhang Heng could no longer stop himself. Even if Wei Ming opened a spatial portal behind him, he had no way of halting. Tang tung tang. He kept staggering backward until, suddenly, he vanished. However, just a moment later, Zhang Heng's body reappeared. "Take him down," Wei Ming said calmly. Zhou Shen's heart stirred, and she quickly withdrew most of the force from her punch. Zhang Heng, however, was utterly bewildered. He had been unable to stop himself and had expected to be swallowed by some unknown danger. But to his complete shock, nothing had happened. What the hell? He was so frustrated he could vomit blood. If it hadn't been for his desperation to avoid that unknown danger, would he have suffered so much damage in such a short time, coughing up blood and nearly losing his ability to fight? And for what? For absolutely nothing. Wasn't this a massive loss? Fine, then. Now that there were no more hidden dangers, was he really supposed to be afraid of a mere little girl? He clenched his fists and swung at Zhou Shen. But the moment he lifted his arm, he froze again. Why was his punch moving so slowly? And why did it feel like all his strength had evaporated? Hell, even taking a piss takes more effort than this. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Zhang Heng was sent flying by a single punch and immediately lost consciousness. And this was with Zhou Shen holding back most of her strength. If she had gone all out, Zhang Heng wouldn't have just been knocked out, he would have been blasted into pieces. A physique-type evolved being at level 2.6 could easily do something like that. With Zhang Heng taken down, what could the remaining evolved beings possibly do? Within just a few minutes, they had all surrendered. Wei Ming had Zhou Shen bring Zhang Heng into an empty room. This would serve as a temporary interrogation room. "Who sent you?" Wei Ming asked. Zhang Heng remained defiant and sneered, "Of course, it was our boss." His eyes lingered on Zhou Shen as he continued, "You may be strong, but in front of my boss, you're nothing. If you know what's good for you, let me go, restore me to my original state, and surrender to me. Otherwise, when my boss arrives, you rebels will all be crushed with a single palm strike." Wei Ming was a little surprised. Zhang Heng was a level 2.5 evolved being undeniably strong. Yet, he spoke about his boss with such reverence. This meant that his boss must be incredibly powerful, otherwise, Zhang Heng wouldn't be so convinced of his superiority. "Tell me about your boss," Wei Ming said. "You think I'll just answer because you asked?" Zhang Heng sneered. "A pretty boy who relies on women, do you even deserve to know? Tell you what, have your woman serve me well, and maybe I'll consider it." Stubborn to the core. Wei Ming shook his head but didn't intend to resort to torture. Instead, he directly used his hypnosis ability. Who is your boss? If Zhang Hong were still a level 2.5 evolved being, Wei Ming's mere level 1.0 hypnosis wouldn't have worked on him. But now that Zhang Hong had been reduced to an ordinary person, how could he resist? Immediately, he replied, "My boss is Han Long." Han Long? Where is he? Wei Ming asked again. Suzhou City, Zhang Hong answered obediently. Wei Ming continued questioning, and Zhang Hong kept answering honestly, quickly giving him a detailed understanding of Han Long. Before the apocalypse, no one knew what Han Long did. However, after the apocalypse began, he was among the first to awaken an ability. His power grew at an astonishing rate, and he continuously expanded his territory. In just 2 months, he had gained complete control over Suzhou City. Of course, Suzhou was vast, with a population of over 10 million spread across the main city and its surrounding counties. Han Long had only managed to control the main city, after which he set his sights on expanding toward Haidu. After fully securing Koan County, he decided to launch an assault on Haidu. Thus, Zhang Hong and his men were sent to attack the Fushing base. Han Long orchestrated the attack remotely, instructing his forces to first take down several small factions. Then, they blended in with the refugees and infiltrated the base to launch an assault from within. Wei Ming clicked his tongue. Not only was Han Long powerful, but he was also cunning, not just another brainless villain. Wait, what did you do to me? Zhang Hong suddenly looked horrified. He had just realized that he had willingly spilled everything he knew about Han Long. What kind of sorcery was this? Wei Ming didn't bother explaining. Without a word, he sent Zhang Hong back into the alternate space. But this time, once he went in, he wasn't coming out again. What's your plan? Zhou Shen asked, looking at Wei Ming with her bright, beautiful eyes. Wei Ming chuckled. What else? Now that Han Long's attack has failed, he'll probably lay low for a few days, gather intel on us, and try to figure out who took down Zhang Hong. Once he has that information, he'll send another wave or maybe even come himself. I won't wait for that. I'm going to strike first and find out exactly what this guy is capable of. Mainly, he wanted to steal Han Long's ability template. If Han Long was a physique type, there was nothing to think about, just copy his abilities and fight him head-on. Even if he couldn't kill Han Long, he could at least drive him away. And if Han Long wasn't a physique type? Then Wei Ming would retreat, figure out his power, acquire a second ability template, and come back to finish the job. One way or another, no matter how strong Han Long was, Wei Ming would never lose. Damn it, he just wanted to take it easy, tend to some plants, and collect evolution stones. But Han Long just had to mess with his territory. Fushing base had 20,000 people. Zhou Shen nodded. Do you want me to come with you? Wei Ming grinned. Of course. Otherwise, the journey would be way too boring. Zhou Shen's cheeks turned red, and she quickly said, We're going for serious business. You are my serious business. Wei Ming pulled Zhou Shen into his arms. Having just taken care of Zhang Hong and his men, Han Long wouldn't launch a second wave of attacks so soon. That meant Wei Ming had plenty of time. Time to take care of some serious business first. A few hours later, after handling business, Wei Ming used the satellite phone to contact the shelter. He told the girls that he and Zhou Shen wouldn't be returning tonight and might be gone for 2 or 3 days. Then, he set off with his serious business. Target, Suzhou City. Wei Ming had no concerns about the safety of the women in the shelter. Zhang Ro provided them with 1 evolution fruit per day, and since Scarlet was already an evolved being, she didn't need one, which saved an extra fruit. This meant that every single person in the shelter was an evolved being. On top of that, the shelter was buried dozens of meters underground, with an alloy steel door at the entrance so strong that even a missile wouldn't be able to break through. How much safer could it get? The shelter also had a small-scale ecological system, and its energy reserves were enough to sustain it for 6 months. So, no matter how long Wei Ming was away, as long as it wasn't more than 6 months, the women in the shelter would be perfectly fine. If they had nuclear energy like the Fushing base, there wouldn't even be a need to worry about energy consumption. But, living and sleeping right on top of nuclear energy every day? Even Wei Ming would be nervous about that. If that thing ever exploded, he wouldn't even have time to escape into his alternate space, he'd be instantly vaporized. Forget it. Regular energy sources were fine. Zhou Shen was driving while Wei Ming sat in the passenger seat. He occasionally admired the scenery outside, but more often, he admired the scenery beside him. Comparing the two, he still found Zhou Shen far more captivating. Unable to resist, he reached out his hand. Shen was focused on driving, but when she suddenly felt his touch, she shot him a glare. I'm driving. Exactly. That's why you should keep your eyes on the road and focus on your passenger's safety, Wei Ming said with a grin, making no effort to withdraw his hand. This guy. Shen wanted to bite him a few times out of frustration, but she could only imagine it because she wasn't strong enough to actually do it. She had no choice but to pour all her attention into driving. But, was that even possible? Before long, her breathing grew heavier, and a blush spread across her face, making her look even more stunning. Screech! At that moment, the car suddenly lost control and flipped over, rolling several times bam, 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 7 full rotations before slamming into a streetlight pole, knocking it over. Only then did the car finally come to a stop. By now, the vehicle was a wreck. The hood had been ripped off, and the car looked like it could explode at any moment. Was it Shen's poor driving skills? Or was it Wei Ming's expert hands? Neither. From the darkness, a group of people rushed forward. Quick, quick! Check if they're still alive, the car could explode any second. Hope there's a woman inside. I haven't had any fun in days. With a crash this bad, even if there's a woman, she's probably in pieces. You still into that? Heh, while she's still warm, it's fine. They carried tools in their hands, forcefully prying open the car doors. But when they looked inside, they were stunned. The airbags had deployed, but the seats were empty. Where were the people? You looking for someone? A lazy voice rang out. The group turned around abruptly, only to see a man and a woman walking out from the darkness, side by side. Holy shit, that woman is gorgeous. Compared to her, the man was completely irrelevant. I'm first. Who the hell are you? I'm first. Bullshit, I'm first. Hearing these bastards argue over who would be the first to violate her, Shen's killing intent surged uncontrollably. These scum had scattered nails on the road to cause their crash. Now, seeing that they had survived, they actually had the audacity to set their sights on her. Little lady, you have 2 choices. 1, you serve us willingly. 2, we break your limbs and take turns serving you. Heh heh, which will it be? One of the men grinned, spinning a gun in his hand. Shen was about to strike, but Wei Ming gently pressed her hand down. Smiling, he said, let's count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 13 people. That's an odd number. Oh, no problem. A devilish expression appeared on his face. Alright, everyone, drop your pants and form a circle. When I give the signal, start screwing the person in front of you. Keep going until you die. He had already activated his hypnosis ability. There was no way ordinary people could resist. And so, the 13 men obediently formed a circle. What followed was a chorus of agonized screams. Wei Ming smiled at Shen. Let's go. No need to waste time here. For ordinary people, Wei Ming's hypnosis was something that would affect them for the rest of their lives. So when he said until you die, he meant it literally. Shen had already turned away, unwilling to watch. Annoyed, she muttered, you could have just killed them outright. Why make them? Wei Ming's expression turned cold. These bastards dared to lay their hands on my woman. Do you think I'd let them die so easily? His tone was terrifying, his expression even more chilling. Yet, for some reason, Shen felt a strange sense of sweetness in her heart. What's wrong with me? Wei Ming pulled out another car. Shen drove again, while he continued to laze around. Ha! This time, he was surprised. Not only was there no resistance, but the enemy seemed to welcome him with open arms. Shen's face flushed red. No way was she going to admit that she was a little touched and decided to indulge him. Had ha! Wei Ming chuckled. Hanlong's headquarters was by Jinji Lake in Suzhou City. However, the massive lake had long since dried up. The once soft mud had been baked rock hard by the sun, forming deep cracks across the lakebed, a sight that was both eerie and unsettling. This had once been a 5-rated tourist attraction. Now, still, Hanlong had taken over a villa district by the lake and turned it into his base of operations. Ordinary people feared extreme heat, but evolved beings had varying degrees of immunity. The higher their evolution level, the stronger this immunity became. And not just against heat. Evolved beings had significantly higher resistance to extreme cold, viruses, injuries, everything. Their resistance was linked to both their level and their abilities. For example, a fire-type evolved being wouldn't just be unharmed by high temperatures, they would thrive in such conditions, feeling more comfortable and even gaining a boost in combat power. Of course, beneath this villa district, a massive underground space had already been excavated. This was where most of Han Long's forces resided, his soldiers, strategists, and his harem. He wasn't particularly obsessed with women, but power attracted them in droves. As a result, he had amassed dozens of them. The sun had risen, but the world had fallen silent. There were no voices. No chirping insects. Normally, cicadas would be screaming at this hour, but this year, nothing. It was eerily quiet, as if the world had become a ghost town. The outside temperature had soared to 72 degrees Celsius, 161 degrees Fahrenheit. The asphalt roads looked as though they were about to melt, radiating heat waves that distorted the air. Yet on the rooftop of a 3-story villa, Han Long stood on the balcony, basking in the sunlight, completely unscathed. He even looked like he was enjoying it. Zhang Hong hasn't called in for a long time. He's probably dead in Haidu, he remarked indifferently. From a shadow inside the room, a voice responded, "Should I check it out? I'll only gather intel, though I won't engage." "No need." Han Long shook his head. "I suspect they'll make the first move. Keep an eye out. If any strangers approach, inform me immediately. Also, when are you going to stop being such a coward? You're a level 3 evolved being. Even if you can't win, escaping should be easy for you." But this time, the shadow remained silent. And if one looked closely, was there even anyone there? Wei Ming and Zhou Xian arrived at Jinji Lake. Zhou Xian originally wanted to find some shade from the sun, but Wei Ming opened a spatial portal above their car, completely blocking the sunlight. Not only did this effectively shield them from harmful radiation, but it also significantly lowered the temperature. Could the light energy he absorbed be redirected elsewhere? Wei Ming was curious. If he could release that stored light, even if evolved beings had some kind of danger-sensing ability, could they possibly react faster than light? As they approached Han Long's base, Wei Ming and Zhou Xian first entered a building. The moment they stepped inside, they both stopped in their tracks, their expressions filled with suspicion. Wei Ming, in particular, instinctively activated his spatial radar. No one was there. "You felt it too?" Wei Ming asked. Zhou Xian nodded. "Just now, I had the distinct feeling that someone was watching us." There was no way they were both experiencing an illusion at the same time. That meant the feeling of being watched had to be real. But the moment they sensed it, Wei Ming immediately used his spatial radar, scanning a 200m x 200m x 20m area in 3-dimensional space. He refused to believe that someone could escape such a large detection zone in just a fraction of a second. Yet, he found nothing. Could it be underground? Wei Ming murmured. Earth-type evolved beings could, of course, approach from underground and observe them from below. His spatial radar had only scanned the surface level. "We've probably been exposed," Wei Ming told Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian remained calm. "So what's your plan?" Wei Ming smiled. "Then let's play a little game of wits and strength." He placed a hand on Zhou Xian, and the next moment, they both disappeared into the alternate space. When they re-emerged, their ability templates had changed. They were now physique type with invisibility, though only at level 1.0. However, their invisibility ability was close to level 2.0. Unfortunately, the original evolved being with this power was already dead, meaning they had no way to further improve it unless they found another invisibility type evolved being. It didn't take long for Zhou Xian to master her new ability. Both of them instantly activated their invisibility and swiftly left. Wei Ming had no intention of retreating just yet. Instead, he advanced stealthily toward Han Long's villa district. His goal this time was simply to acquire Han Long's ability template. Unless Han Long turned out to be a physique type, Wei Ming had no plans to start a fight. Meanwhile, "Boss, a man and a woman just arrived near our base. Their abilities seem strong. The moment I looked at them, they sensed me, so I backed off to avoid being discovered." A voice emerged from the shadows. If Wei Ming had scanned this area with his spatial radar, he would have realized that he was mistaken. The person watching them was not an Earth-type evolved being. Han Long's lips twitched slightly. "You're a level 3 evolved being, why are you so damn timid? Would it kill you to probe them a little?" "Forget it." He let out a light chuckle. "Interesting. I figured someone would come, but I didn't expect them to arrive so soon. Looks like Zhang Hong sold me out. Otherwise, how else would they know where to find his base?" The shadowy figure remained confused. "Boss, how can you be sure they're from Haidu?" "Just a hunch," Han Long said indifferently. "But even if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter. Better to kill 10,000 wrongly than let a single threat go free. Where are they now? Building D242. Han Long smirked. He had divided the entire area into a numbered grid, so as soon as someone reported a location, he could immediately pinpoint the exact spot. All his subordinates were required to memorize this system. Boom! He leaped off the balcony. His massive body landed lightly on the ground like a feather, making no sound at all. The next second, he rushed toward Wei Ming and Zhou Xian's location, a faint trace of fire flickering around him. Han Long was blindingly fast. In just a few seconds, he arrived at the room where Wei Ming and Zhou Xian had been. He waved his hand. Boom! A burst of flames surged through the doorway, instantly expanding and engulfing the entire room. But just as quickly as the flames erupted, they vanished. Gone? Han Long frowned. He was a fire-type evolved being, and his level was exceptionally high. His flames weren't just destructive, they could also serve as an extension of his senses. When he flooded the entire room with fire, it was the equivalent of sweeping every inch of the space with his hands. Yet, no one was there. They sure ran fast, he muttered. Boom! 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 He unleashed flames in all directions, his fire slithering like serpents, extending up to 30 meters away. But still, he found nothing. Han Long stood still for 3 seconds before turning and leaving. From a distance, Wei Ming clicked his tongue. He's strong. This guy was seriously strong. Now that Han Long had used his abilities, Wei Ming could confirm that he was a fire-type evolved being. However, what shocked him even more was Han Long's physical resilience. His cell strength was on par with a level 1.2 physique-type evolved being. What did that mean? Wei Ming had absorbed so many evolution stones, yet he was barely approaching level 1.0 physique-type evolution. Even if he reached exactly level 1.0, he was still far from level 1.1. In other words, Han Long's evolution level surpassed Wei Ming's. This was the first time Wei Ming had encountered someone more evolved than himself. Damn, did Han Long dig up an entire evolution stone mine or something? Retreat for now. First, he needed to fully analyze Han Long's abilities. Then, he would create a dual ability template before coming back for the kill. That had been his plan from the start. Unless Han Long had turned out to be a physique type. In that case, Wei Ming would have copied his ability on the spot and fought him immediately. He led Zhou Xian in a retreat. Once they were far enough away, he took out a car, and as usual, Zhou Xian drove while Wei Ming relaxed. On the way back. We're just leaving? Zhou Xian was puzzled. Weren't we here to gather intelligence? Wei Ming smiled. We already got what we needed. Now that he had Han Long's ability template, he could mass-produce evolved beings just like him. Then, he would simply bring 30 Han Longs to Han Long's doorstep. Let's see how one Han Long could stop 30 of himself. Why waste effort fighting when you can just steamroll the enemy? Zhou Xian still didn't fully understand, but she quickly asked, did you notice? That guy could walk in direct sunlight. Wei Ming nodded. Maybe high-level evolved beings no longer fear the sun. Saying that, he entered his alternate space to switch to Han Long's ability template. In his alternate space, he was like a god, he could change anything with a single thought. But strangely, the moment he tried to switch to Han Long's template, nothing happened. He tried again, switching to a level 2.6 physique type. This time, it worked instantly. Then he tried switching to Han Long's template again. Once more, nothing happened. He didn't try a third time. Instead, he exited the alternate space and returned to his seat. The whole process took less than 0.1 seconds. I can't use Han Long's ability template. Wei Ming was still in shock. Why? This was the first time Wei Ming had encountered such a situation. He had clearly acquired Han Long's ability template, yet he was unable to create it. Strange. Could it be? A theory surfaced in his mind. I can't replicate ability templates from evolved beings whose level surpasses mine? There was no doubt that Han Long's evolution level was higher than his. This was evident from his cellular strength. If Wei Ming's alternate space had such a hidden restriction, then it made sense why he couldn't replicate Han Long's abilities. The difference isn't that big. I'd estimate I'm just about 10 kilograms, 22 pounds, worth of evolution stones behind. Wei Ming sighed but quickly shifted back to another pressing matter. He rolled down the window and stretched his hand outside. Sunlight touched his exposed skin. Yet, contrary to what he expected, there was no searing, unbearable pain. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort. It's true, once evolution reaches a certain level, you become immune to the harmful radiation in sunlight. He nodded, confirming his hypothesis. It probably required level 2 evolution. After all, at level 1, he had still been affected by sunlight. This meant that achieving level 2 evolution could serve as a precise benchmark, not just a rough estimate based on cellular strength. Shen couldn't help but feel excited. This was great news for humanity. If everyone could reach this level of evolution, rebuilding society would be much easier. People would no longer need to hide underground to survive. It wasn't hard to imagine, a few generations of underground living might be fine, but after hundreds or even thousands of generations, humans would mutate severely, hunched backs, atrophied muscles, blindness from lack of sunlight, a completely new species. The thought of that future sent chills down Zhou Xian's spine. She glanced out the window, tempted to stretch her hand out as well. But then she remembered she had an invisibility ability, and according to Wei Ming, its level hadn't reached 2.0 yet. She probably wouldn't be able to withstand the sun's radiation. Forget it. The car sped along the highway. Since Wei Ming was deep in thought, Zhou Xian focused on driving. Without his usual disruptions, she actually felt a little uncomfortable. From Suzhou to Haidu, even on the expressway, it would take at least an hour to drive. And their shelter wasn't in the north of Haidu but rather in the southeast, making the total drive about 2.5 hours. After driving for over an hour, Zhou Xian started to feel bored and took the initiative to chat with Wei Ming. Wei Ming had been lost in thought about his inability to replicate Han Long's abilities. He suspected that it was due to Han Long's higher evolution level. But even if he couldn't fully copy Han Long's template, what if he could reverse engineer it into a version that matched his own level? If he could adapt the ability to his current evolution level. Even if he was still weaker than Han Long, the gap would be small. And when combined with his spatial abilities, he might not lose after all. Seeing Zhou Xian trying to start a conversation, Wei Ming was a little surprised at first. Then, he understood. This little girl is already attached to me. It was only natural. A certain female author had once said, the fastest way into a woman's heart is through, well, you know what? And not only had Wei Ming shared that bond with Zhou Xian, but he was also the only one she had ever been with. In an apocalyptic world like this, Wei Ming's strength was godlike. Women were naturally drawn to power. So after opening that door, it was no surprise that Zhou Xian's dependence on him was only growing stronger. Wei Ming smirked and reached out his hand. What are you doing? I'm driving. Zhou Xian scolded in embarrassment. But Wei Ming didn't pull back. Because even though Zhou Xian was protesting, her body was being very honest, practically inviting him in. This little girl has caught feelings. Pull over, Wei Ming said. Screech. Zhou Xian slammed the brakes, turning to him. What's wrong? Nothing. I just thought of a poem. Wei Ming smiled. Zhou Xian nearly punched him out of frustration. Holding back her anger, she asked, what poem? Stopping by the woods on a late autumn evening. Wei Ming grinned. Zhou Xian instantly understood. Her face turned bright red, and she shot him a huge eye roll. But, without a word, she put the car in park. Wouldn't want it accidentally rolling away later. An hour or so later. The car started up again. Zhou Xian was back in the driver's seat, keeping her eyes locked on the road, her focus razor-sharp. Yet, her flushed cheeks, her glistening eyes, and her soft, enchanting aura made her look absolutely breathtaking. Wei Ming admired his handiwork and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This one is truly top tier. After another hour, they finally arrived back at the shelter. Wei Ming immediately went to find an experiment subject. Even though he had already drawn a conclusion, he still felt the need for one last test. But after tossing an experiment subject into his alternate space, Wei Ming still couldn't modify them into Han Long's template. Now he was completely convinced. Time for Plan B. Reverse engineering Han Long's template into something that fit his own evolution level. This actually had a high chance of success. Because Han Long was a fire-type evolved being, and Wei Ming had at least 4 different fire-based templates, some high-level, some low-level. So reverse engineering a mid-tier fire template was definitely possible. If he only had low-tier templates, it would be as impossible as trying to leap to the top of a skyscraper in one jump. Inside the alternate space, Wei Ming was practically a god. In mere moments, his mind processed an infinite number of calculations, generating new ability templates and applying them to his test subjects. Failure. 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 Some templates were so unstable that the test subject exploded the moment they left the alternate space. Some failed without killing the subject, so he kept them for further testing. Still, after a few hours, half of the 100 test subjects were already dead. The survivors were terrified, desperately begging for their lives. They had been trapped in this hell for days, treated like livestock. Many had prayed for death, but now that death was right in front of them, they feared it more than ever. Better to live miserably than to die horribly. But Wei Ming ignored their pleas. He continued his experiments. Finally, as the sun rose once again, he succeeded. Only 3 test subjects remained. But no problem, Wei Ming had thousands of evolution fruits, all at level 1. That was more than enough. No need to restock. Alright, you can rest in peace now. He eliminated the last 3 test subjects. In the future, if he needed new ones, he could always find more. Good people were rare these days. But scumbags were everywhere. Wei Ming returned to the living quarters. The women immediately ran up to greet him, shocked. He had been gone for 8 hours, a record. Wei Ming rolled his eyes. What, do they think I'm some kind of sex fiend? Oh, since you dare look at me like that. Fine, now suffer the consequences. The day passed just like that. Wei Ming lay on the bed, his gaze vacant. Empty, completely empty. Hee, hubby, get up and eat. Zhang Linlin came over to pull him. Lin Wanqiu, leaning against the door, chuckled, Dalong, do you want a bowl of medicine? Wei Ming sat up and glared at his charming aunt. Are you still trying to poison your own husband? The 2 women, one on each side, each grabbed one of Wei Ming's hands, trying to pull him up. But with a slight exertion, Wei Ming sent them both tumbling onto the bed. Wei Ming laughed heartily before finally getting up. After the family finished their meal, Jiang Ro was taken away to begin her grueling studies, while Wei Ming fell into deep thought. What will Han Long do next? Will he launch a full-scale attack? Although there was a gap in their evolution levels, Wei Ming felt no fear. He still had his spatial abilities. Aren't you a fire-type evolver? If you push me too far, I'll drop an iceberg the size of a city on your head. Let's see how much of your power you can still use. Besides, the icebergs Wei Ming had collected came from the Earth's poles. The Antarctic alone was larger than all of China. So, just how terrifying was the number of icebergs in his possession? In this post-apocalyptic world, ice-type evolvers were naturally at a disadvantage, while fire-type evolvers thrived. But against Wei Ming, who wielded spatial abilities, the natural order could be overturned. He could manually alter the environment. At least in the short term. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Wei Ming didn't want to go to such extremes. After all, the fact that satellite phones were still operational meant that most satellites were still in orbit. He didn't want to be caught on camera performing such an act, otherwise, evolvers from around the world would turn their sights on him. However, Han Long didn't know the extent of Wei Ming's power. What if he overestimated himself and simply sent his generals to attack instead? Wei Ming could easily pretend to be on equal footing, buying himself time to acquire more evolution stones. As long as his evolution level caught up to Han Long's, he could use Han Long's character template, then he wouldn't need to reveal his trump card. He switched to the extrapolated character template and began experimenting with its abilities. Since this was an enhanced version of an existing ability, he got the hang of it quickly. Within minutes, he was casually summoning flames, even making them change direction midair, like living fire serpents. He achieved this by attaching his consciousness to the flames, making them an extension of his own body. Even a level 2 fire evolver couldn't do this. Wei Ming nodded. So this must be a level 3 ability, and Han Long is likely around level 3.8. That confirms that my evolution level has surpassed 3. He had Zhao Mingyu's character template, which was at level 2. That man was also fire type but clearly couldn't achieve this. Level 3 was a fundamental transformation. How does Han Long have so many evolution stones? Wei Ming clicked his tongue. In terms of land area, Sioux City was indeed larger, but Haidu had a much bigger population. Shouldn't that even things out? I guess it just comes down to luck. Wei Ming called the revival base, instructing them to temporarily stop taking in survivors to prevent another internal breach. Even if evolvers attacked head-on, the base was strong enough to hold out for a long time. Did they really think suppression rounds and combat suits were just for show? Currently, suppression rounds were effective against level 1 evolvers. Han Long might already be a level 3 evolver, but most of his subordinates were likely still level 1. A single suppression round would render everyone equal. And with combat suits? The base could still put up a fight. One failed battle didn't mean the base was weak. After suffering a near-catastrophic loss, the base had already heightened its security awareness. Even without Wei Ming's warning, they had planned to take similar precautions. Wei Ming thought for a moment and decided to raise the purchase price of evolution stones significantly. One gene, 1.1 pounds, could now be exchanged for 100 liters, 26.4 gallons, of water or an equivalent amount of rice or meat. With such a high reward, there was bound to be no shortage of risk-takers. Not only did ordinary people from the base venture out to find evolution stones, but even small factions of evolvers were doing the same. Surprisingly, many were not using the evolution stones for themselves but selling them to Wei Ming. The price was simply too high to ignore. Using evolution stones could indeed make one stronger, but that didn't mean they could survive without resources. On the contrary, the stronger someone became, the more resources they consumed. Unless they could rise to the position of Dragon King Hall's leader or Revival Base's commander, how would they sustain their ever-growing appetite? Besides, even without evolution stones, evolvers could still gradually improve their strength, just at a much slower pace. So why not trade the evolution stones for something more beneficial? With all preparations made, all Wei Ming could do now was wait. Wait idly? Not a chance. With so many girls around him, even if Wei Ming wanted to wait idly, they wouldn't let him. 3 days passed in a flash. Wei Ming had another breakthrough. Someone sold 11 gene, 12 pounds, of evolution stones in Dragon King Hall. Wei Ming rushed over, exchanged the requested supplies, and immediately absorbed the 11 gene of evolution stones. He also made a trip to the revival base to procure new weapons. Unfortunately, the 9 previous leaders had been killed by Zhao Mingyu and Hu Chang, resulting in the loss of the second key and half of the launch codes. With only his current level of authority, Wei Ming had no way of launching missiles, otherwise, he would have already sent a few Han Long's way. Why couldn't he regain missile access? Because the missile silos weren't inside the revival base. They were hundreds of miles away in a remote mountain range. Even the revival base didn't know the exact location. And if they didn't know where it was, how could they regain launch control? So, it was an unsolvable problem. Wei Ming could only stockpile conventional artillery. Although not as devastating as missiles, their firepower was still considerable. If an evolver got careless, they could easily get taken out. In another 6 months to a year, even without evolution stones, most evolvers would reach level 2, or even level 3. By then, modern weapons would pose little threat to them. Unless they used nuclear bombs. About 2 kilometers outside the revival base. Brother Sher, we've been observing this base for 2 days now. We've also captured and interrogated quite a few people. We know everything about this place. Why aren't we attacking yet? A female evolver asked. She was exceptionally tall, standing over 190 centimeters, 6 feet 3 inches, with heavily muscled arms and legs but an unbelievably narrow waist, giving her an almost unnatural appearance. Her ears were covered in fur, resembling those of a wolf. The man called Brother Sher was a composed man in his 30s. Staring in the direction of the revival base, he muttered, "It's true, the evolvers in this base aren't very strong. Only those so-called suppression rounds and combat suits are noteworthy. We've gathered enough intel, it's time to move." Wei Ming quickly received a distress call from the revival base. A group of evolvers had invaded. They had come prepared, even wearing gas masks to neutralize the effects of suppression rounds. They had already breached 3 alloy gates. If they broke through 4 more, they would be able to storm in unimpeded. Wei Ming took Zhou Xin with him and immediately rushed over. Were they Han Long's people? This was exactly the kind of situation he wanted to see. First, it bought him time. Second, it helped him weed out Han Long's subordinates and send a clear warning, making Han Long think twice before attacking in person. For Wei Ming, his trump card should remain hidden unless absolutely necessary. Unless one day he became so powerful that no threat in the world could faze him. Then it wouldn't matter. He could reveal all his secrets, and what could anyone do about it? Until then, he had to conceal his spatial abilities as much as possible. At most, others only knew he had a spatial storage ability. A storage ability, what a harmless-sounding name. Why did he only bring Zhou Shen? Because the other girls' abilities were mostly for enhancing endurance during certain activities. But for actual combat? Forget it. Better they not be a liability. Only Song Qingyun was barely passable, but as a police officer, her expertise lay in firearms. She was completely lacking in melee combat and hand-to-hand skills. If she wanted to be truly combat ready, she would need at least a few months of training under Shen. Given the urgency, they didn't take a vehicle but sprinted directly to the base. With level 2.6 physical enhancement combined with anti-gravity abilities, they could leap dozens of meters at a time, reaching speeds of about 400 km per hour, 250 miles per hour. They arrived at the revival base in just 10 minutes. By the time they entered the passageway, the invaders had only just reached the 6th alloy gate. The base's evolvers, clad in combat suits and supported by firearms, were barely holding the line. But they were steadily being pushed back and would soon have to retreat behind the 6th gate. Wei Ming charged straight in. Boom! With one punch, an evolver was sent flying, crashing into the wall before bouncing off and collapsing to the ground, arms and legs sprawled out, completely unconscious. Luckily, the man had a relatively high evolution level and a tough physique, otherwise, that punch wouldn't have just knocked him out, it would have outright killed him. Shen also plunged into the fray. She, too, was at level 2.6 in physical enhancement. Paired with her gravity abilities and exceptional combat talent, her lethality surpassed even Wei Ming's. Each punch or kick she delivered sent someone tumbling, utterly powerless to resist. Until someone met her head-on. Boom! They exchanged punches, both bodies trembling from the impact as they took a few steps back. A master. Both thought simultaneously. Wei Ming, on the other hand, asked calmly, "Did Han Long send you?" "That's right." The man who had clashed fists with Shen answered proudly. "I advise you to surrender now. You can't begin to comprehend Brother Long's strength. Only by following him can you have a bright future. Otherwise, anyone who dares to stand in his way will be crushed into dust by this era." Wei Ming had already scanned everyone with his spatial radar and obtained their ability templates. This man was a physical type evolver at level 2.6, evenly matched with Shen in raw stats. Apart from him, there was also a level 2 evolver, the extremely tall woman. What's with her ears? An atavistic mutation? Or, the result of her abilities? But Han Long was already at least level 3.8, possibly even stronger. He must have consumed a massive amount of evolution stones. How could he still have so many level 2 subordinates? Take Wei Ming as an example, he was level 3 but hadn't yet reached 3.8. Did he have any level 2 subordinates? No. Whether it was Jiaoguofu, Shen, or Scarlet, they were all still at level 1.0, because even hoarding all the evolution stones for himself wasn't enough. Yet Han Long already had 3 level 2 subordinates. How was that possible? Was he really generous enough to distribute evolution stones among his men? Wei Ming should have interrogated Zhang Hong more thoroughly when he had the chance. But back then, he hadn't known Han Long's faction had multiple level 2 evolvers, so the thought hadn't even crossed his mind. This time, he would make sure to get answers. Wei Ming chuckled. "I prefer being my own boss. You don't know what's good for you." The powerful physical type evolver sneered and was about to attack Wei Ming when Shen intercepted him, launching a relentless offensive that forced him to halt and engage in battle. Meanwhile, Wei Ming had his own opponent to deal with. The towering woman lunged at him like a panther, moving at incredible speed. Then, with a sharp swipe of her hand, a cold light flashed. Her hand had transformed into claws. Wei Ming smirked and threw a punch. Having mapped out her attack trajectory with his spatial radar, he struck directly at her weak point. The female evolver had no choice but to withdraw her attack mid-motion. Now's my chance. Wei Ming opened a spatial gate behind her. Sensing extreme danger, the woman let out a long-hauled boom. Her clothes exploded into shreds, yet she wasn't left exposed. Instead, a thick layer of fur covered her entire body. She had transformed into a beast. Her power surged exponentially as she forced herself to stabilize mid-movement. Otherwise, she would have stepped straight into the spatial gate. What a pity! Wei Ming looked at her in surprise. If he hadn't seen her previous appearance, he wouldn't have recognized her as a woman at all. This was a beast walking on 2 legs. More precisely, a wolf. A silver-white wolf. This was an entirely new evolution type. No wonder Wei Ming had felt something was off about her being a physical type evolver. Beast type? Wei Ming murmured. Damn it! Bastard! The she-wolf howled in rage and attacked Wei Ming again. This time, her speed was even greater, her attacks even fiercer. Before transforming, she had been a level 2.4 physical type evolver. Now, in her complete wolf form, her overall strength had surged to level 2.7, surpassing even Wei Ming. But it was useless. That small advantage wasn't enough to counter the power of the spatial gates. The she-wolf moved with terrifying agility, yet all her attacks were futile. No matter how she leaped or struck, she constantly felt an unseen threat looming, behind her, beside her, in front of her, always just an instant away from striking. It was utterly incomprehensible. She saw no incoming attacks, yet the danger was real. Where was it coming from? 5 minutes later, she was forced to stop. She couldn't maintain her wolf form for too long, it drained too much energy. Despite all her leaping and dodging, she had done nothing but run circles around Wei Ming. She hadn't even managed to get close to him. What was this monster? He wasn't even moving, yet he was a constant threat? Yet she had exchanged a direct blow with him earlier, his strength was solid and overwhelming. That clearly marked him as a physical type evolver. Physical types were the most well-rounded but also the most straightforward, purely enhanced body stats. So where was this invisible danger coming from? She couldn't understand at all. How could Wei Ming possibly give the she-wolf a chance to recover? You're not moving? Then I'll move. He launched a fierce assault on the she-wolf, forcing her into action. Standing still wasn't an option. The moment they exchanged blows, she was bound to be knocked back. Since their strength was nearly equal, neither of them could remain motionless after clashing. And once she moved, that was Wei Ming's opportunity. As soon as the spatial gate opened, a surge of panic overwhelmed the she-wolf. She had no choice but to exert even greater strength to steady herself, which drastically increased her energy consumption. "What kind of evolver are you, exactly?" she shouted. Wei Ming feigned surprise. "Everyone, look! A wolf that can talk." The she-wolf gritted her teeth. "We're all adults here, do you really find that funny?" Wei Ming chuckled. "Of course, it's hilarious. Oh, by the way, what happens to your clothes when you turn back into a human? Aren't you worried about being completely exposed?" The hell? This was the problem he was thinking about? The she-wolf was about to lose her mind. She had asked him one question, and he had fired back with several. Was this really necessary? Furious, she glared at Wei Ming but didn't dare to attack. She had already developed a deep fear of him. Her only hope now was her companion. If he could deal with Zhou Xian, he could come to her aid. 2 against 1, they should be able to take down this bizarrely powerful man. What the hell? Her eyes widened in shock. Because her companion was currently being completely dominated by Zhou Xian. How could he possibly come help her? "Lin Yu, help me," her companion shouted. He was weaker than Zhou Xian, both in strength and combat technique. The inevitable result was that he was getting relentlessly beaten down. After only a few minutes, he was already struggling to hold on and had no choice but to call for help. And what was worse than his situation? He didn't even have the time to glance at his teammate. If he had, he wouldn't have called for help. Who in their right mind would ask for assistance from someone who was already in a dire situation themselves? The she-wolf finally felt fear creeping in. What now? What the hell was she supposed to do now? Wei Ming wasn't about to give her any time to think. His fist was already flying toward her. What choice did she have? She had to block it. And blocking it meant she had to go head-to-head with Wei Ming. And the moment she did, she would be forced to burn even more energy avoiding his unseen threats. Soon, she would be completely drained. She knew this path would lead to her downfall, but she had no way to change it. Another 5 minutes passed. The she-wolf had no choice but to revert to her human form. As expected, this wasn't some superhero comic where the protagonist transforms back and forth but somehow always has clothes left intact. No matter how much they fight, their outfits remain miraculously undamaged, stronger than any superhero ever. However, the she-wolf was no great beauty. Her features were plain, barely even reaching the level of passably attractive. Aside from her height, she had nothing going for her. Wei Ming gave her a quick glance before looking away. Boring. Now back in human form, her strength had plummeted. She was no longer a match for Wei Ming. 3 more minutes of fighting, and she was completely subdued. With a quick modification inside the spatial dimension, she was instantly turned into an ordinary human. These type evolvers were somewhat similar to physical type evolvers. The key difference was that, at the same level, their base strength was slightly lower, but they could transform into beasts. In that state, their strength, speed, and other attributes would see a massive boost, surpassing physical type evolvers. So, for a physical type evolver to defeat a beast type at the same level, they had to outlast the beast's transformation phase. If they could endure that burst of power, their superior stamina would eventually secure victory. In the end, physical types had no standout qualities. They were balanced in every aspect, mediocre yet comprehensive. What did you do to me?" the she-wolf shrieked, her voice filled with horror. She could no longer feel her immense strength. She was terrified. Wei Ming ignored her and turned his attention to Zhou Xian's fight. That battle was nearly over as well. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Zhou Xian emerged victorious. Wei Ming walked over and pressed his hand on the defeated evolver. With a quick modification, he was stripped of his abilities as well. As for the remaining enemies, they were all level 1 evolvers. Handling them was a trivial task. The revival base forces were overjoyed. They had already been forced back to the 6th alloy gate. It seemed like the enemy was about to storm their headquarters. But then Wei Ming and Zhou Xian stepped in, and within moments, the tide had completely turned. They were simply too powerful. Wei Ming took the 2 level 2 evolvers into a separate room and began interrogating them. At first, they refused to cooperate, even using Han Long's name to try and threaten Wei Ming. But after just a small taste of his methods, they immediately broke down. It was simple. For the man, he threatened to cut off that part of him. As for the woman, he hinted at bringing in 100 men to take care of her. She was terrified beyond belief. And so, they spilled everything, answering every single question without hesitation. When the interrogation was over, Wei Ming's expression turned serious. Han Long's faction had over 100 evolvers, and among them, 11 were level 2. Of course, that number had now decreased. 3 had already fallen at Wei Ming's hands, leaving only 8. Wei Ming was curious and asked, "How do you guys advance, in evolution level or in abilities?" The physical type evolver, Shi Tang, answered, "Evolution stones are the fastest way. But we can also absorb energy from sunlight over time." "Ha?" Wei Ming and Zhou Xian exchanged glances. They hadn't expected that answer. Everyone knew the effects of evolution stones, but absorbing sunlight to gain power? That was completely unexpected. It was so simple that it almost felt ridiculous. But this also explained why Han Long's group had more high-level evolvers. Of course, you can only absorb solar energy after reaching a certain evolution threshold, the she-wolf added. That threshold was likely level 2. Because level 1 evolvers were still afraid of sunlight. Wait a second. Ordinary humans would die from prolonged sun exposure. But what if level 1 evolvers didn't die? What if it just made them suffer unbearably, but if they endured it, they could eventually evolve? Wei Ming refused to believe that Han Long had somehow acquired more evolution stones than he had. That left only one possibility. Han Long and his people must have gritted their teeth and endured sunlight exposure even when they were only level 1. Maybe Han Long had stumbled upon this secret by accident. I need to start sunbathing more often. Wei Ming then asked about Han Long's top commanders and their ability types. The 2 prisoners only knew about 7 of them. The last one, someone who was always by Han Long's side, was a complete mystery. No one knew his name or anything about him. Only Han Long had that information. Wei Ming smiled. "Thanks for your cooperation." And with that, he tossed them back into the spatial dimension. This time, they weren't coming back out. Wei Ming and Zhou Xian exchanged glances. Time to sunbathe. But it was still nighttime. If they wanted sunlight, they would have to go to the Western Hemisphere. Might as well wait, it was only a few hours. Wei Ming thought of the beauty pageant that was still halfway through and decided to bring it to a satisfying conclusion. And so, he continued. Besides the top 10, he also created additional awards like Most Photogenic, Cutest, Most Well-Endowed Miss, and of course, categories for longest legs and best curves. After all, since he had already privately mentored some of the contestants, he had to deliver the promised benefits. This made the participants ecstatic. Only Zhou Xian kept glaring at Wei Ming with a murderous look, her eyes scanning him up and down as if she wanted to castrate him on the spot. "You're such a pervert." At first, Wei Ming felt a chill down his spine under her gaze, but soon enough, he shrugged it off. Even if she did cut it off, he could just hop into his spatial dimension for a moment and bam, he'd be good as new. Better than the original, guaranteed. And what could Zhou Xian do about it? Besides, Wei Ming wasn't even that bad compared to others. Many leaders of powerful factions didn't just have a dozen women, they had dozens, even hundreds. At the very least, Wei Ming had principles. He never forced women. That was one of the reasons why Zhou Xian still held some respect for him. After all that indulgence, the sun finally rose. Let's go. Wei Ming and Zhou Xian walked outside to greet the sunlight. As soon as they stepped out of the passageway, sunlight bathed their bodies. There was a faint burning sensation, but it wasn't strong. Other than that, there was no noticeable change or reaction. Wei Ming wasn't in a hurry. If exposure to sunlight instantly caused a significant transformation, wouldn't that make it just as powerful as evolution stones? The she-wolf and her group had already mentioned that evolution stones were still the best option. But unlike evolution stones, sunlight was freely available to everyone, and they could bask in it for at least 14 hours a day. That time would add up. Wei Ming and Zhou Xian casually walked back. Once an evolver reached level 2, they were no longer afraid of sunlight. But there was still a mild burning sensation, and the heat itself was uncomfortable. Even evolvers preferred to avoid direct exposure. The biggest reason was simple: preconceived notions. Sunlight contained lethal radiation, so who would willingly stand under it? Had Han Long discovered the benefits of sunlight through intelligence and reasoning, or had he stumbled upon it by accident? If it was the former, then this man was even more dangerous than Wei Ming had initially thought. After an hour of walking, Wei Ming compared his character templates before and after. He finally confirmed it. Sunlight did enhance evolution levels. Of course, the effect from 1 hour was minuscule, not even close to the benefit of consuming 50 grams of an evolution stone. But it was still real. However, Wei Ming realized something peculiar: both he and the evolvers he had modified seemed to be special cases. Because neither he nor Zhou Xian had been using their original character templates. So now, the question was, would the energy they absorbed, or rather, the evolutionary progress they gained, still apply once they reverted to their original forms? The answer would come soon enough. Another hour passed, and the two of them arrived back at the shelter. They hadn't stayed in direct sunlight the entire time. The heat was unbearable. It felt like their internal organs were about to boil. Stepping into the shade, Wei Ming switched himself and Zhou Xian back to their original templates. Then, they walked back into the sunlight. Ugh! Zhou Xian immediately let out a soft groan. She was no longer level 2, she had reverted to around level 1.7. The moment sunlight hit her, her skin burned intensely. But she didn't retreat. When it came to getting stronger, she was always determined. Wei Ming, on the other hand, still only felt a faint burning sensation, no different from before. So, switching character templates didn't affect my evolution level? That's strange. But the key detail was still his evolution progress. His cellular density was slightly higher than it had been before setting out for the revival base. He kept daily records of his condition, so there was no mistake. Wei Ming couldn't hide his excitement. Even if he had used a different character template while sunbathing, it still contributed to his actual evolution. If this worked for him, what about others? Wei Ming glanced at Zhou Xian and scanned her with his spatial radar. Confirmed, Zhou Xian had also gained a slight improvement. So, once the body absorbs solar energy, it stays absorbed regardless of character templates. Well, now this just got interesting. Ordinary people obviously couldn't sunbathe. Before they had a chance to evolve, they'd get fried to death. But what if Wei Ming intervened? If he first transformed them into level 2 evolvers, then let them sunbathe, wouldn't their bodies gradually meet the standard for true evolution over the course of a few months? Wouldn't they then be able to absorb solar energy naturally? Holy shit. If that's the case, then my spatial dimension is ridiculously overpowered. Wei Ming had no intention of turning everyone into evolvers. Not that he could, anyway. Even turning 100 people into evolvers per day would completely exhaust him. Before, he had done it for personal gain, to acquire evolution fruits or to protect his interests. But giving out free power-ups just for charity? Yeah, no thanks. He wasn't that selfless. But his women were an exception. He called Yu Chutong and the others over and upgraded them all to level 2. That way, their sunlight resistance would improve significantly. Only Zhou Xian was stubborn, insisting on using her own character template. Fine, suit yourself. The girls quickly understood the benefits of absorbing sunlight for evolution. Since the improvement was permanent, none of them saw it as a waste of time. Even if it felt boring, they had to persist. Still, they hadn't been outside for far too long, especially during the daytime. Even though the city was now eerily quiet and in ruins, resembling a ghost town, the girls still felt excited. The fresh air, the vast open space, it felt like a return to freedom. With over a dozen women, all at level 2.6 in physical enhancement, their collective power was staggering. Wei Ming had zero concerns about their safety. He let them roam freely, as long as they returned home by nightfall. As for himself, he wasn't in the mood to wander. Instead, he pulled out a beach chair, lay down, closed his eyes, and soaked up the sun while taking a nap. Evolvers had high heat tolerance, but relatively speaking, under the scorching sun, Wei Ming soon felt unbearably hot. He desperately wanted to retreat to the shelter or at least find some shade. But he endured. He had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. When the heat became truly unbearable, he simply took out ice cubes and pressed them against his skin. If he was struggling, Zhou Xian was definitely having an even harder time. But her hunger for power kept her from backing down. However, this kind of endurance could be deadly. Even with an evolved physique, prolonged exposure to extreme heat could be devastating, even fatal. Wei Ming wasn't about to let Zhou Xian die in front of him. So, he handed her some ice. She grabbed it instantly, pressing the melting ice against her skin. Her core temperature had reached nearly 50 degrees Celsius 122 degrees Fahrenheit. If she weren't an evolver, she'd already be dead. But despite the pain, their evolution levels were rising at an astonishing rate. Wei Ming firmly believed that even though Han Long was a fire element evolver, there was no way he could stand under the sun the entire time. Due to his ability type, Han Long would naturally be highly resistant to fire and tolerate extreme heat far better than other evolvers. But in the end, he was still human, and his ability had its limits. He couldn't resist high temperatures indefinitely. So, while he could endure the sun longer than others, how much longer exactly? 1 hour? 2 hours? Wei Ming was convinced that Han Long couldn't stay under the sun for an entire day. But he was different. He had a cheat. As soon as he applied an ice pack, the temperature dropped instantly. And even if he exhausted his energy, so what? Hell, he had hauled glaciers from the poles. If he used them like this, he wouldn't run out in a billion years. No need to hold back, use them freely. As the sun set, Yu Chutong and the other women returned. According to them, of course, they hadn't been exposed to the sun the whole time. They would bask in it for a while, then retreat to the shade. With 14 hours of daylight, they had been in the sun for about 5 hours in total. Wei Ming had no strict requirements for them. He wasn't expecting them to become powerful warriors. As long as they had some ability to protect themselves, that was enough. "Dinner's ready," Wei Ming said with a smile. The women cheered and hurried back to the shelter. During the day, they had to find their own food outside. Although they managed to get something to eat, the taste was indescribable. And they were also short on water. Their throats were parched, but there was nowhere to find clean drinking water. At this point, fresh water had become the most crucial resource. The ocean hadn't dried up, but with so much evaporation, the salt concentration had skyrocketed. If someone jumped in, they'd practically be pickled on the spot. This made them realize just how valuable Wei Ming was. So, when they saw the table full of food and the unlimited supply of boiled water, fruit juice, and drinks, their reliance on Wei Ming grew even stronger. Even if they became top-tier evolvers among the strongest of the strong, they still couldn't do without him. After dinner, Wei Ming slipped away to the second floor alone. On the artificial beach, he lay down and opened the space gate. Instantly, intense sunlight poured down. Previously, he had used the space gate to store sunlight, originally planning to use it as a trap for enemies. But now, the situation had changed. During the day, he had opened the space gate to absorb an entire day's worth of sunlight. Currently, the space gate could be opened up to 50 feet, 15 meters, away. So, while he was sunbathing, the space gate continued absorbing sunlight without interfering with him. And now, how large could the space gate be? 43 feet times 43 feet, 13m times 13m. Imagine how much sunlight that could store. If the sun ever died out in the future, Wei Ming could just become the new sun. The more sunlight he stored now, the longer he could shine. He only needed it for himself, anything more would be wasteful. So, he kept the space gate at a modest 6.5 feet times 2 feet, 2m times 0.6m. If he wanted to change positions, say, spread out like a starfish, he could just enlarge the gate a bit. With this method, absorbing a single day's worth of sunlight could last him over 100 days. The utility of the space dimension was simply off the charts. If abilities were rated, no other ability combined could match the score of the space dimension. And that was Wei Ming's verdict. Inside the shelter, the temperature was significantly lower than outside, but direct sunlight still made things unbearable. Soon, Wei Ming's body temperature began to soar, so he quickly pulled out ice blocks to cool down. With this method, he could bask in sunlight 24 hours a day to evolve. Who could match that? Evolution stones were, of course, even better, but acquiring them was purely luck-based. Even with the high bounty he had offered, was he even getting 1 pound, 0.5 kilograms, per day on average? Unlikely. Sunlight, on the other hand, was a stable resource. Though, this did interfere with his time for watering his plants. Well, he'd just have to squeeze some time in. Time was like, well, you know what? If you squeeze hard enough, you can always find some. Wei Ming never forgot getting stronger wasn't the goal, it was just a means to an end. The real goal was to live a better life, a life where he wouldn't have to bow down to anyone. A night passed. Finally, Wei Ming was able to draw a conclusion. And he was ecstatic. Because after absorbing a full day and night of sunlight, his evolution progress was equivalent to absorbing 1 pound, 0.5 kilograms, of evolution stones, maybe even slightly more. 1 pound. It didn't seem like much, but it was 100% stable. And if he took it easy for a day, the sunlight-powered evolution alone would still equal 1 pound of evolution stones. Awesome! At this rate, he could catch up to Han Long in no time. Even though his space gate gave him a major advantage against Han Long, he still wasn't entirely confident in winning. But what if he surpassed Han Long in evolution level 2? If he could mass-produce 10 or even 20 clones of himself at the same level, wouldn't Han Long be begging for mercy? Thinking about it, he really had to thank Han Long for sending those werewolf girls after him. Otherwise, when would he have discovered the secret that sunlight could aid in evolution? Since solar-powered evolution was so slow, he never would have noticed it just from walking around in the sun. At most, he might have thought, oh, after reaching level 2, I'm basically immune to sunlight. Good guy. Next time he saw Han Long, he should give him an award. The next morning. After breakfast, the women headed out again. If they could grow stronger, why wouldn't they? Zhou Xian also joined them today, using a level 2.6 physique template. Using her own body's template was pointless. It would just be self-torture. As for Wei Ming? He kept sunbathing alone, with the space gate set up beside him so it wouldn't steal his sunlight. He soaked up the sun all day, and when the women returned, he decided to reward himself. Reward Yu Chutong and the others. Su's city. Under the night sky, Han Long frowned. Shi Tang and the others have been missing for over a day, he said. They're probably dead, a voice murmured from the shadows. But if one looked closely, there was no one in the darkness. Boss, should I go check things out? The shadowy voice continued, we scouted before, but clearly, we underestimated our opponent's strength. But as always, I'll only investigate, not make a move. Han Long chuckled. Coward, fine. He had wanted to mock this person, but knowing how ridiculously cautious they were, he let it slide. Go ahead, he said. Understood. With that, the shadow fell completely silent as if there had never been anyone there. Han Long didn't look surprised. He turned his gaze toward High City, as if his vision could pierce through buildings and stretch across hundreds of miles to see exactly what he wanted. What kind of enemy did Shi Tang and the others encounter? If I catch you. A cruel grin spread across his face. I'll make sure you die in the most brutal way possible. Sunbathing to promote evolution was certainly a great thing. However, lying around all day like a corpse, Wei Ming was getting a little bored of it. He still needed to sunbathe, but it was time to switch things up. He walked through the city streets, letting the sunlight pour down on him while drinking ice water to cool down. For him, the harmful radiation in sunlight was no longer an issue. The real threat was the heat. Excessive exposure would cause his body temperature to skyrocket, affecting his organs and potentially leading to heatstroke or even total organ failure. Not to mention dehydration, losing too much water would be a huge problem. But this was an easy fix. All he needed was a cup of ice water. Of course, an ordinary person couldn't do this. If their body was overheated and they suddenly drank ice-cold water, the shock from the drastic temperature difference could be fatal. Wei Ming gulped down a cup of ice water. Refreshing. Most of the heat instantly dissipated. He kept drinking as he walked. The weather was simply too hot, and with direct sunlight beating down on him, the water he consumed was quickly evaporated from his body. No matter how much he drank, he never felt the urge to pee. He wandered aimlessly. Even though he was a Haidu native, his life had always revolved around a simple three-point routine: work, home, and food deliveries. He had never really explored many parts of the city. For example, a few of the city's famous wealthy districts. Without even realizing it, he had arrived by the river. Skyscrapers still towered on both sides, but the once mighty river that separated the city had vanished, replaced by a vast, dry trench. The sun had baked the ground into a cracked, web-like pattern. The parched landscape looked completely out of place in the middle of this modern metropolis. Wei Ming shook his head and jumped into the river. The earth was rock solid. With all the moisture evaporated long ago, the once wet riverbed had turned into loose, fragmented soil. Each step he took left a deep footprint, making it feel like he was walking through a desert. As he wandered along the dried-up river, he frequently came across stranded boats. Well, perhaps stranded wasn't the right word anymore. Many of them were already half-buried in the hardened mud. Cargo ships. Tourist boats. Even a few patrol vessels. Most were abandoned. But some still had bodies on them. Corpses. People who had starved or dehydrated to death. Under the relentless heat, their bodies had dried up into mummies, their hollow eye sockets and sunken features a chilling sight. But even the empty ships didn't necessarily mean their crews had escaped. Most likely, those who left had done so out of desperation, hoping to find food or water. And if they didn't burn to death under the sun, they would have been dissolved by acid rain. Surviving until the acid rain stopped? Nearly impossible. No ship could have stocked enough supplies to last that long, especially fresh water, which had become the most critical resource in this apocalyptic world. Wei Ming sighed but didn't slow down. There was no need to board each ship and check. His spatial radar had already scanned everything, leaving nothing hidden from him. After a long walk, he finally climbed back onto land. Ahead of him stood one of Haidu's most famous luxury residential complexes. Wei Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Thompson Riviera. Maybe it wasn't the most expensive property in the city, but it was definitely one of the most well-known. He had never bothered to check the prices online, but he knew that owning even a single apartment here meant you had hit at least one financial milestone far beyond anything he could have dreamed of before the apocalypse. Seeing it in person was different from hearing about it. Now that he was actually here, it didn't seem like such a big deal. Wei Ming strolled into the complex. He wasn't a resident, but there were no security guards stopping him. Did wealth and social class still matter in the apocalypse? Was there still a distinction between the rich and the poor? This was a great reset for society. Of course, as long as humans existed, hierarchies would always form. The difference was that in this new world, power wasn't determined by money, but by strength. Evolvers stood above ordinary people. And that was how things would remain until humans either stopped evolving or everyone became an evolver. Isn't this basically like a world of revived spiritual energy? Or maybe something like a cultivation-based civilization? The thought made Wei Ming chuckle. He'd been reading too many web novels. For a world of martial arts or cultivation to work, you needed a massive population. After all, strong individuals were rare, so you needed sheer numbers to produce enough warriors. But right now? The global population had been reduced by at least 90%. And freshwater resources were only shrinking further. If things kept going this way, another half of the survivors could die, maybe even more. Only then would the balance of underground water reserves stabilize, allowing the human population to reach a sustainable level. As long as the solar storms continued, temperatures would remain too extreme for humanity to recover its numbers. Without a large enough population, there was no point in even dreaming about an age of universal cultivation. Wait, why was he even thinking about this? He had no intention of becoming some leader of a human alliance. All he wanted was to hold on to his territory, gather some beautiful women, and at most, have a few kids to help repopulate humanity. Wait, should he actually start thinking about having kids? Wei Ming hesitated. With his current resources, he could easily support children. Not just one or two, he could fill an entire shelter with them. Though, with the shelter's 1,000-person capacity, could Yu Chutong and the others really give birth to 100 kids each? At most, 2 per woman. Even then, he'd still instantly have over 20 children. Just imagining it, 20 crying infants needing him to hold them, or 20 mischievous kids clinging to him all day, made Wei Ming shiver. Maybe later. He was still young. No rush. Besides, with his spatial abilities, he could control fertility however he wanted, whether to guarantee pregnancy or completely prevent it. If he ever truly wanted kids, he could ensure Yu Chutong and the others all conceived in one night. Even twins or triplets wouldn't be an issue. Damn, he was thinking too far ahead again. Wei Ming shook his head. He had only come to Thompson Riviera, so why was his mind going in all these directions? If Lin Wanqiu heard this, she'd definitely accuse him of padding word count. Shaking off his thoughts, he walked into one of the buildings. A quick sweep with his spatial radar. And he immediately understood the entire layout of the building. What the hell? He hadn't expected to find any survivors. Using the radar was just a habit. But there were people. Underground. He was shocked. This was already day 82 of the apocalypse. Even if someone had survived here with enough supplies, this was Thompson Riviera, surely other revolvers had come by as well? Or, were these people not the original owners, but outsiders who moved in later? That seemed more likely. Wei Ming muttered to himself, 9 people? All ordinary humans? How the hell did they survive? If they were already hiding underground, why move here in the first place? Wouldn't anywhere else be the same? He shook his head, baffled. Guess I'll go check it out. Wei Ming first headed to the underground parking garage. However, it was clear that the survivors weren't living there. It was still too hot. They were about 130 feet, 40 meters, underground. With the current extreme temperatures, the only way for ordinary people to survive was to live deep underground. Staying on the surface was simply not an option. Too hot. Of course, evolvers were an exception. With their vastly superior physical abilities, they could thrive anywhere. Wei Ming found the entrance to their underground shelter. It was crude and narrow, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through, and they had to hunch over. The path twisted and turned like a mountain road. Despite being only 130 feet, 40 meters, deep, the tunnel itself was at least 650 feet, 200 meters, long. Otherwise, it would have been too steep for ordinary people to traverse. And the most ridiculous part? Wei Ming opened his space gate above his head, a tiny one, of course, allowing sunlight to shine directly onto him. No matter where he was, he never forgot to enhance himself. After all, was there such a thing as natural-born geniuses? No. Only hard-working people. Of course, without that 1% talent, no amount of effort would matter. Take ordinary people, for example, without a spatial dimension or a space gate. Even if they wanted to work hard, how would they even do it? And for other revolvers, at night, without sunlight, they had no way to train. So, to become a genius, to become strong, the first requirement was that 1% natural talent. Without it, effort was meaningless. 650 feet wasn't that long. Wei Ming quickly reached the end of the tunnel. Surprisingly, there was a fork in the path, one side leading to 7 rooms lined up next to each other, the other leading to a single room. That one room? A toilet. Ugh. A very smelly road. Once he reached this area, the space broadened significantly. The ceiling was high enough to stand upright, and the path was wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, meaning people entering and exiting wouldn't have to wait for each other. However, the ventilation was terrible. The oxygen levels were too low, making it hard to breathe. Wei Ming closed his space gate. He wasn't looking to kill anyone today. I'm a reasonable guy. But he didn't hide the sound of his footsteps. In this silent underground space, where even heartbeats were almost audible, the sound of approaching footsteps was impossible to miss. Someone walked out holding a flashlight, its beam flickering as it swayed. Why are you back so early, Todd? Holy sh*T. Who the hell are you? The man in front had been relaxed at first. But the moment he saw Wei Ming, he blurted out a curse in shock. More people rushed out, and when they saw Wei Ming, they all looked stunned. 9 people in total. 4 men, 5 women. The oldest was around 60, while the youngest a stunning woman in her 30s. Even after living in this dark, filthy underground hole, she couldn't hide her natural allure. An 88 out of 100 in looks. Her malnourished state and lack of sunlight had taken a toll, but she was still strikingly beautiful. Her figure? Not bad at all. Probably 5 feet 6 inches, 168 centimeters, with long, slender legs. She should have been on the Kuvya side, but due to lack of nutrition, she had lost weight, though her chest was still quite impressive. Nice. Very nice. Wei Ming mentally rated her. Actually, all 5 women were decent looking. The issue? Most of them were over 40, still attractive in their own way, but Wei Ming wasn't exactly burning with desire. Besides, men stay young at heart until they die. And they always prefer 18-year-olds. 30s? Acceptable. 40s? Auntie? No, thanks. Who are you? Someone else asked. Wei Ming smiled and casually raised his hand. Boom. A ball of fire materialized in his palm. An evolver. The group gasped in shock. Clearly, even though they had been hiding underground, they weren't completely disconnected from the outside world. Just one simple display of power, and their attitude toward Wei Ming instantly changed, their gazes now filled with awe and fear. "And who are you?" Wei Ming asked. The 9 people immediately started talking over each other. Their story was simple, they had all been residents of this complex. When the apocalypse hit, they barely managed to survive, avoiding violent conflicts with other residents. As temperatures soared, they wanted to leave, but then one of them awakened as an evolver. That evolver had dug out this underground shelter for them. Wei Ming nodded, just as he had expected. Ordinary people couldn't survive alone anymore. Without an evolver's help, there was no way they could make it. The surface temperatures were simply too extreme, normal humans had zero chance. And expecting ordinary people to dig 130 feet, 40 meters, underground in just 1 or 2 months? And carve out livable space? Impossible. "Brother, I have a proposition for you." A man stepped forward, his tone almost like a command. If someone could afford to live in Thompson Riviera, they had to be filthy rich. It was rumored that many celebrities lived here. This man clearly wasn't a celebrity, so he was probably the CEO of some big corporation. Naturally, used to giving orders. But, dude, it's been over 80 days since the apocalypse. And you still haven't adapted? You still think you're above everyone else? Based on what? Wei Ming casually placed a hand on the man's shoulder, applying just a little force. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony, gritting his teeth as tears welled up in his eyes. For Wei Ming, it was barely any strength. But for a normal human, it felt like pure torture. The others instinctively wanted to protest, but the moment they remembered Wei Ming was an evolver, they shut their mouths. This was the apocalypse. Human life was as cheap as dirt. And evolvers had the power to kill ordinary people at will. So, better not piss him off. The injured man finally realized Wei Ming was warning him. The apocalypse had leveled the playing field. No matter how high and mighty he had been before, he was now just another ordinary human. And a burden, at that. Damn it! He clenched his fists, seething with rage. Before the world collapsed, he had been the CEO of Lu Corporation, a billion-dollar enterprise. Whenever he attended meetings, government officials treated him with the utmost respect, just to convince him to set up factories and boost the local GDP. And now, some random punk dared to treat him like this? Just you wait. The apocalypse wouldn't last forever. When the government re-established control, he would return to power, once again a high-class elite. And this lowly brat? Back to the slums where he belonged. But for now? He forced a smile, despite the pain. "Sir, I have an earth-shattering secret to share with you." Now that's a better attitude. Wei Ming glanced at him indifferently and asked, "What secret? Money? Dude, have you been living underground so long that you've lost your mind?" The man showed a proud expression and said, "My name is Lu Jimin. I'm the founder of the Lu Corporation, with a net worth in the billions. So, what I'm about to tell you is absolutely true. Even if it sounds absurd, don't doubt it." "Ha! You've hyped it up this much, just get to the point already." Wei Ming was already getting impatient. His gaze turned cold. No matter how highly Lu Jimin thought of himself, he wasn't stupid, he had built a massive corporation, after all. Someone like that couldn't afford to be oblivious to people's expressions and moods. But once he reached the top, he had no reason to read people anymore. That didn't mean he had lost the ability. This is the apocalypse. He reminded himself of that fact and quickly said, "Before the world collapsed, government officials approached me. They told me about a highly secure underground shelter, luxury villas for sale at 5 billion yuan, $700 million each. But once inside, all supplies would be centrally distributed." Wait. Wasn't he talking about my shelter? Even Zhou Xian had mentioned that the government tried to sell her a villa there, but she refused. "So, you bought one too?" Lu Jimin didn't notice the subtle change in Wei Ming's expression and continued, "At first, I thought it was a scam. But when the polar glaciers mysteriously vanished, and the government reached out to me again, I started taking it seriously. I even went to visit the place once. Compared to the world now, that place is a freaking paradise. First, with international tensions rising, I was worried that Haidu, as one of China's most important cities, would be a prime target if war broke out. Second, the disappearance of the polar ice caps and the increased solar activity gave me a strong sense of unease. So, I sold off and mortgaged a large portion of my stocks to buy one of those villas. Unfortunately, the apocalypse hit too fast. Even though I received the official evacuation notice, I was still too late and got trapped in my home. Lu Jimin stared at Wei Ming and said, "That shelter is incredibly advanced, with a fully functional ecological system. If we move in, we'll never have to worry about resources again. So, what do you say? I'll take you to the shelter, you figure out a way to break in, and we'll share the place. Don't worry, the shelter is huge, it can house 1,000 people comfortably." Damn. So this guy actually bought 1.5 billion yuan. $700 million. Even for a billionaire, that was a massive expense. But the real question was it even worth it? 5 billion yuan for an underground villa? If a global catastrophe hadn't happened, that thing would have been worthless. Only an idiot would have made that kind of investment. And yet, Lu Jimin actually did it. The guy had guts. After all, Zhou Xian had money too, but she didn't buy one. Wei Ming smirked and asked, "Why don't you go there yourself?" He already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear it. Lu Jimin sighed, "Of course, I want to. But to enter the shelter, you first need to reach the actual entrance, which requires a password. If you don't have it, you'd have to forcibly break through the surface. But the real problem is an alloy door, it's so strong that even C4 explosives can't breach it. And even if you somehow get past that, there's a second security checkpoint, which requires another password. Without it, you can't access the secondary elevator that goes another 200 feet, 60 to 70 meters, underground. But you're an evolver. You must have a way in." Hearing this, Wei Ming was now certain this guy really had been to the shelter. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so many details. But without the key or passwords, even an evolver wouldn't be able to break through that alloy door. Wei Ming estimated that a level 3 physical type evolver might be able to brute force it open. As for metal type evolvers, they might only need to be level 2 to crack it. Damn. More people know about the shelter than I thought. So, let's go right now. Lu Jimin urged. He assumed that since Wei Ming had made it here, it must have already been nighttime. Wei Ming chuckled. "Not interested." Lu Jimin looked shocked. "How could you not be interested? That's a shelter. Listen to me, it has a self-sustaining ecological system. Once we're inside, we'll never have to worry about supplies again." Is he crazy? Wei Ming turned to the others and asked. Because as Lu Jimin rambled on, the rest of the group looked at him with pity, not excitement. Why pity and not hope? Clearly, none of them believed him. Sure enough, when Wei Ming asked, they all shook their heads. The woman who had caught his attention spoke up, "President Lu just really wants to escape this miserable life. It's natural for him to have some delusions. Other than that, he's perfectly sane." Lu Jimin snapped, "I don't know how many times I have to say it, I'm not crazy. This isn't a delusion. I've been there. Everything I said is what I saw with my own eyes." No one responded. They clearly thought he was a joke. Wei Ming, however, was curious. He asked, "Who dug out this underground space?" "Miss Zhao did," the beautiful woman answered, stepping forward slightly, making sure she was fully illuminated by the flashlight. Since the beam was limited, she was deliberately positioning herself in the light. Now that's a pair of weapons. Definitely not an E cup, probably a solid D. Since she was being so generous, Wei Ming didn't hold back, he openly admired the view. "Miss Xiao is also an evolver," the woman continued, then gave him a sultry look. "By the way, my name is Tian Yuju. And you are?" "Wei Ming," he replied with a smile. He was always friendly toward beautiful women. Except for Japanese, British, and American women. "So it's Mr. Wei," Tian Yuju laughed, her body shaking seductively. She knew how to use what she had. And to be fair, she had plenty to use. Seeing her approach him, the other 4 women immediately stepped forward, introducing themselves. Their intentions were obvious. He's an evolver. Of course, he's worth clinging to. To afford a home here, these women either had their own wealth or married ultra-rich men. And since they were all over 40, they were desperate to catch his attention, flaunting their assets and batting their eyelashes. Wei Ming wasn't even slightly interested. "Aunties, please have some self-respect. You're just too mature." "Mr. Wei, do you have water?" Tian Yuju asked. As she spoke, she took his hand and playfully swayed it like a spoiled child. Wei Ming was interested in her, so he didn't play games. He simply smiled and said, "I do. But, why should I give it to you?" Tian Yuzhu gazed at Wei Ming with charming, seductive eyes, a sweet smile on her lips. But deep inside, she was sighing in despair. Damn this apocalypse. It had reduced her to nothing more than a prostitute. She wasn't born into a top-tier wealthy family, but she came from a well-off household. Since childhood, she had enjoyed a privileged life. And after growing up with her outstanding beauty and high education, she only worked for a little over a year before catching the eye of a young, successful businessman who married her, making her the wife of a billionaire. From childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered a single hardship. She had always been surrounded by love and luxury. But after the apocalypse, everything changed. First, her husband went out to search for supplies one day and never came back. Then, she almost got gang-raped by a group of men. Thankfully, Miss Zhao appeared just in time to rescue her, gave her food and water, and even dug out this underground shelter. But life was still unbearable. First, Miss Zhao was an evolver, but she was only one person. Yet, she had to support 9 people, including herself. So, how much food and water could each person actually get per day? Second, as time passed, their supplies dwindled. Every time Miss Zhao returned, she brought back less and less food. Tian Yuzhu was constantly starving, her throat always parched. She couldn't take it anymore. If things continued like this, she might as well just die. And then Wei Ming suddenly appeared. A new thought arose in her mind. If she clung to this man, maybe she could finally live a better life. She was extremely confident in her charm. Look at her husband, for example, completely obsessed with her. He never said it outright, but she knew. A man in business like him had to attend social events. And with his massive company, how could he have never been tempted by other women? He had seen it all. Yet, after marrying her, no matter how busy he was, he always came home at night. And when he traveled, he always took her along. That level of devotion spoke for itself. Even her husband, who had been surrounded by gorgeous women, was that addicted to her. Getting Wei Ming hooked on her? Just a wink and a flirty smile would be enough. But, if she did this, how was she any different from a whore? Tian Yuzhu silently hated herself for sinking so low. She lamented the cruelty of fate. But hunger and thirst had taught her a hard truth: survival came first. Either die, or find a way to live comfortably. Whoa, life was too hard. She had never suffered before. How could she endure this now? Adjusting her emotions, she put on her most charming and seductive expression and whispered, "I'm very obedient. No matter what you say, big brother, I'll listen and do as you say." Even though she was a few years older than Wei Ming, that big brother made his whole body tingle. Not bad. Not bad at all. If this woman cleaned up, she wouldn't just be good enough for casual fun, she'd be top tier. Wei Ming smirked and said, "Alright, wait here." Then, he turned and walked away, pretending to fetch supplies. By now, many people already suspected or knew that he had a spatial warehouse. But he still preferred to keep up the act. As soon as Wei Ming left, Lu Jimin stormed up to Tian Yuzhu. "You bitch. You're really planning to leave with him?" Tian Yuzhu flinched and meekly replied, "What does it have to do with you whether I leave or not?" "What do you mean, what does it have to do with me?" Lu Jimin shouted. "How many times have you gone hungry? And who gave you my food to keep you alive? If I didn't want to sleep with you, do you think I'd waste my precious food on you? And now you want to turn your back on me?" Tian Yuzhu quickly responded, "You gave me that food voluntarily, I never begged you for it. And besides, all the food was brought back by Miss Zhao. What does it have to do with you?" She was telling the truth. In her most desperate moments, Lu Jimin had given her some food. She had naively assumed it was out of kindness. She never expected that this scumbag had been plotting to sleep with her all along. How disgusting. Everyone was struggling in this apocalypse, and this was what he was thinking about? Even if she had to cling to someone, it sure as hell wouldn't be him. What was she supposed to admire? His broke-ass existence? Lu Jimin's face twisted in rage. "Then give me back all the food you ate." "How?" She had already eaten it. Tian Yuzhu stared at him in disbelief. "Who even does this?" "Mr. Lu, stop being ridiculous," she frowned. "If you won't return the food, then sleep with me once." Lu Jimin's eyes darkened as his gaze drifted down to her chest, filled with undeniable lust. When the apocalypse began, he personally strangled his wife to death so she wouldn't waste food and water. Later, when his beautiful maid started complaining about hunger, he killed her and ate her flesh. For 2 whole months, he hadn't touched a woman. And Tian Yuju, sexy, alluring, and full of charm, had already been on his mind for a long time. Why else had he given her food? If not for this moment? But this shameless bitch kept playing dumb. He knew he wasn't a CEO anymore. He couldn't use power and wealth to force her into his bed. So, he patiently waited, looking for the right moment to just take her by force. It wasn't like there was anything else to do in this apocalypse. Men had needs. And don't women have needs too? Who knows? Maybe after forcing her once, she'd start clinging to him every day. But he never expected this bitch to betray him first. She was going to leave? With another man? Of course, he panicked. All his investment would go to waste. No way. He was going to sleep with her, no matter what. Seeing his twisted expression, Tian Yuju started to tremble. Her voice quivered. What are you trying to do? There are still others here, and Mr. Wei will be back soon. Lu Jimin glanced at the 7 remaining people and roared, "This has nothing to do with you. Get the hell back to your rooms, or don't blame me for what happens." His bloodshot eyes and vicious expression were intimidating. And the worst part? This really had nothing to do with them. Besides, Wei Ming only treated Tian Yuju nicely. He was indifferent to everyone else. That made the other 4 women especially bitter. If Tian Yuju got raped, would Wei Ming still want her afterward? Probably not. With that thought, they chose to stay silent. As for the 3 remaining men, they were all married to 3 of those 4 women. Even if they wanted to step in, they had to check their wives' reactions first. This has nothing to do with us. Come on, let's go back. The 3 women dragged their husbands away. The last woman walked off on her own, leaving only Lu Jimin and Tian Yuju behind. Lu Jimin's eyes burned with malice. One thought consumed him: he had to take her before Wei Ming returned. As long as he was quick, he could escape afterward. This bitch dared to play him? No way in hell. Ha! Since resources are so scarce, Wei Ming will have to settle for my leftovers. You whore. Let's see how I break you. Tian Yuju trembled in fear, instinctively stepping back. At this point, she wasn't even worried about Wei Ming rejecting her if Lu Jimin got his way. She simply hated this man. He was ugly, nearly 50 years old, and could practically be her father. If she had to be touched by a man like that, she would rather die. She kept backing up, but the narrow underground corridor left her with nowhere to run. Soon, she hit the wall, trapped. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Lu Jimin laughed wildly, full of depravity. Oh? What's got you so excited? A voice suddenly rang out. Lu Jimin shuddered violently, going from predator to prey in an instant. He turned around, shaking, and under the flickering beam of the flashlight, he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Familiar, because he had just seen him moments ago. Unfamiliar, because he had only met him once before. Wei Ming. How was he back so soon? Tian Yuju let out a soft cry and rushed toward Wei Ming, throwing herself into his arms, sobbing in pure grievance. But she was so severely dehydrated that she couldn't even shed tears. Stop crying, you're not a kid. Wei Ming chuckled and casually tossed her a bottle of Waha water. Tian Yuju had been both furious and humiliated just moments ago, but now, holding that bottle of water in her hands, she was overwhelmed by disbelief. A whole bottle of water. Miss Zhao was able to bring back water each time she went out, but they had 10 people to share it. Each person was lucky to get even half a bottle. But now, she had an entire bottle to herself. Drink up. If it's not enough, I have plenty more, Wei Ming said with a smile. Water was the resource he had stockpiled the most. After all, he had access to 70% of Earth's freshwater supply. To others, it was a priceless source of life. To him, it was something he could waste without a second thought. As much as he wanted. Tian Yuju was beyond thirsty. She didn't even have time to process what had just happened. She immediately opened the bottle and began gulping down the water. At first, she drank too fast, causing some water to spill from the corners of her mouth. Not wanting to waste even a drop, she slowed down, taking small sips instead. After drinking half the bottle, she forced herself to stop, carefully screwing the cap back on. She would save the rest for when she was truly desperate. Wei Ming smiled. I have more than enough water. Drink all you want. Saying that, he handed her another bottle. Tian Yuju glanced at him and noticed the large bag on his back, stuffed to the brim. Could it be that the whole bag was filled with water and food? A wave of unbelievable joy washed over her. Originally, clinging to Wei Ming's thigh had been her last, desperate gamble. But now? She had hit the jackpot. Feeling completely reassured, she uncapped the first bottle again and finished the rest in one go. Watching this, Lu Jimin couldn't hide his envy. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard and muttered, "Tian Yuju, now that you have water, you can finally repay me for all the food I gave you, right?" Tian Yuju almost exploded with rage. "You were just about to rape me. If Wei Ming hadn't come back in time, you might have already gotten what you wanted. And now, you have the audacity to ask me to repay you for the food? Shameless." Before she could lash out, Wei Ming asked casually, "You owe him food?" Afraid that Tian Yuju would twist the story, Lu Jimin quickly explained how he had given her food in the past. "Mr. Wei." Tian Yuju had just opened her mouth when Wei Ming cut her off. Without hesitation, he pulled a few packs of instant noodles from his bag and tossed them to Lu Jimin. "This enough?" Yes, more than enough." Lu Jimin snatched the noodles eagerly, then licked his lips and said, "Can I get some water too?" "As interest?" "Sure." Wei Ming casually threw him a bottle of water. Lu Jimin was overjoyed. But when he looked at Wei Ming, there was no gratitude in his eyes. Instead, he looked at Wei Ming like he was an idiot. Because, wasn't he? At that moment, Wei Ming spoke lazily. "She's repaid her debt. Now, let's settle what happened just now." Just now. Lu Jimin's heart tightened. Wei Ming continued calmly, "I believe I saw you trying to take my woman?" No. You must have seen wrong." Lu Jimin denied it immediately. After all, Wei Ming had just been foolish enough to repay the food debt on Tian Yuju's behalf. That proved he was a sucker. A guy like that? Easy to manipulate. And easy to push around. But then Wei Ming's smile disappeared, his face turning cold. "So you're saying I falsely accused you? You're saying I'm a liar? Is that it? Shit. Why did this kid's face change so fast?" Lu Jimin, still clinging to a sliver of hope, stammered, No. I would never dare accuse you of lying. It's just a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding." Wei Ming smiled again, but this time, that smile made Lu Jimin's hair stand on end. "Oh? A misunderstanding? Then tell me, how exactly was it a misunderstanding?" Lu Jimin was speechless. What the hell could he say? Wei Ming had seen and heard everything. What could he possibly argue? After muttering nonsense for a moment, Lu Jimin realized he couldn't talk his way out of it. If he kept making excuses, it would be a direct slap to Wei Ming's face. So, he reluctantly admitted, I was confused for a moment. Please don't take it to heart." Wei Ming chuckled. "I won't." Lu Jimin sighed in relief. As expected, young guys were easy to fool. But then Wei Ming added, "I won't take it to heart." But she was terrified. "So tell me, how are you going to make it up to her?" Lu Jimin, ever the opportunist, immediately bowed to Tian Yuju. "Miss Tian, I was wrong just now. Please forgive me." Tian Yuju hesitated. She had no idea what Wei Ming wanted, so she didn't know if she should accept the apology. Wei Ming, however, said indifferently, "That's how you apologize? What else do you want?" Lu Jimin looked at Wei Ming in confusion. "What do you mean, sir?" Wei Ming smiled coldly. "A sincere apology requires kneeling. You're old enough to know that, aren't you?" Lu Jimin shuddered, barely holding back his rage. He was the founder of Lu Corporation, a billionaire CEO. Even high-ranking government officials had to treat him with respect. And this punk wanted him to kneel before a woman? Ridiculous. But the moment flames burst into existence in Wei Ming's hand, Lu Jimin panicked. He dropped to his knees before Tian Yuju, banging his head against the ground. I'm sorry. Compared to losing his life, what was a little humiliation? Tian Yuju felt an unexpected warmth in her heart. She had only planned to cling to Wei Ming to survive. She never imagined he would go out of his way to protect her. A strong man like him. He made her feel safe. Her gaze softened. Maybe, following him wouldn't be such a bad idea. Wei Ming nodded. "Get up." Lu Jimin let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Wei Ming then said, "Since you admitted you tried to force yourself on my woman, let's settle this matter properly." "Huh?" Lu Jimin froze. "Wait a minute, didn't you just say you didn't mind?" At this point, if he still hadn't figured out what was happening, he might as well throw away his title as a business tycoon. Sir, please don't mess with me. He forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Wei Ming smiled. Why would I mess with you? Do you think I have as much free time as you just sitting around waiting for death? Heh, my time is precious. I wouldn't waste it playing games with you. Lu Jimin shivered uncontrollably. This young man was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Harmless? Easy to push around? Tell that to a fool. His face was pale as he asked, then, what punishment do you have in mind? Wei Ming suddenly grinned brightly. Why are you so scared? I'm not a monster that eats people, you know. I'm not scared. Not scared at all. Lu Jimin blurted out quickly. Oh? Then why are you shaking so badly? Wei Ming asked deliberately. Lu Jimin's trembling intensified, and his fear reached its peak. He collapsed to his knees with a thud and began bowing frantically. Please don't kill me. I'm begging you, please don't kill me. Clap, clap, clap. Wei Ming applauded, pretending to be shocked. Wow, how did you know I was going to kill you? Damn, you're really smart. Was that a compliment? No, it was pure mockery. He was being treated like a joke. At this moment, rage surged within Lu Jimin. He suddenly stood up, shouting, What the hell do you want? Let me tell you something, I may be an ordinary human, but I have people backing me up. Miss Zhao is an incredibly powerful evolver. Besides, natural disasters won't last forever. When society is rebuilt, criminals like you will be hunted down and executed by the government. But people like me, CEOs and chairmen, will still be needed. The world needs elite professionals to rebuild, and I will be at the top once again. Damn, that was one hell of a delusion. How is he still not awake from this fantasy? Wei Ming looked at Lu Jimin with disbelief. The worst part? This guy was actually serious. Alright, fair enough. He had seen the brutality of the apocalypse, but he probably never left this underground shelter. And the only evolver he had ever encountered was Miss Zhao, who, clearly, was too soft-hearted. She had been wasting resources keeping 9 ordinary people alive, making Lu Jimin completely underestimate the true hierarchy of power in this world. He had no idea that ordinary humans were nothing but ants to evolvers. And when Wei Ming casually agreed to find food for Tian Yuzhu, that had only reinforced Lu Jimin's delusion. Wei Ming was just about to teach him a lesson, but then, he heard footsteps approaching. Was Miss Zhao back? Or, had another evolver arrived? A quick spatial radar scan, and he immediately figured it out. It was a woman. A very young, very beautiful woman. Wait a minute, why does she seem familiar? Holy shit, Zhao Ziyun? It suddenly hit him. This gorgeous, 95 out of 100, stunning beauty was none other than Zhao Ziyun, a celebrity actress who had just risen to stardom in the past 2 years. Before the apocalypse, she was the biggest star in the industry. No matter which channel you switched to, you'd see her dramas or commercials. And walking down the streets? Her billboards were everywhere. Even now, some of her posters were still standing, though some had been damaged by acid rain. So, Miss Zhao was actually Zhao Ziyun. Damn. Never thought this celebrity would turn out to be a bleeding heart saint. Sigh. Saints are such a pain. Wei Ming wasn't interested in bringing a self-righteous woman like her back. At most, he'd have a little fun. But since she was an evolver, and already at level 2, it wouldn't be easy to bribe her with supplies. Forget it. She was definitely top tier, but Wei Ming's shelter already had plenty of beauties. He already had several women on her level, and in terms of looks and body, Zhou Shen was superior. Of course, Zhao Ziyun had the celebrity factor, which made sleeping with her extra satisfying, a symbol of conquest. But honestly? He still preferred women like Tian Yuzhu. Obedient, smart, and easy to get along with. A woman who constantly argued would just be exhausting. Wait. I haven't even met her yet, and I'm already having all these thoughts? If she weren't a saint, would I already be thinking of baby names? Just as Wei Ming was laughing at his own thoughts, Zhao Ziyun walked into view. Her firm footsteps echoed, catching everyone's attention. Miss Zhao. Even the 7 people who had been hiding earlier came out, all smiling ingratiatingly. Right now, Zhao Ziyun was their lifeline. So even if their loyalty wasn't genuine, they had to put on a good act, otherwise, what if she decided to stop feeding them? Lu Jimin's eyes flickered, and he immediately ran to Zhao Ziyun, crying loudly. Miss Zhao. You have to stand up for me. Zhao Ziyun had no idea what had happened. Seeing him crying like a helpless child, she frowned and asked, What's going on? Her gaze shifted toward Wei Ming, the only stranger present. Lu Jimin rushed to speak first. Tian Yuzhu wants to leave with this man. I only asked her to repay the food she owed me, but she convinced this guy to kill me. Miss Zhao, isn't that way too much? Tian Yuzhu shook with anger. How could someone be so shameless? You were a CEO of a publicly traded company. You had status and wealth. How can you lie so blatantly? Zhao Ziyun frowned and asked, is that true? Wei Ming smiled faintly. The details are completely wrong, but the outcome is correct. I do plan to kill him. Zhao Ziyun shook her head immediately. I won't let you do that. Ha! You're only level 2.1. Judging by the complexity of this underground shelter, she was probably an earth element evolver. With her level and ability, she thought she could stop me? Wei Ming smirked. Go ahead. Try. Zhao Ziyun's expression darkened, but she held back her anger and said, you may be an evolver, but you're no match for me. Just give up on this idea. Wei Ming burst into laughter. No need to be polite. Come on, show me. Zhao Ziyun finally lost her patience. She activated her ability. The ground beneath Wei Ming's feet suddenly softened, turning into a swamp-like mire. His body sank down, weighed down by his own mass. It was an eerie sight, solid ground turning into a quagmire. Then, her vision blurred. A hand was suddenly wrapped around her throat. Don't move, Wei Ming said with a smirk. Or your head might just roll off your shoulders.
Guys, if you want the next part to come out faster, leave a like and a comment. Your support makes a big difference. Thanks!